BBC Radio Kent, BBC Solent's commentary on Kent against Hampshire. First day here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Got a lot of effects there, but just taking that down a little bit. Birds tweeting in the background. I'm Mac, alongside me is Kevin James, and two teams in search of a victory, most definitely. Kent with just one so far this season in bottom place in the table. Hampshire having lost against Warwickshire. Still fourth, 2 wins, 2 defeats, is that right?
Switch yourself on. Very good morning. That's a mixed bag. I think that says first game against Notts, very good performance all round. Won that one. Surrey, I think whoever beats Surrey is going to win the championship. I don't think anybody's going to beat Surrey this year. They're awesome. We sort of hung in there for a few days, and then another win against Northants. They sort of folded a bit, and then a defeat last week. 2 horrible batting collapses against Warwickshire.
Well, Kent know about batting collapses as well, obviously, and they've had a week off to lick their wounds after a defeat against Middlesex up at Lords, and having won their first game of the season, really have been behind the 8 ball on the other 3 so far as well. So, coming out into the middle, Kent are batting first. Hampshire won the toss, elected to put Kent back into bat first on a pitch that's well across to the Dover Road side of the ground here. If you know the pavilion end of the ground, it's towards the left, towards the new flats at Freeman House. Well, I say they're newish, aren't they? New to me, new to many people here at the ground, but looking towards the Nackington Road end, tree-lined as it still is. So this will be interesting. Not sure Kent supporters will be very excited about the thought of facing Hampshire, their bowling lineup first up, because it's quite a potent force, this rotation, isn't it? Well,
it is. There's a lot of experience there. Over 160 wickets between Barker, Abbas and Abbott in the championship last year. I mean, that's serious. And I think back to last year, it was a very flat wicket here last year, and Hampshire managed to get 20 wickets, which was no mean feat. So a fantastic effort. Mo Abbas is currently the Division 1's leading wicket taker with 25. So they've started pretty well. Barker's back in the side for the first time for 2 matches after having a couple of fractures in each hand whilst batting at Surrey. So he's back in. Hasn't really taken many wickets yet this season, but Abbott's his usual steady self. But this is interesting. I mean, you've walked across the outfield, I've walked across the outfield. Yeah. It's very damp out there.
It really is. I mean, certainly at the periphery. Ground staff still working on it this morning. We are going to start with Abbas, are we, from the far end. Ben Compton won't be hurried. 4 slips ranged in behind him. We're definitely at fine leg here, aren't we? Not long leg, as the pitch is pushed so far across the left-hand side. But Abbas will start now. Over the wicket to the left-handed Compton, who leaves us outside the off-stump. And there is no run to start the day. And of all the, I suppose, the players that Kent have fielded so far this season, Compton has once again shone for them with a century, an unbeaten century against Northants in that first game, an 88 against Warwickshire. He made a 46 against Essex in just a single innings there, another 50 against Middlesex, and 38 in the second innings was the highest score as well. He really has kept his head while all around have been losing their wickets. Abbas now bowls to Compton, just pushes forward on that, blocking it out really into the onside, and there's no run fielded by Ian Holland at mid-wicket. And just having a look at this, Keith Barker is warming up. 1 or 2 Kent fans I passed this morning on early on when is Barker all right? They said rather hopefully.
He's back about a week ahead. Yes. About a week ahead of schedule.
You know what they were trying to say? Is he just warming up because he's not playing? Is that in the onside? Hold on once again. Said I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Or yes. Yeah, the onside. Holland Fields, no run.
Yeah, as I say, he started the season fairly quietly. A couple of wickets in the second innings in the win against Notts. No wickets at all in the game against Surrey at the Oval. So he's missed 2 because of his injury. Back in the side, as is Joe Weatherly, formerly of this parish.
Indeed so, yeah. Abbas then will bowl over the wicket once again to Compton, racks him on the pad, big shout. Umpire has turned that down. Difficult for us to see. Good height. most definitely. But Compton, as normal, I say, with any kind of appeal, he never looks ruffled, just goes through the same routine in between balls, but a lusty shout.
Yeah, I'm just watching on the live picture feed. It's a bit difficult actually because the umpire's head is sort of in the, and his body's in line with the ball pitching, so which would suggest it might have pitched stumps to stump, I suppose, but it's difficult to tell with the camera being fairly low down.
It's a bass to Compton, just takes a little adjustment as he comes in, Compton, towards the middle stump with his feet, and defends up to mid-on, and there's no run. Hampshire's bowling line, of course, not just Abbas and Barker, but Abbott as well. Some fabulous players in there. Dawson, Holland will bowl presumably as well, will he?
Ian Holland will give some nice little medium paces at some point. Yeah, I'm just watching that again. It's very difficult to tell, and I think on balance that's probably a good decision. I mean, that ball's got to come back up the hill, which isn't always easy.
Abbas then to Compton once more, leaves that. Does seem to come back towards the wicket keeper from around about the off stump line, but left on length, I think, as much as anything else by Compton through to the keeper. A maiden start then from Mohammed Abbas. It's going to be Barker from this end, the pavilion end, and we'll be doing updates for our respective stations. Bottom of the hour, I gather, for Solent, and every half hour for Kent, to the news at the top of the hour and at past as well. So those will come on this commentary feed. So I like to say, nobody panic. You'll all be fine. See if everyone's sensible. Keeps their hands inside the car, no one will get hurt. Kent none for none to start. I should say they have made changes to their side, particularly Tawanda Mayeye coming in to bat at 3. 3 consecutive centuries for him in the second 11. Kent haven't been going that well. Daniel Bell-Drummond has dropped out of the side. Joe Denley has dropped out of the second 11 as well to try and get some form for himself this season. So a bit of a change to the Kent lineup. Also, Jordan Cox will wicket keep, we gather, for Kent, with Sam Billings, the captain, moving up the batting order. Yeah, cloudy and mild morning, Steve, here at Canterbury. It's a lovely delivery from Keith Barker from Hampshire, just beats the outside edge of Zach Crawley's bat. It's a Kent against Hampshire here. Kent bottom of the table. Hampshire up in 4th, having won 2 and lost 2 of their games, but with a very, very good bowling attack, probably the match of any in this county championship at Division 1. And Kent have been put into bat by them as well. So they'll have to be very, very patient and bat considerably better than they did in their previous game against Middlesex, when they were skittled out cheaply in their second innings to lose, humiliated by Middlesex at Lords on that occasion. 0 for 0 so far. Tawanda Mayeye, young batsman, comes in to the batting lineup, having scored 3 consecutive centuries for the second 11. Daniel Bell-Drummond and Joe Denley have both dropped out, trying to find their form into the second 11. So we'll see what happens. First day of 4 here. Clouds, maybe some showers in the forecast, Steve. I know you'll be telling your listeners that as well. We'll see how we go for the first day, but commentary continuing for the moment by the BBC Sport website and app. And then, Kent Crawley presenting the bat to that. I think he's played inside the line of that. Is he just trying to feel with the line of the ball there, or making sure he's keeping the line of his off stump there? But Barker looks like he's passing outside it each time. Yeah,
it just looks like it's because he's coming around the wicket. He's coming in on the angle and then just straightening a fraction. So he's playing the line initially, Zach Crawley.
As Barker bowls to him now, and Crawley just defending that into the offside. He has got bat on the first of the 4 deliveries. First time in 4 deliveries, I should say. None for none.
Yeah, big 100 for Zach Crawley in your last game a couple of weeks ago. 170 in the drawn game against Essex.
The last one here, yeah.
Got a 90 as well already. Looks to be in good touch early season.
I suppose his form, rather replicating what he's done for England, is when he scores big. As Barker to Crawley, tucks this into the onside. Nicely done. Not any great force behind it, but pushes it through mid-wicket. And it's a 2 taken, a comfortable 2. With the rope brought in quite a long way from the hospital side of the ground as we look to our right. Kyle Abbott fields, 87 on his back. So the first runs on the ball for Kent, 2 for none.
Yeah, so a little bit of movement out there as we were expecting. That's why Hampshire have put Kent in. Of course, it's a dangerous move here sometimes because this wicket is flat. If this dries out, this will be flat.
Yeah, Barker too. Crawley leaves that, has moved, but well away from the right-hander. Comfortable lead for him, through to the wicket-keeper. End of the over, 2-4 none. No, it's a good point. I could see entirely why Hampshire put Kent in with that in mind as well.
Yeah.
The pitches, as I understand it, the further left you go, as we look at it from the pavilion end towards the old Dover Road side, the more runs they tend to have in them. So there's going to be anything in the pitch, and perhaps as well, if the showers do interrupt us, there's a bit of a moisture around. It's going to hopefully help the bowlers from.
You would think so, wouldn't you? Yeah. I think where the pitch is, I think where the old oak tree used to be here, it would be about leg slip. Fortunately, that's gone. But, here's a bass then from the Nackington Road end, then the far end as we look. 4 slips. Waiting for the edge of Compton, who's in behind that, pushes that out towards extra cover. Talking about Ben Compton earlier. Great averages, great stats he has. 57 career and averaged 54 last year. I mean, that's what you want from an opening batter, isn't it? Even if just one of your openers is doing that, it kind of sets you up quite nicely.
No, he's already faced twice as many deliveries as any other Kent batsman.
Is that right?
And by a street, he's faced 863 deliveries already this season, yeah.
Fantastic.
Averaging 62 at the moment.
Always unfazed when he's out there.
Yeah.
He just plays the way he wants to play. That's outside the off stump, and that's nipped back a fraction. It's bounced again through to Ben Brown. But there is a little bit of seam movement there for Abbas in these early opening exchanges. As the sun comes out here. Actually, when the sun has come out, it's been very warm.
Yeah, that's indeed.
But there is a few dark clouds around.
Yeah, the shirt sleeve order in the member stand beside us at the moment. But
yeah.
We'll see how we go. As I said, there are showers in the forecast, possibility, but the weather forecasters will do the disclaimer, won't they? It's very, very difficult to predict when they'll hit.
Very true. Here's a bass. Compton edges, caught third slip. Joe Weatherly back in the side, takes one knee height, and that's just gone down the hill a fraction. Compton's pushed forward. He's out for no score. Kent 2 for 1.
Crikey, that was so procedural that I almost wondered if it hadn't just pitched below in front of Weatherly's feet there, but no, he's gone. And what a breakthrough that is. Singing Ben Compton's praises rightly for what he's done so far this season, but that is a very, very rare low score, and a duck for him as well. That is a big wicket in the context, Kevin, I would say as well,
100%.
of what Kent have done this season so far. Compton has been the absolute linchpin of this side, so great strike early.
Listen, I bet you all the guys have been talking about, you know, how you try and get Ben Compton out, and if you don't, how you'd have to be patient. And they were patient here last year. He got 89 in the second innings, you'll remember, when they batted a long time Kent in the second innings and almost saved the game. And he's one of those that will wear you down. And he's one of those that you just love to see the back of. Doesn't always happen early on, but it's happened here this morning. And a new man at the crease.
Yeah. Tawanda Miyeye, who'll be, well, he seems to have a very positive attitude at all times, Tawanda, but probably earlier than he might have liked as a number 3 against this attack. But he's also the kind of confident young player that if you asked him would say, oh, I just want to be batting whenever I can, against whoever I can. He's been prolific already. He was saying he added a 90, didn't he, to those 3 centuries he's already got in the first 3 games for the second 11, Tawanda Miyeye. So a big talent, big future certainly, and a couple of big names for Kent have already dropped out of the 11 with Bell Drummond and Denley out of the side.
Yeah, it's almost like an sort of different Kent side. Outside the off stump, Miyeye leaves that one alone. It's almost like not Kent when there's no Denley and Daniel Bell Drummond in the side. But yeah, that 97 actually was against Hampshire, second team. So what a start to the season he's had. 300s, Essex, Surrey and Sussex in the second 11 championship, and the 97 as well on top of that. I mean, that is, yes, it's second team cricket, blah, 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 but it still runs. It still runs in the bank, and he will be feeling very good out there, despite this ball moving around, and despite the Division 1's top wicket taker running in from the Nackington Road end. That's a lovely push drive through extra cover. That's a shot of a man in form. Confident shot. As Gubbins runs after that, it goes up the hill, and because this outfield is still very damp, it isn't going all the way to the rope. A couple of months' time that will have done. But what a confident shot that is.
Crikey. It was indeed, wasn't it? Actually, his last first team appearance, he hit 85 in the last game of the season against Somerset last year. And obviously turning potential promise into runs is what he's been charged with, but looks like an all-format player as well. Boy, going to hit the ball hard.
Got a tweet here, Mike Martin at Solent Sport, first in the morning. Good to see Weatherly back in the side, talented and needs to show what he can do. Organ had to go with a batting average of 7 this season, that's right, but Dawson averages 8, batting at 5, and hasn't bowled much either. Here's Abbas. Crawley works that just in front of square on the leg side, and there's no run. Yes, just to repeat, 2 changes in the Hampshire side from the side that lost to Warwickshire last week. Tom Prest, who came in for Barker, and again was struggling a bit with the bat, he's made way. Felix Organ at the top of the orders we've just mentioned has made way. Joe Weatherly back in the side for the first time this season. He made 100 in the second team last week, although Toby Albert made a double 100 and a 60 odd in the second innings. He might be a little bit unlucky not to be playing, but Weatherly's got the nod first. He'll open with Fletcher Middleton, and Barker will slot into his usual spot in the lower middle order. Good to see him back.
Yeah, for Kent, it's Compton's already gone, but he's opening with Zach Crawley, of course, who's still out there. Tawanda Mayeye, Jack Leaning. We think Sam Billings will bat at 5 with Jordan Cox taking the gloves, probably batting at 6. Joey Everson, Grant Stewart, Wes Agar, Hamid Kadri and Michael Hogan. So no Matt Quinn in the side or George Linder, those 2 left out of the 13. Linder actually played yesterday against the Netherlands A side in a T20 at warm-up for both sides. Left outside the off stump by Mayeye, kept very low that one. Barker just the radar off. It's an easy leave in the end. So Mayeye 3 from 3, Crawley 2 from 7 so far. So yeah, Kadri into the side. Quinn out, has been struggling a little bit with injuries as well. Here's Barker then to Mayeye, leaves that one. He's getting good bounce outside the off stump. I think again he can leave that one on length and line. Mayeye through to the wicket keeper, but yeah, confident shot to get off the mark, Kevin. But he'll be tested by this Hampshire lineup.
Well, I sincerely hope he will be. Yes, of course he will. And but all you can do is just look confident, even if you're defending. And I think, you know, maybe both sides, the way they batted this season, could probably be guilty of not being like that.
3 slips in behind Mayeye as he leaves that one. It's well outside the off stump again. He just makes a small movement forward. Mayeye, no need to play at that one. Zach Crawley resting on his bat, hand on hip at the non-striker's end. Kent 5 for 1. I've actually already talked to Sam Billings this morning, but not about cricket, strangely. But I say strangely, but many of you will have seen the story on the BBC website. Barker comes in now, bowling to Mayeye, leaves it outside the off stump, and there's no run. Talking about his brush with skin cancer, basically. He had diagnosed with malignant melanomas, and but yeah, just leading the cry, I suppose, for all of us to take more care when we're out and about, whether it's cricketers, supporters, or maybe even commentators who occasionally get caught without the factor 50 on, as I do every year. It's a salutary tale, really, a cautionary tale. Barker around the wicket to Mayeye. Oh, inside edge past his stumps. He's got away with one there, and goes through to a sort of backward square leg position, almost just inside edged onto his stumps there, but survives that one. Joe Weatherly fields, and there is no run.
Just watching that back, actually, that probably came back up the hill. If it did, yeah, a little bit. He may just have got outside the line a fraction, but probably just held its line. It hasn't really got one to come back up the hill yet, Barker.
There's Barker then to Crawley. Lovely roll of the wrists, square of the wicket on the onside, and that is 4 runs. That is a lovely looking shot from Zach Crawley. So we've seen some testing bowling so far, and a couple of very crisp shots indeed from the Kent batting lineup. It's 10 for 1. The home side having been put into bat by Hampshire here at Canterbury.
That's quite interesting, actually. Just watching, just before that last ball, Crawley actually looked at Mayeye and just sort of gestured to him as if he thought the ball had come back up the hill, the way that Mayeye had got the inside edge. And Mayeye sort of, actually, the way he sort of but sort of the way he sort of gave his sort of signals back, it would suggest that it was going down the other way. So what was it? But I mean, that was just too straight, that last one.
Worry.
Yeah. Well, I know. I was just thinking that's confused signals there. I mean, I'm sure Crawley thought, well, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
That comes then if it's doing that, is it your inside edge? But that last shot, super shot. 10 for 1 then. Here's Abbas. Bowling 2 at Miaye. Comes in and bowls. Playing a missing outside the off stump. Prodding forward. That looks as though it's straightened up a fraction. Again, you know, I'm just going back to, you know, when you're out of form, it's very difficult because, you know, you just feel like nothing hits the middle of the bat. Your feet feel like two leaden weights and everything like that, so you feel a bit all over the place. But, you know, you can still try and be confident in defence. The worst thing you can do is just sort of be half-hearted with your defensive shots, and then that's when you really are in trouble. But Miaye there, because he scored some runs, even defending, he just looks confident, you know, get past that, whatever, you know. Here's Abbas. That's nice forward defensive, back to the bowler. And just try and be positive whatever you're doing, but it's easier said than done, and it's horrible when you're not scoring runs. It really is. It's very difficult. You get very muddled in your thinking. When you're scoring runs, you don't think about anything. You just think about the next. You just think about your next innings and your next scoring shot. It's wonderful.
Never had that feeling, but obviously you have. As
very rarely, very rarely. I was having to really scratch my head and dig deep into my memory banks for that one. Here comes Abbas for holes, and there's a nice push drive, and he'll pick up a single there, just slightly wide of mid-off. Good foot movement there. And he moves on to 5, and the Kent total 11 for 1. Ben Compton already gone for no score. Bonus for Hampshire, that one. Still the 4 slips in for Abbas. 26 championship wickets for a Pakistan seamer now. Top 22, Chris Rushworth, after his flood of wickets last week against Hampshire. Second in the table. Some people are just walking behind the sight screen at the Nackington Road end, just waiting for them to go behind, which they are. And we can get going again as Abbas comes in and bowls. Crawley pushes forward up to mid-on. There's no run there. Again, we've seen slightly low bounce, aren't we, even with a little bit of moisture around.
Doesn't look too dangerous, does it? Because it's not got masses of pace in this pitch. So, the one they had against Essex was a corker, actually. There were runs in it. It was a real shame that one was basically just one innings each because of the weather. But had bounce, had carry, but also runs as well. That would have been a really entertaining contest if that gone 4 days, I think.
Yeah, no 4th day play at all, was there? Crawley pushes forward, gets a thick inside edge as the ball rolls out behind square on the leg side. They make it 2. Crawley says no. It's quite a short boundary down the hill the way to our left.
Early call, though. We like that.
It was a good call, yeah. Nice positive.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about the weather on the 4th day.
Oh, sorry.
Be very selfish.
Just looking at 1 or 2 dark clouds that are assembling to the left of us. Does the weather come from the left? I've been here. I've only been here about 200 times, and I can never remember where the weather comes from.
It depends which way the wind's blowing.
Oh,
obviously,
of course,
but yes, but yeah.
Generally,
it generally comes right to left, I think, as we're looking at.
So we're past that stuff to the left is past. Yeah, off the back foot, steers it out to point. Middleton fumbles, but gets enough of a hand on it to take the pace off the shot. End of the over. Abbas has 3 overs, 1 for 5, with 1 maiden. Always a maiden in his analysis somewhere along the line. Barker 2 overs, none for 7. Just looks as though he's been away for a couple of weeks at the moment. There's a few too many that are just a little too wide of off stump, but sure he'll tighten up very shortly. James Vince is having a chat with him now. 12 for 1, Kent.
I would say there's barely any breeze at the moment. So what we've got is what we've got, if that makes any sense whatsoever. But if we do get a shower, it may not move for a while. That's the danger. I'm just wondering if that big grey cloud is moving towards us or away. It's Barker, rats him on the pad and gone. Crawley gets quite a long way forward. It's hit him on the knee roll though, and he looks back and doesn't really take much of a stay at the crease either. Great delivery from Barker. That does look like he's got that one to come back up the slight slope. And Crawley, absolutely no complaints, goes for 7, and Kent a 12 for 2. A roar from the Hampshire fielding unit, no surprise there. Keith Barker strikes. Barker has 1, Abbas has 1. Kent are 12 for 2, in some trouble on this first morning here at Canterbury.
Yeah, he's just playing slightly across that. He just looked as though he got a little bit outside the line with his head. It's almost as if he's too sort of worried about his off stump, just outside off stump, and he's trying to cover that area. And by coming forward, he's not actually, his body weight's not coming forward, it's going a little bit to the side. So in the end, the bat's coming slightly across that delivery. And he's not going over. That's always a problem here for batters at Canterbury, is that usually when you're struck on the pad, it's very rarely going over the top of the stumps. The only thing that works in your favour is the slope, and the umpires will, on the whole, give you the benefit of the doubt because of the slope here, and the ball will behave slightly differently. But he's overbalanced there for me, Crawley. Just watch that again on the live picture feed. He's just ever so slightly outside the line with his head, so the bat isn't coming down straight. But it's a good delivery. It has held its line, and that's a difficult, early on in a game, that's a difficult ball, unless you are very, very tight in your technique in that particular delivery. That was always going to ask a question.
Yes, a start the 6th over, and it's 12 for 2, Kent.
And can I just add, sorry, if I might just add one extra thing to that. That is Keith Barker's 500th first-class wicket.
Crikey. And those don't come along very many careers, do they? That is a lot of wickets.
That is a lot of wickets.
Yeah.
So well done to him.
It's Jack Leaning who comes out. Next up for Kent. He's played a couple of important innings for them so far this season. Was a point of resistance against Middlesex in the second innings there. Helped Compton bat them to victory in the first game of the season here against Northamptonshire. Just 150 to his credit so far this season. Would again charge. We're trying to hold up the middle order. He takes 2 steps down the pitch and just clips that away. That closes the face out towards square leg, Abbas Field, and they'll take 2, 14 for 2. And then Kent, you can get in touch with us at BBC Kent Sport on Twitter, at BBC Solent Sport, is that right?
At Solent Sport.
At Solent Sport, I do apologise. And I've written down Mash's email as well. It's his Twitter, and summarily lost it. But he can tell you when he comes on. I'm sure I'll find him. I'm so organised. Yeah, you would have thought.
You've had a lot to do this morning. I mean, Sam Billings' interview is obviously, you know, it's not, I mean, it's great that you've done it, but it's not ideal before the start of a day one, is it, when you've got lots of other stuff to worry about?
I think probably less so for him than it was for me. So I could go and have a cup of coffee afterwards, but he had to, he's got to captain the side. But it's Mash sent Paddy is Mash's Twitter. It's a good length, that. Lean just blocks it out from a Yorker length, and there's no run. So Mash, as in bang as a mash, STPADDY. Half of the excellent Caribbean cricket podcast. And Bromley
What's
fan,
the subject?
But, what's that?
I'm just wondering what they talk about on the podcast. Caribbean podcast. Let me
Caribbean cricket podcast. Yeah, I think that's what leads you in, isn't it? It's just
does what it says.
Yeah, it's Barker to Leaning, looking aggressively, or certainly positively, to get down the pitch towards Barker, but ends up playing it down towards his toes. And there's no run, 14 for 2. I think Santoki was due to be here, his podcasting partner, tomorrow, but the rail striker scuppered that. In case you need warning of that, you were heading towards Canterbury tomorrow to watch this in person. It's Barker to Leaning. Just leaves it outside the off stump. It's like a confident leave, that one. 14 for 2. Not sure what will be going on between Jack Leaning's ears at the moment, though, because Kent are in a bit of trouble. Once again, as he comes to the crease. Yeah, he's just doing some gardening at the non-striker's end. KentCricket@gmail.com if you fancy sending us an email. And I haven't checked them this morning, which is remiss of me. But as Kevin says, I've been very busy. Very, very busy. It's Barker to Leaning. It's on top of that, into the offside. If that was bad language there, I do apologise. I don't think so. There wasn't bad language on the pitch there. That's fine.
Oh, sorry.
There was an. I thought it was, yes. It was certainly a short, sharp shout.
Okay.
But I don't think so. Maybe I'm making. Yeah. Anyway. But yes, thank you for your emails so far. I should say, as I get to them now, if that's all right, Kim, just between innings. Aiden's been on it. He says, Aidan from Orpington, very much looking forward to this match, given the woeful performance at Lords. I think it would have been good if Kent had a game last week. A lot of rain about, so we might have got a draw, he says. At least with the 2 next fixtures against Hampshire and Surrey, we get to see Kent struggle against quality bowling attacks. This county championship season may soon get to the point where we admire the skills of the opposition. Always an opportunity to do that. Of course, it's a very high-class competition, this, isn't it? But Abbas to continue.
Bowling to Moyeye. 3 slips now, rather than the 4. Moyeye pushes forward towards short extra cover.
Keith says, Keith from Bearstead. Morning to you, Keith. Great to hear from you. Any idea whether the umpires appear to be wearing body cams? I don't, Keith. My ignorance there. Is that a general thing this season?
It's a new thing for this season, yeah. I think it's to help with anything.
I suppose disciplinary maybe, or...
I think it's to help with analysis and also if there was any disciplinary issues.
Sure.
Here's Abbas again, then right arm over from the Nackinson Road end. Comes in, bowls. Moyeye well forward again. Good stride from him. Again, he goes out to short extra cover. We're using your email today, are we?
Yes, sorry, I didn't use yours. I beg your pardon.
No, well, no. Otherwise, there's so many, and it gets a bit. But I mean, I'm happy to use yours.
Just say Sean the Brewer's been in touch. Great to hear from you, Sean. He said, I'd hope to be at the ground today as I'm down in Kent for my dad's birthday. I'm sadly not well enough to manage a whole day at the ground, so we're at house watching the stream. I say watching, he says, but he can't see the ball. He says, we're both pleased to see Moyeye forcing his way into the starting 11. Anyway, if you can wish Mick a happy birthday.
Left alone outside off stump, comes down the hill a little bit.
And of course we will, Sean. And Mick, hope you're having a great day. Hope you're having a better day than Kent's batting lineup so far anyway. So.
Tricky first 20 minutes, wasn't it?
Losing
2 wickets. So what's the email? Because we'll just use one, because otherwise it gets...
KentCricket@gmail.com is the one. So if you're of a Kent or Hampshire persuasion, do get in touch. It'd be great to hear from you. Or you can tweet us.
Nice, in again. Forward is Moyeye. Lovely stride. Good to see. That's the way to play on here. With the low bounce generally that you have here. Look to get forward. Then that puts doubt in the umpire's mind if you get wrapped on the pad, because, as I say, with the slope, right to left as we look, always difficult for the umpires to make a decision. And if you're forward, it kind of makes it easier for them. It's always been a wicket here to get forward if you can. I've got to disappear in a minute at the end of this over.
Jolly good. We should bring in Mash next to you and...
Here comes Abbas again with the sunshine out for the moment as Moyeye pushes that out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Is that me now, or shall I come back?
Shall we see you after midday?
Oh, yes.
Shall we?
Oh, yes.
Well, it's up to you. Or
no.
I can make way after
You're the boss. You tell me.
Blimey. As I say, if anyone says that, we know we're in trouble. But Abbas will finish this over. I'll be doing an update for BBC Kent listeners very shortly. He has 1 for 5 so far to the wicket of Ben Compton. That is a big, big wicket, as you could tell from the roar when he was caught a third slip by Joe Weatherly. As Abbas then comes in to bowl to Moyeye, just defends that up to Holland. He's on the position on the drive, a sort of short mid-off. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5 for Mohammed Abbas. Very difficult to get away. Kent just trying to keep their wickets intact so far. It's Keith Barker talking to Paul Pollard, the umpire at this end. Martin Saggers, I believe, is at the other end. He's indeed. Tall figure of Martin Saggers, former Kent bowler, of course. Leaning has 2 so far. Moyeye has 5 from 17. They're just trying to see the shine off the ball here. Hampshire winning the toss, putting Kent into bat. And Kent in trouble. Once again, this season losing both their openers so far on this first morning at Canterbury. Barker, too leaning, takes a couple of steps down. Clips off the inside edge of the bat, I think, but hits him amidships. But he shows absolutely no reaction from that. Definitely trying to get down the pitch at Barker, trying to shake him off his bowling length at the moment. 14-4-2. And I think you're on there, Mash. I think.
Good morning. I believe I am.
Excellent stuff. So Barker bowling around the wicket to leaning. Going to push into the offside, but it's not hard enough to get him through for a run. It's fielded by Fletcher Middleton, coming round from point up towards cover. 14 for 2. And, well, good morning, and a great morning so far for Hampshire as well.
Yeah, as we discussed, I think before coming on air, it was always a good toss to win, given some of we can see some dark clouds just to the west of us. And yes, Hampshire have capitalised on this early start.
Barker to leaning, gets forward again. You an ooh yes from Kyle Abbott. Just, I think he's nearest our effects microphone, so you'll hear quite a lot of the South African, but defended away from Jack Leaning. He's got the jumper off. Well, that gives us an indication it's pleasantly mild outside. Certainly out of when the sun's out. I'm going to be stating the absolutely bleeding obvious here, aren't I? When the sun's out, it's slightly warmer than when it's behind the cloud. There we go. There's some breaking news for you. But yeah, it's pleasantly warm out there at the moment for the two batters. Not pleasant to bat against these, though. This is Barker to leaning, scampers through for a quick single. And he's taken a step down the pitch to Barker a number of times here. He's looking to be very positive. He's waving to the dressing room now. What does he want? Short sleeve jumper, maybe?
I would hope so. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm currently in a hoodie, and this is a poor decision for me.
It's very warm this end of the ground. First session, always baking like a greenhouse here. So he's taken off his long sleeve jumper. I think he wants a short sleeve jumper now. It's very demanding, these cricketers. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent. Right now, Barker to Mier. Defended away. It is indeed, yeah, a lovely warm day. In fact, one of the batters, Jack Leaning, has just taken his long sleeve jumper off, given it to the umpire. He's demanded the short sleeve jumper from the dressing room now. So there we go. But yes, pleasantly mild out there. But not pleasant for Kent batting at the moment. Kent 15 for 2. They've lost both openers so far to a very, very good Hampshire opening bowling attack. Ben Compton, who's been fabulous for Kent, averaging 60 to start the season, was gone for a duck, edging to third slip. That's a lovely shot, though, from Tawanda Mayeye, who's come in at number 3. Beautiful cover drive for 4. He scored all sorts of runs in the second 11, been promoted into the first team, and he's on to 9 now for 19 balls. Jack Leaning has replaced England man Zach Crawley, who got a good one from Keith Barker, coming back into his pads. LBW for 7. Kent 19 for 2 have been put into bat by Hampshire, who won the toss. Kent bottom of the table, desperate for a win against a very good Hampshire side. Commentary continuing on the BBC Sport website and app, and the cloud and rain holding off, Steve. Beautiful sunshine at the moment. So that is end of the over. Kent 19 for 2. 3 slips in still, but that was a beautiful shot from Mayeye at the end of that over. I think, as Kevin James was saying, probably betraying that he has been a really, really good touch.
Yeah, just bringing the level of confidence that I guess you could argue is the rest of the batting lineup are lacking that somewhat.
Yeah, absolutely. Abbas Delini comes down the pitch once again. Because of that, finds the ball rearing up towards his thigh pad, I think. Abbas may have seen him coming, and a dot ball. But yes, Daniel Bell-Drummond, well, Joe Denley before him and Daniel Bell-Drummond both dropping out of the side to try and find some touch, I think. Daniel Bell-Drummond, I mean, he's played 1 or 2 good starts, I would say, and he hits the ball really cleanly when he does, but as my colleague Ben Watt says, he's found ways to get himself out, if that makes any sense, and has looked a little bit indecisive at the crease. Short ball from Abbas, whipped away by Jack Leaning, and I think that's 4 runs, yeah, but through mid-wicket. I think Abbas again has seen him coming a pace down, decided to drop it in short to test him, and Leaning needs no second invitation, has taken that on. That's clubbed away, almost head height through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
What's interesting about that is Jack Leaning almost had the bat like a baseball stance before Abbas had even delivered the ball. So he telegraphed what he was going to do into perfect execution.
Yeah, absolutely. He has that high back lift anyway in his address, doesn't he? But he's, again, a couple of steps down. And this one he defends off his pads. A little bit outside part of the bat, not edged exactly. Played down with soft hands and stopped backward point. There is no run by Fletcher Middleton, that is, who's at point. 3 slips in, there's a point. An orthodox cover, mid-on, mid-off. Square leg, or a little bit forward of square, Keith Barker, and then a deep backward square as well. Maybe thinking about the short ball there. 24 for 2 as a Bass comes in, bowls to Mayeye now. Just hitting the ball on the up there. Just was in the air a little bit as it came towards Middleton, but just died before him there. I think they thought they were in with a chance there.
I think what's interesting about Mayeye's approach thus far is he's not tentative. In whatever shot he's going for, there is a clear thought process in the shot. I haven't seen any false strokes yet from him, whether in attack or in defence.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It seems definite shot selection, doesn't it, rather than just keeping the ball off his stumps. Bass bowls to him now, and that is a defensive shot out towards Middleton once again at point. The sun's beautifully shining into the commentary box here. The only slight disadvantage of that is the reflection off the window. It's reflecting more or less everything in the box back at us.
Yeah.
So I'm making my excuses early. I think it's always a good idea.
Well, 10 minutes ago I was wondering if I should reach for the sunglasses, and I may do it in a second.
Yeah, it's a good plan. Actually, cap and sunglasses is probably good for the first hour or so here, and of course I've brought neither of those. Because I've only been doing this for a decade. So here's a Bass bowling to Wanda Mayeye. Wraps him on the thigh pad, I think that. Hint of inside edge, not sure. 24 for 2, end of the over. Really good finish to the over by a Bass. He's never out of the game, is he, with the ball? 24 for 2. Kent looking, I guess, to survive at this point, but Hampshire must be pleased with having the first 2 out.
Yeah, I think it's James Vince may well be thinking, it looks like, yep, I thought so. Carl Abbott will now take. I thought it would be time for a bowling change now, and it looks like Carl Abbott is going to replace Keith Barker, which seems about right. It'll be interesting what they do at the other end, if they keep a Bass on or if they change Keith Barker around. Sorry.
I seem to be perennially saying, I'm saying it every Kent game, you look at the opposition attacks. This one, Hampshire, does stand out again, doesn't it? A Bass and Barker and Abbott. It's 3 Fuller in the side as well. Holland can bowl. Warwickshire the other day with Wokes and Hassan Ali, and of course Chris Rushworth, who Hampshire fans will know just how good he is as well. There are some real potent attacks in this division.
Yeah, and this is the problem for Kent. When you're going through a lean spell with the bat, alas, in Division 1 there's not an attack you can feast on to regain the confidence.
I think our emailer Aidan was saying very much that perhaps we're just going to have to sit for the next, certainly, couple of games with Surrey coming up next and admire the opposition. As Abbott bowls to leaning, ooh, and that's left him. What a start that is from Carl Abbott. It's full-length delivery and just pitches roundabout off and is moving away. Ankle high towards the wicketkeeper, 24 for 2. Just the sun's gone behind a cloud here, and there is a lot of grey around.
Yeah, I'd looked at the weather forecast before coming on, and it does say 70% chance of rain at 12, but not much for the rest of the day. So we'll see if we escape it.
As Abbott bowls to leaning, just rolls his wrists over that one, up to square leg, there's no run. I was saying before, is there's barely any breeze, so the weather you have is probably going to be around for a while, so hoping we do skirt the showers, because I think if we do head into those grey clouds, we might have a few minutes, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully they will skirt us.
Yeah, I think the Canterbury microclimate may have something to say.
As Abbott then charges in up the slight slope from the pavilion end and left by leaning, just does lean forward, raises the bat high through to the wicket-keeper. Brown, there's no run there. You've seen a bit of Surrey, haven't you, yourself this season?
Yes,
right?
Who did I see Surrey against recently? Surrey against Hampshire. Hampshire,
yeah.
of course,
Yeah.
Hampshire. And yeah, Surrey won that match. And just as the listener was saying, that was 2 relentless bowling attacks, but Surrey obviously also have a very good batting lineup as well.
As Abbott bowls to leaning, takes a step across his stumps through to the wicket-keeper. Abbott liked that one, but leaning has left it. Another dot ball, 24 for 2. Kevin James was saying earlier on, having seen Hampshire play against Surrey, he says, well, anyone that finishes above them, and then he held a thought, if you're just joining us, and said, I don't think anyone's going to beat Surrey this season, so yet to see, obviously. But,
could be Kent's turn next week to...
well, yeah, there we go. It would be somewhat of an upset at this point, wouldn't it? I think the way Surrey have started and Kent have too, but always exciting to go to the Oval. As Abbott leaning, takes a couple of steps down the pitch this time. He's definitely looking to unsettle the seamers. He's not going to be pinned in his crease. So another dot ball though, 24 for 2. And the slightly mournful sound you can hear is the floodlights going up to their extent. It's like wailing, almost comical at times. But as we said before, very difficult to get any oil on them, because I'm not going up there, that's for sure. Here's Abbott to bowl to leaning, and low down there, deflected away from his stumps. He's playing around his front pad, down to a fine leg. Single taken, end of the over, 25 for 2. As yeah, things are, I wouldn't say gloomy, but they are cloudier now.
Sun's definitely gone behind the clouds, that's for certain, but we play on for sure. And Matt, something I wanted to ask you, obviously with Denley and Bell Drummond out the side, how long do you give players of that quality out of the side before you have to call them back? So obviously Daniel is out today, Surrey are up next. Do you give him just one game out and then bring him back in, or how long do you give somebody time to...
It's a very good, it's a very good question. I suppose what Kent do have their advantage, they do have a bit of depth in their batting lineup, so they can bring Tawanda into the side, and Abbas to leaning. Oh, goodness me, played and missed at that one. Again, he's taken 2 steps down to Abbas. I don't think Abbas is particularly impressed, but has just shortened his length a bit as well. Just expert bowling. That one's gone past the edge and bouncing. Good bounce through to Brown, and there's no run. 25 for 2. But yeah, as I understand it, Joe Denley has definitely requested just time to get his head in the game, as it were. And Danny Bell Drummond doing much the same. The T20s are coming up as well. It may well be that they stick with this top 6 or top 7 for the next couple of games, as it's defended back to Abbas, and there is no run. But yeah, it'll be fascinating to see from a Kent point of view, because as Kevin was saying, I mean, the names of Denley and Bell Drummond, they're synonymous with the Kent batting lineup. It's unusual to see by choice Kent not having them either by the choice of the player or. But I think that will give them the natural break, that they'll probably reform when they come back into it in June. But it has been a strange start to the season in that respect. As Abbas to leaning, and that's defending the offside. It's all happening now. I think a racetrack's open out just on the old Dover Road side. There's some squealing from pylon 4. That's coming up very slowly. Sorry, that's pylon 1. I do apologise if you know the ground, which is just starting its ascent.
Yes, this banshee wailing from the floodlights has been going on for quite some time.
We don't think it's coming from the members to our left, but you know, 25 for 2 for Kent. It's a possibility. But yeah, it's a major move, obviously, for both of those players being out of the 11 at the moment. But Mayeye, by sheer force of runs, has forced this. I mean, even if the top 6 has been batting well, he'd be pushing for a place. But given the lack of form for some of the batters, did seem inevitable.
And to be fair, it sends the right message to the second 11.
Absolutely,
you
yes.
put up the runs, you will get a place in the side. So you have to look at the flip side in that regard as well.
Yeah, nothing more frustrating than being in the second 11 and feeling like you can't force your way into the side. Keeper up now. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Leaning has been giving Abbas the charge. So up comes Ben Brown to the stumps, and on the back foot played into the offside by Jack Leaning there. Loads of emails coming in. Great to hear from you. KentCricket@gmail.com. Alex, lovely to hear from you. Hampshire fan, tuning to the cricket while dog sitting my new puppy. Do you know what county grounds are dog friendly and I can watch some cricket? Certainly here at Canterbury they are. Based on Hedge End, but I don't think the Aegeus Bowl is, he says. But certainly here at Canterbury, dogs are welcome, I believe. Well, we see dogs on the ground, so I'm assuming they are. That's a big snuck in. But here is a Bass to leaning. Off the top of my head, that was a difficult one for me, all told, I'd say, Alex. Bristol, I'm pretty sure. I've seen dogs on the ground there as well. Perhaps someone ought to do a guide for you.
Yes, encourage the listeners to email us in which county grounds are dog friendly. I'm currently on the lookout for a dog.
If you're taking your pooch to a county cricket ground, and you can, yeah, we'd love to know. As the squealing goes on, 25 for 2. That's from the floodlights. As a Bass bowls to leaning inside part of the bat. I think that's a regulation glance down to the backward square, full of fields. He'll get a single end of the over and take the strike once more. He's been monopolising the strike more or less, Jack Leaning, for a while here. 10 from 24. Mia's hit a couple of really lovely shots. 9 from his 22. Kent just trying to dig in at the moment after losing Compton for none. The bowling of Bass, and Crawley for 7th bowling of Barker. Richard, loving the commentary, keeping me entertained while working away in London. Loving the Hants lads being right on top. Glad to see the back of Compton early. I bet you are. Best county bowling lineup in the country, he says. Although, like the last few years, the batting does worry me, but with Hants games rarely producing draws, the title charge still on with the rule changes. 3 points for a draw being reduced. That's a good point, Richard. As Abbott over the wicket then. 3 slips in. Leaning faces him, takes a step down to the South African and defends it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Anxious to catch up on these. Ben from Bearstead. Dear all, 2 years of poor first-class performances, but 2 years of great white ball performances. Surely this means a white ball double this year, or am I being too wishful? Never too wishful, Ben. I'm loving that from you. The positivity. Doing the double. Blast and one-day cup. I think we'd all settle for that, would we, Ben? Yeah, not sure. We'd like a little bit, from a Kent point of view, improvement in form in the 4-day stuff. Leaning blocks that one out from Abbott. There's no run. Where are we? Oliver on the emails as well. He says, hope you're having a better time watching the cricket than I am listening, but we're clearly missing a piece to the puzzle. I personally think Robinson was that piece. Oh, sorry, yes, it's headed in capitals. Come back, Ollie Robinson, please, says Oliver. I personally think Robinson was that piece. He just looked so good last season. Many Kent fans miss him, of course. Now at Durham, you can check around the grounds. I think that's the end of the squealing. Here's, not from Oliver, no, of course. Here's Abbott, left by leaning outside the off stump. A blitz of emails here, keen to get through them all. Will on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. Avid Hampshire fan here, he says, working from home today in Winchester, currently ill with COVID. Good luck, hope you get well soon there, Will. So it's great to have the live stream on the side to make the working day go faster. So you're working and you've got COVID. Crikey, and you're listening to the commentary. That's multitasking. Well, I hope you get better soon. Here's Abbott to leaning. Oh, strikes him up on the thigh pad again. I think he's just shortened his length once again, Abbott, as it comes back at leaning and almost chops him in half. Good to see the weather has held out, says Will, after a horrible start of the week. It's also nice to have Weatherly back in the side. Took a good catch this morning as well, after what feels forever since he last put on the whites in the championship. Feel for Felix Organ after what was a decent championship campaign from last year. He struggled to get going this season. Thank you for your compliments on the commentary. Looking forward to seeing how this game plays out over the next few days. All the best, Will. Well, thank you very much for that. Ralph in France. We get continental here. Ooh la la. On kentcricket@gmail.com. Oh, it's a great ball from Abbott. Feeling for that one. Outside his off stump was leaning. Rehearses the defensive shot through to the wicketkeeper. No run. 26 for 2. Kent. Ralph from France. What in the name of jumping Jehoshaphat, he says, is that noise being picked up? He says it sounds like a bagpiper doing circular breathing. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, it's got a hint of the bagpipes. Hampshire fan, he says, could you confirm Hants 11, assuming Weatherly for Organ? Indeed. You're absolutely right. I'll go through the entire 11 in a second.
Barker for Prest as well.
Oh, Barker for Prest. There we go. Thank you very much. Those are the 2 changes. Mash said Patrick Hewitt right on it. So that defended by leaning. An ooh and an ah from Kyle Abbott. 26 for 2. Maiden for him. 2 overs, 1 maiden, and none for 1. So yeah, answered your question there perfect. Did Mash. Weatherly for Organ. Barker in for Prest as well. So it's Weatherly, Middleton, Gubbins, Vince, Brown, Dawson, Holland, Fuller, Barker, Abbott and Abbas. And Kent have already lost Compton for none, Crawley for 7, Mieye and Leaning not out, 9 and 10 respectively. Billings to come, we expect him to bat at 5. He's given up the gloves to Jordan Cox, who is due to bat at 6. Everson, Stewart, Agar, Kadri and Hogan for them. A little bit of cloud cover here. Hampshire won't mind that at all, as long as the rain stays off to help them with the ball. Abbas to Mieye, up on his toes again. He's forced that shot through cover or through point, but ends up with Fletcher Middleton. Dot ball. What are you made of? I suppose Kent's rearguard action in the last half hour.
I mean, ultimately they're playing the situation right now, having lost the first 2 wickets for no more than 12 runs on the board, and it feels silly to say that they're forming a partnership if 14 runs can be deemed on, but it's about the amount of balls they've taken thus far.
There's Abbas to Mieye now. It's right behind that one on the slight walk towards Abbas. Gives to Mieye a bit of a look. There we are, 26 for 2. A couple of dot balls, but scoring shots have been rare, haven't they? But,
yeah.
I mean, it's obviously that's in complement to the Hampshire attack as well, the way they're testing them.
Yeah, and I think the best way for certainly Kent fans and obviously Hampshire fans listening, but from a Kent perspective, I would say that the best way to look at it is there's been less chances presented to the Hampshire fielders by Leanin and Mieye.
3 slips in once again. There's some Abbas on the back foot there. Lovely drive from Mieye on the up as well. That is a glorious shot through extra cover, as good as anything we've seen today. Well, I'm not sure if it rivals the cover drive he hit a couple of overs ago, but perhaps we'll give them equal billing. He's on to 13. He hits the ball beautifully.
Yeah, that was a fantastic punch off the back foot there.
Again, taking that on the up, that shows really great timing from Mieye, who's out to impress. Solid grey above us now as Abbas to Mieye. Defends that back past the bowler, there's no run. Well, perhaps a little gaps in the cloud, but it is grey coming across. But if we can just skirt this, if this brings us no rain, we might be okay.
Yeah, this is the key part of the day regarding stoppages. If it doesn't happen in the next half hour, I think that's it. We're fine for the rest of the day.
We should be...
Don't hold me to what I just said there.
He's a brave man. Talk about Mieye batting positively. Mash St Patrick Hewitt coming out with a bold declaration on the weather already. Here's Abbas then to Mieye. Oh, it's inside part of the bat there, scoots out towards square leg. I won't say inside edge, but wasn't where he was looking to play it. He was looking to play straight, I think, 31 for 2. But again, for the batters, this, and for the bowlers, I suppose, this may be the most difficult part of the day to bat in from what we've seen from the forecast. Yeah,
and just looking at that that last ball there by Abbas, I think that's what makes Hampshire so good, in so much as you can have the great punch that Mieye just had, and then 2 balls later Abbas is testing the technique again. They're not going to give you many freebies, if any.
Yeah, these bowlers won't be shaken by a couple of 4 balls. That's a lovely shot again on the up. This one's square of the wicket on the offside. Standing and delivering. That is a beautiful shot from Tawanda Mieye. And they go on to 35 for 2, 14 for him, 14 for Leaning. So in the woe Kent have had this morning, they've had a little bit of excitement, the supporters here as well. We've seen him in fits and start. You know, he's been trying to break his way for an extended spell, I suppose, to Mieye into this side, and there's a lot of promise there. But I have to say, shots like that, some authority against a really, really good bowler.
Yeah, it's that age-old thing in sport where a young player in any discipline, any sport, they're only going to learn through exposure at some point, and it's about Kent handling that kind of delicate transition for him and deciding when's the point they give him that full run.
A drop in temperature now as well here at Canterbury. As Leaning gets forward to that one, low into the offside, and there's no run. Vocal side though, Hampshire. So Kent always, in comparison, I think, to most other sides, a little bit quieter in the field, but Hampshire not afraid to get behind their bowlers. 34 for 2 then. I thought there's a... Sorry, I was thinking...
Sorry, something I just wanted to discuss. We haven't discussed. I'll come back to it after this ball.
Sure. I wonder if they will put the lights on sooner rather than later. As Abbott bowls to Leaning. Again, he's trying to push forward. At a point, no run.
You spoke to Sam Billings, and you didn't. The conversation wouldn't have been about this, but the decision to give the gloves to Cox.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, that's a very interesting one. We are actually talking to him at the end of the day's play as well. And but having been given literally, and understandably, because he had things to do, Sam Billings, this morning, which I was slightly taking the mickey out of my radio colleagues, who was like, can we have him at 11:15? No, you can't. 34 for 2. Well, I suppose we could have done. He's in the dressing room at the moment, but he's probably got other things on his mind. Defended the offside, 34 for 2. It is a very interesting decision, and it'll be fascinating to know the discussion that's had there. Sam Billings is not the sort of character to how can I put that, jealously guard the gloves because he wants to do it and not do what's best for the team. It feels to me like they're shaking things up because it hasn't worked.
Right, yeah.
Jordan Cox has stated his intention to be a wicket keeper if he wants to be a keeper for, if he can, the whole of his career. So Abbott to Leaning, just defends that on the walk again. There's no run. Billings hasn't been in great form with the bat. Perhaps it's a little bit too much going on in his mind with keeping as well and captaincy. Perhaps he just wants to move up the order as well, because he was batting at 7. So yeah, it feels, I'd have to say, from a Kent point of view, it's a very positive thing to do, not to just let yourself get stuck in the same behaviours almost. But
yeah,
you've got 2 excellent wicket keepers there, and one of them's the captain. That is a tricky choice, isn't it? And it has to come with the agreement, obviously, of the skipper. As Abbott bowls to Leaning. That's a crisp shot, but it's straight at the man at cover. So worst for that shot, but Nick Gubbins is absolutely in the right place. So good field placement, 34 for 2. But yeah, I guess there have been must have been some pretty honest conversations, I suppose, about how on earth we're going to get forward here. But yeah, but as our correspondent Oliver said, Ollie Robinson has left because he couldn't muscle his way to become #1 keeper for Kent, and that was a very difficult decision for the county as well. As Abbott to always an edge past 3rd slip though. It's beaten Weatherly, and that'll go for 4. So what Leaning has done, soft hands, is kept it low enough that it's not flown at a catchable height for Weatherly, though to be fair, he would have had to spring a long way to his right to catch that one, even if it had been sort of mid-height. But 38 for 2.
Yeah, I think that died just to the right of him and in front of him. Would have produced an extraordinary dive to get close to that.
But a definite edge, so more encouragement. Games around the country. Warwickshire Essex hasn't started yet. Start delayed there at Edgbaston by the weather. Inspection at 1:10 Somerset have had a wretched start to the season. They're 19 for 3 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Almost unsurprisingly, it was Lancashire that won the toss there and put Somerset in at that score. Just checking elsewhere. Middlesex 58 for 1 against Surrey at the Oval. Surrey won the toss there. Northamptonshire, as it's Fuller to bowl now to Mieye, again getting forward well into the offside, and fielded by Gubbins. No run. At Wantage Road, Nottinghamshire won the toss and elected to field as well. There's a pattern emerging here around the country. 36 for 1 Northants. Into Division 2 at Chestler Street. Yorkshire have chosen to bat against Durham. They're 27 for 1. No play so far between Derbyshire and Gloucestershire. And Fuller to Mieye. Again, he has just steered that through the offside. It's going at a rate. It'll be stopped by Middleton. It's another very confident shot into the offside, and he'll get a comfortable 2. He moves on to 19. Kent 40 for 2. And I've left the most calamitous until last, I think. Worcestershire at Cardiff are 28 for 5, having been put into bat by Glamorgan. No play so far at Leicestershire against Sussex. So mostly around the country. As, the lights are on now. Fuller bowls to Mieye. Backward defensive. Very correct, that one. Holds the pose. Looks down at the bat, down at his toes. Up at where the ball's finished. And there's no run. But again, a really positive shot from Mieye. Second ball there.
He's looked very strong on the offside today.
But if Hampshire can exploit these conditions as well as the strength of their bowling lineup and get him all leaning, I'll be very pleased indeed in short order. But just settles on that one, guides it down to a backward point as Mieye, and takes himself a single. 41 for 2. 22-year-old batter. Was Wisdom School's Cricket of the Year. Now, that'll be 3 years ago now, when he was picked by Kent. A couple of Kent players on the school coaching staff at Eastbourne College. Didn't hurt, I don't think. They smuggled him over the border from Sussex to play his cricket at Kent. Fuller turns, 5th ball of his first over. It's 1-2 leaning. See, swings and misses outside the off stump. It's not a great delivery, and it's a pretty horrid looking shot as well from Leaning, who hasn't moved his feet, has swung at that one outside the off stump. It's perhaps fortunate he's not got an edge on it.
Yeah, disastrous sequence of cricket there.
That's a beautiful phrase. Beautifully described by Patrick Hewitt there. There we go. We're here to lift the standard of play, if only from the commentary box. Here's a Fuller to leaning up on his toes on the back foot, trying to emulate Mieye almost and club it through the offside, but hasn't got all of that, and there's no run. 41 for 2. More emails coming in as well. Great to hear from you all. Kevin James will be joining Mash and Patrick Hewitt very shortly. Updated BBC Radio Kent listeners right now, though. Kent digging in a little bit. Cloudy skies now, Steve. Big dark clouds above us, floodlights on, and Kent 41 for 2. Might suit the mood, perhaps, of some of the Kent supporters, having seen Ben Compton, who's been fantastic so far this season, go for none, and Crawley for 7 in an opening salvo by Mohammed Abbas and Keith Barker in this excellent Hampshire bowling attack. Kent bottom of the table, hoping for a win, or at least a positive draw between these two sides, but a lot to do under the cloudy skies at the moment. One real shining light, if I may use that phrase. Tawanda Mieye, promoted from the second 11 because he's hit 100 after 100 for them already this season, is looking imperious from his 20 from 33 balls. Still being tested at the moment by Kyle Abbott, the South African international, but the youngster, 22 years old, has looked very, very good so far. Fingers crossed he can stay there from a Kent point of view. Commentary continuing by the BBC Sport website and app. As Abbott bowls to him. I thought the commentator's curse was just going to step in immediately there, of course. I'd talk him out, but it hasn't happened. He defends that away. Kevin James will be with you at the end of the over. I just lost one headphone there. Can you hear through both headphones at the moment, Mash?
All good, all good. You're coming through loud and clear.
It might be my ears, you know, but that's a worrying thought. But Abbott rather, from this end, Fuller from the other. Abbas and Barker have the other wickets to fall so far. Some emails coming through. Oh, dogs at grounds. Thank you, Oliver. Replying to that. Oh, it's a lovely shot as well. Steered through the offside. Maybe didn't get all of it, Mieye, but it's gone like a rocket forward of square on the offside. It's no more than a push, that, is it? 24 he moves on to. And that is his 4th. Yeah, it's his 4th boundary as well. He's hit some lovely shots so far.
Yeah, I just wonder if that caught a bit of the outside edge. I'm going to watch this replay again just to double check that, but I don't think he caught it flush, so to speak. But either way, he's looked in very good nick.
Yeah, it's got all the way along the ground as well. 45 for 2, leaves it outside the off stump. He hasn't gone to go attacking shot after attacking shot though either, has he? And I think in his first couple of years at Kent, that's the one criticism you've had, is just learning how to pace his innings. As you said, he couldn't have much a tougher test than this with this Hampshire bowling quartet under cloudy skies here at Canterbury so far. 45 for 2. As it's Abbott and to Mayeye. What a shot that is. That is driven away through the covers, through extra cover. He has hit that very, very hard. There was a shout, I think, from Abbott. Has he gone a bit full there, he's thinking? But Mayeye has absolutely larruped that along the ground for 4.
Yeah, no, there was a shout of catch. No one's catching that.
Oh, it was catch, was it? Crikey.
Well, I think that's what I heard, but...
yeah, it's quite possible. Yeah, it wasn't uppish for long, put it that way.
No.
And it wasn't near a fielder. Apart from that, it was an absolute opportunity. 49 for 2.
Just got to be careful here, though, not to get carried away.
I absolutely agree. As Abbott bowls to him, leaves it outside the off stump, exactly what Kent needed. 8 off the over, 49 for 2. Mayeye on 28, leaning for 14. Still advantage Hampshire, of course, on this first morning, having taken the 2 openers. I'll leave you with words from Mash and Patrick Hewitt, and I'll be replaced by Kevin James.
Yes, so if you're just joining us, whether you're watching on the stream or you're listening to us on the BBC Sports website or app, Kent are currently 49 for 2. Earlier in the day's play, Ben Compton was the first to go off the bowling of Mohammed Abbas, caught Weatherly for a duck, and Zach Crawley went LBW off the bowling of Keith Barker for 7. But at the moment, Jack Leanin and Tawanda Mayeye are putting on quite a good partnership here to keep Kent in the game. And that first ball by Fuller, a little bit of a tentative prod outside the off stump by Jack Leanin, and that goes through to the keeper. No run. And that applause you can hear is the Kent 50 has come up. There was no run there, so I think the scoreboard just coming up to speed with the Kent 50. And Fuller again comes in, and Leading's able to steer that one down, and the man comes in off the boundary, and they get 1 run there.
Hello, Michelle.
Yes, how are you doing?
I'm good. Yes, good start from Hampshire, but Kent are coming back.
Yes, Tawanda Mayeye and Jack Leanin have dug in, I think is the best way to describe what's happened over the last half hour, and Mayeye has looked in fantastic touch. And Fuller comes back in for the third ball, and well, having just said that Mayeye looks in fantastic touch, he goes for he goes for a booming drive outside the off stump. Can't get anything on that, and that goes through to the keeper. No run.
I've just been handed some emails, because actually the beauty about the only email that we've given out is that Matt's the only one that can get hold of them.
Yeah, I've always wondered that.
He likes to be in control, Matt. He's a bit of a control freak, and there's proof.
And Fuller back in again, and that's a forward defensive there from Mayeye out into the covers, and again no run there.
So kentcricket@gmail.com is the one we're using. I know we've all got other emails, but we'll just use this one, Michelle. You can help me read some of these out. You were talking about dogs at grounds?
Yes, so Matt had just got to that email as he changed. I'm intrigued to know about the dogs at grounds, I should say.
Right, we'll come a bit more of that at the end of this over then. I don't own a dog, I don't care.
Again, just outside the off stump there by James Fuller, but Mayeye shoulder arms that one. Shouts of ooh and ah by the Hampshire slip fielders, but I don't think Mayeye is worried about that.
So Oliver King, who's an operations clerk and customs clearance in Dover. Wow. He says, might not be a county ground, but Saltwood Ground in Hythe, Kent, is home of 2 of the biggest German shepherds I've ever seen. They frequently torment away fielders as the ball sails over their heads into the garden.
Ooh, that ball. Oh, well. Mayeye has been giving out LBW there, Kevin, and it took a long while for the umpire to put the finger up. Fuller's got one to nip back in at Mayeye. I've got questions about that on height, but let's look at that on the replay again. And Mayeye has had to go for 28 LBW, James Fuller.
Well, that's a big wicket as well, the way Muyeye's playing. Fuller does it again. It looks fairly high, I have to say, but as we keep saying here, it's never a big bouncing wicket, and you do run the risk when you get wrapped on the pad. It looked high, but I think Muyeye's made a bit of a mistake there, but that is a classy 28 from the Zimbabwe.
Yeah, that one kind of caught me. I think that's caught everybody by surprise, that particular wicket, maybe because of how long it took the umpire to make the decision.
Have you had a look at it?
Yeah, I'm looking on the replays. There's even an argument it might be outside the line. I'm not saying it's the wrong decision. I'm just saying there are certainly some question marks about that one.
Well, yeah, I agree. There is probably, you could probably argue either way on that one. Even so, I think for Muyeyi and the way he was playing, I don't think, for me it was a slightly extravagant shot. You know, he's been playing nice and straight, both on the front foot and on the back foot. For me there, he just got a little careless, just a fraction careless. You know, sometimes when you're playing as well as he is, we've mentioned it several times, the sheer amount of runs he's been scoring in the second 11, and the way he started here, he probably, you can get carried away.
And it wouldn't, just before Matt Cole departed, I think we were just saying in that previous over, he'd hit 2 spanking 4s, and it was just relax.
Yeah.
But he might have got caught up in the moment a bit with that type of shot. But also what's interesting is the Hampshire fielders didn't go up vociferously. It was an inquiry, but it wasn't a vociferous shout for LBW.
No, I agree. Sometimes, you know, this sounds silly, but a batter can be at their most vulnerable when they actually feel very good at the crease.
The last ball of the over, and Fuller's back in again. Ooh, and that one skewers through the man at that backward point there. He's able to cut that off before he goes for a boundary. They come back for 2, and that's Sam Billings. Sam Billings, I should point out, who's new to the crease, and he gets off the mark with 2 runs, and that's the end of James Fuller's over. It's a breakthrough in his second over of the innings. Kent are now 54 for 3, and Kevin James has arrived at the commentary booth and bought a wicket for Hampshire. I'm sure he is delighted.
Yeah. What are you saying? That means I've got to stay here. I'd be happy to if they can keep taking wickets. So, yeah, 3 down. It's very overcast at the moment. Julian Hagger has emailed you can do silentcricket@gmail.com, but we're going with kentcricket@gmail.com for this game. So we're nicking Matt's phone. So right on the pad, that looks very, very close. Start of a new over there from Kyle Abbott against Jack Leaning. He's on the front foot, but he's playing around it. Now that wasn't going over.
That was closer than the one that was out.
I couldn't agree more with you, Machel. Yes, we're not on a great angle, but sometimes you can just tell. Even Kyle Abbott, walking back to his mark, thinks that that's close. You can just tell with his body language. If you're watching the live stream, keep an eye on that. Mate, just to get outside the off stump, Machel.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look at the replay on that one, but on first viewing, there was a strong shout there.
It certainly was. Yeah, I'll come to Julian Hagger's email in a moment as Kyle Abbott starts his run up again, runs away from us and bowls to Leaning. Leaning just taps it away on the leg side and wants to get away from the strike, seemingly, just to get away from the heat for a moment, just signalling to the batter at the other end that may just have come back up the hill. Kent move on to 55 for 3. So Julian says, I'm a Hampshire fan, but all my family support Kent, so I spend many a day down at the St Lawrence ground in my youth. Great place to watch cricket, says Julian. And watching the live stream from the island of Menorca in the Balearics, yeah, we do know where that is, where we're due to host the annual Balearic Cup this weekend. So please could you wish all the teams taking part, that's Menorca, Ibiza and Mallorca, the best of luck. Certainly can, yeah. That sounds quite fun, actually. If you want a couple of days away, that would have been good fun, watching a bit of cricket. Typically you've managed to pick the only weekend where the weather isn't looking great, as that's turned away on the leg side by Billings. Good stop there at mid-wicket by Fuller. Un saludo, says Julian. That's obviously a Spanish term, which I'm not familiar with, and probably nobody is the way I've said that. So good luck with the Balearics Cup.
So I watched the replay of that Abbott delivery. I think that was out.
Do you think so? Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you, I have to say. Dean Franks has also emailed kentcricket@gmail.com. Dean says, as Abbott comes in again, 55 for 3 Kent. It's Sam Billings forward to Abbott, pushes that up to middle. It was so sad to see that Kent let Darren Stevens go. Does anybody know what he's doing now? Did I see him? Is he doing some part-time coaching with the South East Stars? Did I see at Beckenham the other day? Hang on, Matt's mouthing. St Lawrence and Highland Court in the Kent Premier League. Thank you very much. That's what he's doing at the moment. So he can't stop, can he? He can't let it go. What is he now? Nearly 47. And they love a 40-odd-year-old down here. Of course, get it down. Stevens go getting Michael Hogan. We have to have a 40-odd-year-old here at Kent. That's outside the off stump and left alone by Billings. Goes through to Ben Brown. Just one more here quickly. Andy Pye. KentCricket@gmail.com. How unbeatable are Surrey, he says. Thanks for the broadcast. I've mixed loyalties, having been brought up in Essex and playing my cricket in Kent. The Essex game is delayed, so I'm enjoying the cricket from Canterbury. Just wanted to pick up on your point about Surrey. Essex came close to beating them with a decent first innings lead, and Surrey, well, they were hanging on for a draw. It's been 7 down at the end. So can it be done? The game was rain affected, so if it had got the full 4 days, it might have been different, says Andy. As Abbott bowls, Billings forward, pushes that out towards extra cover, end of the over, 55 for 3 Kent. It looked a good game actually at one stage, didn't it, over there? Was it Chelmsford, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just want to give a bit of a weather update here. So although it's always hard to tell with Canterbury, so on to the west of the commentary booth, it's clear skies, but we can also see the beginnings of droplets on the commentary booth window. So whereas to the east of the commentary booth, we can see dark clouds. Matt Cole is, of course, the expert in these parts.
Worry. Yeah, has that sort of gone over our left shoulder, that dark cloud? I think it's been slowly but surely doing that, I think.
And James Fuller is back in for a new over, and that one is left alone outside the off stump. Ben Brown collects no run.
So 3 wickets to fall. Ben Compton for no score. Zach Crawley for 7. They were 2 big wickets for Hampshire to get in the first 20 minutes. And Tawanda Mayeye, who you wouldn't normally say was a big wicket, but the way he was playing, you have to include him in that bracket.
Yeah. Up until his dismissal, he didn't look in any trouble whatsoever.
No.
Fuller back in again and again outside the off stump. And Brown takes nice carry to that delivery. No run.
Just a little earlier, we were mentioning about the Hampshire team. Tom Prest, who was named in the Hampshire 12, was of course playing in the second 11 currently. I mean, it's not unknown for players to be pulled out of second 11 matches, but Prest, who had a couple of games with Hampshire when Keith Barker was injured, has not really impressed with the bat, so he's made way. That's a push by Leaning out on the offside, and that is a single. Takes Leaning on to 17, and Billings is back on strike with James Fuller in the middle of his third over here. Hampshire winning the toss earlier this morning and deciding to bowl first. Looks a good decision at the moment. Organ and Prest making way for Weatherly and Barker. A couple of changes in the Kent side as well. They had a week off last week.
Looks like, based on the lineup for today's match, looks like they probably had a bit of a dressing room heart-to-heart as well. And that ball from Fuller is also outside the off stump, left alone by Sam Billings, and there's no run. I think I can start to see some rain. I could be mistaken, Kevin, but can you? Is that rain I'm starting to see outside my window?
Yeah, you could be you could be right. If it isn't, it's very. Oh look, yeah, look at the ground staff to the right.
The ground staff.
You're right, Mashal. Spot on. They say. Didn't realise I'd said that.
So we may get only a couple more balls, as the ground staff are definitely prepped to run on at some point. James Fuller approaches again. Ooh, and soft hands from Sam Bill in there as it guides that down to, was that third slip or fourth slip? Maybe gully. Fourth slip, I should say.
Yeah, there's plenty of rain on that window before in front of you now.
The ground staff are definitely prepped, or prime, I should say.
Prepped and primed.
One more ball left of James Fuller's over. And he comes in and wraps Sam Billings on the pad, and that's given LBW as well. And James Fuller has struck again. It's another LBW. And yeah, I think that's a good shout. I think Billings got forward, he's wrapped on the pads, and there was no hesitation by the umpire there to send Sam Billings on his way, and he has to go for 2. And just as it looks like the covers are due to come on, Kent are 52 for 4. Or was it 53? Sorry, 56 for 4. My apologies.
Yeah, that looks out. I have to say, he is forward, but not very far. And again, he's not going over the top. He's in line, wicket to wicket. And Fuller again. He was a bit expensive in the second innings against Warwickshire last week. I mean, he is prone to that, but less and less that happens with him now. You know, he's become a very, very sort of, you know, a bowler that you know almost now know what you're going to get from him, and you never would have said about that him about that 2 seasons ago. He's a lot more accurate, and I think the umpires have waved the covers on. I think that will make Sam Billings feel even worse.
Will be livid with himself. The covers now come on as soon as his dismissal has happened. Sorry, the players now walk off with Kent 56 for 4. If you've just joined us, earlier in the day, within the first 20 minutes of play, Ben Compton fell for a duck off the bowling of Mohammed Abbas, caught Weatherly. Zach Crawley followed shortly afterwards, LBW to Keith Barker for 7, and just in the last 10 to 15 minutes, after Tawanda Mayeye and Jack Leanin had put on somewhat of a recovery for Kent, Mayeye has fallen LBW to James Fuller, and Sam Billings, the Kent captain, has fallen just before the rain has come down. LBW for 2, and this has very much been Hampshire's morning, Kevin James.
Yes, it certainly has, and the conditions suited them. That's why they put Kent in the first place. But you've still got to put the ball in the right areas, and Hampshire have certainly done that. And you know, with a team that's generally lacking in a bit of confidence with the bat, as Hampshire are as well, that it was always going to be difficult. Jack Leaning, I think, looks very good. I've always liked Jack Leaning. I think when him and Mayeye were batting together, I quite like watching. I don't know about you, Michelle. I think they've both got very good techniques.
Yeah.
I've always liked watching Jack Leaning in the middle. I just don't think he's ever scored the runs that he should have done. But he technically is very, very good, and he's looked good out there. You know, basically, if you've got a good technique, you're okay out there.
Yeah.
But if you're just slightly lacking in confidence, not quite sure of your footwork, you're not quite you know, getting as far forward as you should be, then you always run the risk, and that's what's happened. 3 of the 4 wickets that have fallen have been LBWs, and that probably just about sums up the conditions. With, again, not a lot of bounce out there, so with the ball just nipping, just showing a little bit, then the ball wrapping the pad is always going to be a difficult one for the batters. I think we'll take a bit of a break, actually. Matt's the man in charge. He's not looking at me. Yes, we are going to take a bit of a break. So with the players off and Kent at 56 for 4, we'll take a break. I'm not sure how long it'll be. I don't think it'll be too long, but as soon as there's play, we'll be right back.
do the batters and fielders of both sides. Jack Leaning, 17 from 45, has had to dig in for Kent as best he can. Jordan Cox goes out there. He'll be keeping wicket for Kent in this match. He'll be hoping he's not keeping wicket for a while yet because he'll want to build a big innings. He's not had a great summer with the bat so far. Hampshire will be very pleased indeed. Kevin James lost a bit of time, I suppose, to the weather. But Hampshire have had 19 overs. Bowlers have got to put their feet up for a bit, come roaring in this afternoon in the sunshine as well.
Well, ideal, wasn't it, really? Abbas bowled 7 overs, nice little bit of a rest. Different conditions now. We've virtually got total blue sky above us. I'm not sure it's going to stay like that for the rest of the day. But even so, totally different conditions. A wetter outfield. It'll be interesting to see how the ball behaves in terms of when it rolls over the outfield a few times. But even so, you still expect the ball to be moving around a little bit, don't you?
You do indeed. Are you hearing yourself okay
I
there?
am hearing myself
That's
okay.
fine. Something's happening in my... I keep thinking it must be my ears, but I think it's my headphones, so...
Need to get that olive oil out again.
I think I do. This is weird. It's a different headset as well, so I'm assuming it must be my ears, but I'm hoping everyone can hear us fine.
I can hear you loud and clear, believe me. Believe me, I can hear you loud and clear.
You poor man, I know exactly what you're saying.
While you're doing that, shall I get underway?
You.
Keith Barker with Ben Brown standing up as Jack Leaning pushes that out into the covers. A few areas of the square, especially to the left, have been covered with some sawdust on some of the bare ends, but other than that, it doesn't look too bad out there. It's that rain just hung and hung around. It wouldn't move away. And what we all thought might be just a shower before lunch turned out to be, as it's pushed out on the offside, turned out to be 34 overs worth, including lunch and tea of a shower. So I don't think you can call that a shower. I think you have to call that as proper rain.
Yeah, but deluge, I don't know. But yeah, it was real rain.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say. Yeah,
just kept going, didn't it? It just never stopped. But here's Barker again. He's round the wicket, left arm, picked up his 500th wicket, first class earlier. As that's pushed out square on the offside when he got Zach Crawley LBW for 7. 500 first class wickets, that's a few. Been a great performer. Only picked up 3 wickets this season. He has missed a couple of games, but hasn't quite got in the groove that he was in last year. Have I got your earphones? Or these mine? These are mine. No, these are mine. Here's Barker again. Oh, he's playing a missing. That bounced a bit. Ben Brown wasn't able to take that cleanly because he just bounced up around the chest region from a length. Leaning's playing a missing. The score remains on 56 for 4.
well, that sounds better.
Does it?
To me, anyway. Yeah. But
I'm all right, I think.
The meters are just stuck here, I think. So
are they?
Anyway, yeah, not quite sure. Anyway, sorry. It's a technical talk. But I hope you can hear us at home and on the stream, etc.
Left alone outside of the off stump. I don't know. I can't hear any effects in my ears, but I don't know if that's a bit better. Yeah, maybe I should just do that anyway. That'll help.
All right.
Maybe maybe it's playing up a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it's not had much use today. It needs.
It's just It's a bit of an oddity. I was going to say, give us a shout if you can't hear us, but that doesn't really work, does it? Because if you can't hear us, you wouldn't be able to reply. So
it's weird, isn't it?
So
forward is Leaning. That's out into the covers, and that's a maiden to get us back underway.
I think I might have, Well, it's come to the end of the football season as well for this my faithful kit, so I might have to take it in for a bit of TLC. They'll put it up on the ramp, the engineers, they'll tut and suck through their teeth. What you been doing with this then? Have you been taking this outside, they'll ask. I have indeed.
If it sounds normal to everybody, it'd be nice to get a tweet at Sun Sport.
It would, yes,
or where were you?
At BBC Kent Sport.
Oh, yeah. Just let us know. Just let us know we sound normal. Actually, that'll be a first.
I was going to say, if you've heard us before, it's the same quality it was then, if that makes sense. Yeah. Here is Mohammed Abbas then bowling to Jordan Cox. He leaves that as his first ball faced and through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. Not a great summer so far, Jordan Cox with the bat. Made a single figure score against Nottinghamshire, 17 and 29 against Warwickshire. Just the 27 against Essex, then a duck and a 6 in that game against Middlesex. He wasn't the only one, though, that struggled with the bat at Lords, that's for sure. Like to be above among the runs. Gets to take the gloves for this one. Wicket keeper leaves that one outside the off stump. It's coming back at him a little bit from Mohammed Abbas. He's bowling his first over after the resumption. And there is no run.
Neil Monnery, thank you. Says all coming through fine.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, thank you, Neil. Yeah, he had a good season last year, didn't he? Jordan Cox averaged 45. Yeah. Just over 900 runs. Pretty decent.
Just hasn't... hasn't started this one, but I said he's not alone. They've had problems with their batting, Kent. Been a little bit brittle. Looking to fight back from here as Abbas to Jordan Cox. Crikey, everything is in line there from the wicket-keeper batsman. Very much forward defensive. 3 slips in behind him. And but yeah, I'm glad here everyone is... Oh, okay, so now the kit appears to have got back in touch with us. So I'm just giving coded message to Kevin James, really. It seems to be 5 from this end again. Here's Abbas outside the off stump to Jordan Cox through the wicketkeeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, well, it looks all right. Looks as though it's all working fine.
I think that's what it's supposed to do.
Of us, yeah. Maybe just got stuck a little bit.
Yeah. Like some rain in it, maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Hope not.
No.
Shouldn't have got.
We would hope not. Jack Leaning just doing some stretches at the far end and on striker's end in the sunshine. Updating BBC Radio Kent radio listeners now. Abbas coming down the side slope. Yeah, cricket has broken out on the first day of this match between Kent and Hampshire. We had a lot of rain, about 3 hours worth of it, or 3 hours off the field. Kent 56 for 4, and the time they did have to bat this morning, it really didn't go very well for them. Compton and Crawley going for single figures. Tawandabe he made an attractive 28 on his seasonal debut, having been promoted from the second 11, but Sam Billings, the Kent captain, went just before the rain came down for just 2. So Kent's task here, this Hampshire bowling attack is very potent indeed, not least Mohammed Abbas, who's bowling right now, the leading wicket taker in this Division 1. They need to stonewall just to keep their wickets intact and score runs to get themselves back in this first day. It's very much so far belonged to Hampshire and to the weather. We've got 41 overs remaining in the day now, with Kent 56 for 4 and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Thank you to Goober Fox, who's emailed. He says the audio is unimpeded. I wouldn't go so far as to say you sound normal.
Yeah, but that's just about par, I would say, for us, isn't it? So
never
certainly for me.
Yeah. Thanks for the commentary, though, he says at the end, or she says. It could be either. Here's Barker around the wicket once more from our commentary end. The pavilion end comes in and bowls, and that's a late decision to leave that one by Jack Leaning. And it's still 56 for 4. We've had 2 maidens since we resumed. Quite accurate bowling from the 2 that are operating at the moment. Barker this morning, as I said earlier, picked up his 500th first-class wickets at Crawley LBW. Mo Abbas picked up the first wicket of the morning with Ben Compton caught in the slips. No score, Ben Compton. That's a bonus for Hampshire.
Yeah, crikey. That's
turned away by Leaning. Slightly straighter ball there from Barker. Goes down to fine leg. One-handed pick-up down there by Abbas. That'll be just a single, so the first runs of the resumption of play. Incredible, all that amount of time. We lost just 34 overs in the day.
Yeah, because they got the breaks in, didn't they? Well timed by the umpires, making sure to get as much playing time as we can. Kester on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. He says, you sound normal, which means mad, he says. In brackets, at least to my wife. All the best, Kester. Thank you, Kester. I think we know what you mean.
That was almost an invitation for people to say, you don't sound normal, you guys. That's a nice shot through mid-wicket by Jordan Cox. Just placed that really wide of mid-on, and they'll jog through for 2. Cox is off the mark. 59 for 4. Doesn't seem to be too much happening out there for the Hampshire bowlers at the moment.
Andy from Southampton was in touch earlier. Greetings from a very sunny Cyprus, 31 degrees. I mean, that's just too hot, Andrew, surely, isn't it? He says, enjoying the cricket so far. Not sure about that last wicket, though. Hope the light holds up, he says. Andy from Southampton.
Is that the Sam Billings LBW?
Yeah.
Fuller. Here's Barker. Forward is Cox. Place that up towards mid-on, just past the outstretched hand of Barker.
Could have been. That was 12:15, though. I'm catching up. Where are we? Enjoying the live stream on my phone on a bus through rural Wisconsin. Crikey. We're not going to beat that today, are we, for strange locations? 8 Technology Ground. Shout out for Ian Holland from his homeland. Fantastic. That's from Faithful Descent on that.
I was just going to say, that's Ian Holland country, where he was born. It's outside off stump, way outside off stump. This time Brown is standing back.
Ralph from France. James Fuller, undroppable since the beginning of last season, he says.
100%. First name, I think I said it somewhere along the line, first name on the team sheet for me. 59 for 4, the scoreboard is showing at the Nackington Road end as Barker comes in once more. Round the wicket, and again he's wide of off stump, and Cox leaves that one alone. Barker's completed 6 overs now, 1 for 17. Cox has 2, and Jack Leaning is 18 not out.
Gillingham have signed a player this afternoon. We got told off the other day for giving spoilers out of football matches, so I don't think this is a spoiler, is it? Here we are. Young Connor Masterson has signed from QPR.
Connor Masterson?
Yeah.
Never heard of him.
Well, there we go. Just thought I'd say over. Kent fans, are you football fans generally? There we go. Elsewhere around the country, where are they playing? Where are they not playing? Essex 53 for 2 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. As I feel just taking a while to settle here. Match delayed by rain at Old Trafford, with Somerset 109 for 4. Middlesex 166 for 2. They're going great guns, actually. We're 1 down for quite a long time in that one, but here's Abbas once again, left by Leaning. Does take a step forward. 18 he has. Cox has 2. Kent 59 for 4. So Middlesex 166 for 2 now at the Oval against Surrey. No one's going to beat Surrey, said Kevin James, the whole season. Northants 86 for 2 against Nottinghamshire.
What? No, it wasn't. Did I say that? What I meant was anybody that beats Surrey deserves to win the championship.
But you didn't think at this, from what you'd seen, that was very likely.
No, I don't
Fair
think so.
enough. Here's Abbas. High back lift from Leaning. Just moves across his stumps there. Through to the wicketkeeper. Comfortable leave in the end, or a confident leave, I should say. Yorkshire 190 for 5 against Durham at Chesterless Street. Just checking out for absent friends there, but certainly one. Ollie, am I allowed to say Ollie Robinson? I don't know. Waning and gnashing of teeth. Understandably.
Did he used to play here?
I gather he did, yes. Yeah, he is keeping wicket for them today. No Matt Milnes, though, in the Yorkshire side. I think he's been out with injury a couple of weeks. Anyway, moving on. Kevin James already told me off for mentioning Connor Masterson. That's outside the off stump. There's no run through to the wicket-keeper.
I'm sure that means a lot around the New Forest one.
Elsewhere in Division 2, just dropping in. If you want to mention any signings that any of your teams have made, but I suppose Premier League teams still playing, of course, aren't they? Bournemouth and Southampton.
2 or 3 games.
Yeah. Worcestershire 109 all out against Glamorgan, who are 88 for 2, eating up that first innings total already. And no play between Leicestershire and Sussex so far. Abbas too, Leaning. There's an approving murmur from the wicketkeeper and slips there for that ball from Abbas, but it's defended in the offside by Leaning. In very different conditions, I think it's fair to say, than when they left the field in gloom and falling rain. This is about as gorgeous as a spring day gets above us now. A little bit of cloud to our left we can see. I'm not sure. Some people were saying it was coming from that direction, which was a rarity here at Canterbury, towards the Aldover Road side. Shorter from Abbas. Leaning tries to pull it, I think. Doesn't get anything on it. There's a stifled appeal maybe for an under edge going through to the wicketkeeper, but nothing doing. Another dot ball for Abbas. He's already bowled 3 maidens in his 8.5 overs, 1 for 19. Great economy, very difficult to get away. And 1 ball to come of this 9th over.
Sorry, Lena's just taking 1 pace or 2 paces, isn't he, down the pitch to Abbas.
Yes, indeed, and does again, and defended back at the bowler who definitely tried some keepy-uppy there, definitely tried to stop it on the instep. It bounces out towards his shin. He lets the ball go where it is. Someone else can get that, quite right. He's doing all the effort. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 19 so far. Kent 59 for 4 here on BBC Radio Kent, on BBC Solent, and of course on the club's stream. Welcome wherever you're listening or watching. Matt Cole and Kevin James with you.
Yeah, Leaning sort of done that, hasn't he, a few times to Abbas already, earlier on today as well. 1 or 2 players have done that this year to him, actually. Here's Barker, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Jordan Cox. I think the one that did it the most effectively was Ollie Pope in the championship game at the Oval. Played absolutely superbly. Ollie Pope always gets runs against Hampshire. But on a wicket that was nibbling around, he used his feet against both Abbott and Abbas, actually. And it was very, very effective. Haven't really seen anybody do that to Abbas. Certainly not that regularly. That last ball, by the way, from Barker did actually go down the hill as he bowls again. That's still wide, though. I think Cox is going to have anything to do with that. Not at the moment, anyway.
Well, Barker's bowled here before, hasn't he? But the slope can be tricky. You've told us that before as a bowler, so.
6 for 53, didn't he? First innings here last year. Yeah, it is, and it's actually the end that you wouldn't expect to see a left-armer bowl. It's more the other end, isn't it, where the natural sort of slope brings the ball back in. But Barker doesn't seem to mind bowling this end, which naturally does take the ball away from the right-hander. He does bowl that ball quite regularly, actually. Again, that's wide, though. I think he likes this end probably because that sort of helps his ball. Obviously, the shape coming in and then just straighten or just going down the hill. He tends to bowl that ball a lot more than the one that comes into the right-hander. I think actually last year he might have bowled more overs this end than he did the far end. But I know a lot of left-armers always preferred that Nackington Road end. Who did you have that? Is it Bollinger? Doug Bollinger you had here for a while, the Aussie.
Absolutely right, yeah.
Left arm quick as Barker bowls, left alone. What end did he prefer bowling here, or what end did he predominantly? Because I actually remember him bowling both ends, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I don't think he had a favourite necessarily. No, he did both ends, but no, it's interesting. I don't think so, particularly. But like you, anecdotally, remember him bowling from both ends. I'm not sure there was a
preferred end. No, that's interesting. Looks like there's going to be a mother maiden here, or could be close to it. 2 balls left of this over as Barker runs away from us in the sunshine at Canterbury as Cox pushes that one back. That's not anywhere near out the middle of the bat. Ball makes its way back to Barker. Quite quiet this restart. There was a little bit more happening in the hour and 20 minutes play we had this morning, but this afternoon
positively boisterous, weren't they, Hampshire this morning? You could understand why as well. A lot of excitement out there.
There was. It's almost as if the break has sort of taken a bit of life out of the pitch. Not so much out of the game, out of the day. I don't know, it just seems very quiet at the moment as Barker runs in. That's edged. Oh, there's no gully. Went for the drive. It's in the air. And it went quite quickly down to third at the far end. That was a mistake there from Cox. He got away with it. Moves on to 6, 63 for 4.
Yeah, indeed. It was I won't say a chance, but certainly a thick edge from Jordan Cox. Just to weather the storm, Kent. I'm not sure how you get to parity with this, but I mean, if they could not lose any more wickets in the next 38 overs, that certainly would give them some kind of parity. But I think that would be a big ask against this Hampshire attack. But it's Hampshire's day so far, though, no doubt about that. Win the toss and making good on that. With Abbas now from the Nackington Road end. 2 steps down from Jack Leaning, and once again he's seen him coming as Abbas, and he's dug that in. And Leaning gets underneath it through the wicket-keeper.
I have to say, as I said about Ollie Pope, it was quite effective. You know, you could probably say that Abbas is of a pace that you can actually get down the pitch and get closer to the pitch of the ball. But now with Ben Brown standing up, that becomes a lot more difficult, of course. But you know, as I say, Pope and somebody else did it earlier on in the season a little bit, and yeah, Abbas struggles a bit against that.
Abbas too leaning. Defensive shot up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I'm trying to think if somebody did it in the Warwickshire game last week. Can't remember.
But he was doing it this end to Abbott as well, I think.
Yeah.
Just
if you can do it, I mean, you've obviously got to leave it until fairly late. You can't go too early.
yeah.
You don't want to be walking into a bouncer.
Certainly have to back yourself, don't you, on that? As much as that goes. Here is Abbas. Ooh, that one just got big on leaning, I think. He tried to get forward to that. That's a great delivery, though, wasn't it? Just a smidgen back of a length coming into the batter as well, into the body. And leaning just did what he could to see that one off. He did manage to defend himself as much as anything else. It was lovely delivery from Abbas, though. Testing Jack leaning. Doesn't feel like any of the batters are properly in on this. And there's Abbas balls. Oh, it's another great delivery. That's beaten him. Has that gone between bat and pad? Maybe just from his body language, like it might have kept a little bit low. Slightly obscured by the 3 slips with keeper up now, Ben Brown. Restricting leaning's movement. Just catching the replay of that one.
It's just gone up the hill a bit.
Yeah, just
good delivery that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the bounce, was there? It's just deceived Jack leaning a bit as he's trying to cut that one away. More from Abbas now down the leg side as he helped that on. It's sounded paddy. So too says umpire. Oh no, it's gone for buys there. Buys?
I think Brown must have got part of a glove on it.
Yeah, I thought it sounded like there was some kind of noise, maybe bat hitting pad as it went past Jack leaning. But whichever. They're through for 1, 6 for Cox, 18 for leaning, 64 for 4 Kent. Trying to rebuild after resuming after the rain break at 56 for 4. Abbas now bowls to Cox. He's taken a couple of steps down the pitch as well and just flicks that down to backward square to Keith Barker. That's where he fields. Takes a single at the end of the over. 65 for 4 Kent then in lovely sunshine now here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. We've seen enough rain here to last us many moons, I think, quite frankly.
I don't think it's a great forecast tomorrow, is it?
It's just looking gloomy tomorrow. Saturday and Sunday look beautiful. So Ben Wattsell sworn in for his first cricket commentary of the summer, and conditions will be lovely for him, and you know, I won't feel at all aggrieved having sat through what feels like about 4 months of rain.
Here's Barker then to Jordan Cox. That's full down the leg side. Taken by Ben Brown, who's standing back. Yeah, the over before where Cox was driving at that one, that's the ball that Barker's trying to bowl to get him to drive. Just going down the hill, that's why. There wasn't a lot of foot movement either from Cox. And that's why the ball's hurried off the bat in the air, catchable height. That one there, Barker's just trying to get it to come back in, started too straight. Here he is again. Full, driven up to mid-on to Abbott. They'll take a single. Abbott will throw at the bowler's end. Good judge of a single there from Jordan Cox. He moves on to 866 for 4. I suppose there's not been too much damage done in the game. 34 overs lost isn't too bad, but
it's a session effectively, isn't it?
It is a session,
yeah.
But you know, if we lose a bit of play tomorrow, and at the moment I think the forecast suggests we will lose something. I suppose then it starts to stack up the number of overs lost, and then it gets a little hard, doesn't it, to find a result. Here comes Barker again. Forward is leaning. I've not seen leaning have any ideas about coming down the wicket to Barker. I don't know.
No,
I can't think off the top of my head. Maybe I'm wrong, but interesting that Ben Brown's then decided to stand up.
Yeah, it's a good point. As I said, he did a few times to Abbott.
Yeah.
Which is brave.
Stands very tall, doesn't he, when he's addressing?
He does, yeah.
Well, when the bowler's running in, the bat's high above his head. Not sure I've seen him do that before. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Has he done that before?
Yeah, it's his
is it?
customary address,
Okay.
as it were. He's been doing that for certainly since he's been at Kent. Just stands
Okay.
very still, bat aloft. It was Graham Gooch style, I think.
It's a bit, isn't it? Cool. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, one for our younger listeners there. I need to look him up. Still seems relatively recent to me. That shows how old I am.
Yes. And me. 4. Leaning is forward. Pushes that out to the covers. That, I think that just sort of hinted and straightened a fraction. Sort of showed a little bit to leaning. Played that well. Yeah, I remember when he started doing that, and everybody said, "Oh, we got to do that. We got to do that," because he got runs, didn't he? Sort of big runs doing that. Bat held. Well, actually, it wasn't as high as that. It was more horizontal, wasn't it? But with standing there for ages.
But still, yeah.
And got loads of runs, and we said, "Oh yeah, we got to do what Gucci's doing. Have to." And his leaning pushes forward, but face slightly pointed on the leg side. That'll be the end of the over. Barker's 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22, 66 for 4. It's funny, isn't it? Whatever anybody does, you say, "Oh yeah, that's obviously the new thing. We got to do that." I remember there was lots of talk around those days. The way Gooch was addressing the ball. Yeah, stand there, so you haven't got to get the bat back and forward. Just the bat's already back. So all you got to do then is just push it forward. So you got a little bit more time to play the ball. That was the theory.
No one said that about Rory Burns or Shivering Chandimal, have they? What you need to do is you need to be
chest on.
Yeah, chest on, twitching.
Walk across your wicket.
It's a pass to Cox coming forward to him, taking a pace down the pitch, and that looked like it narrowly missed the edge. Looked like a planner miss to me, through the wicket keeper.
Yes.
But no, I take your point with those. Yeah, with those.
Well, I think when somebody comes along with something new like that, I mean, it's not, and it looks right. You know what I mean? It's not one of those where you think, well, hang on a minute. You know, when he was doing it, it looked a perfectly normal way to actually adjust your own technique and copy it. And a lot of people did.
Cox now facing. Gee, he holds back fairly high, like Jack Leaney, doesn't he? So the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. He's on 8 from 21. Leaning has 18 from 68 balls now.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think who would, obviously in my time, the people that stood square on, people like Peter Willey. You remember that? Another guy called John Cart played at Middlesex for a little while. They all stood square on, but I don't even remember anybody saying, "Oh yeah, we've got to do that."
That's the way to do it. It's a Bass outside pass of the bat from Cox, who keeps it down to point, and there's no run.
Of course, Chandimal was a more recent example of that, but I mean, so I don't know. I mean, obviously, I was never out there when Chandimal was batting, but you know, I think everybody used to sort of stand there looking aghast and thinking, "How on earth can you play like that?" And then try and work out how they actually really played. Because certainly with Peter Willey or something like that, it actually by the time the bowler bowled, he was actually side on. It was just that he stood there square on for ages.
It's the same with Rory Burns, isn't it? Everything comes into line.
Yeah, in the end.
But here's Abbas defended off middle and off by Jordan Cox, no run.
Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, the most important part is when the ball's arriving at you, the position you're in, and Rory Burns, to be fair to him, is in a half decent position, but it's all the stuff before that.
Yeah, I mean, Chandimal the same. I mean, it's lining up when he gets there. He's not playing it like baseball, is he? I mean, it'd be entertaining if he was, I suppose. 66 for 4.
Just imagine batting's very difficult square on. Yeah. I haven't actually seen anybody play it like that. There's probably a reason.
Is Abbas to Cox, defends that one again off the off stump. Now, nothing much it feels like is happening because it's dot ball after dot ball, but pressure surely building on this Kent pair. The last boundary was back in the 24th over, and that was a thick outside edge, and you just feel, it's textbook. Your bowling coach would love this, wouldn't he? So, okay, maybe not as much as happening with the ball now this afternoon. Keep the pressure on, stop them scoring, make them make their own problems.
Yeah, it's repetition, but he's still being very subtle with his wrists here, Abbas.
to Cox. Oh, he edges that one as if to prove the point. It's gone low. I don't think it's carried the second slip, actually. It's squirted through. Maybe just caught the finger of Liam Dawson there, the end of the finger, and it's gone away for 4. I was going to make the point. I mean, that's a perfect example, as you say. Subtle movement from a bass. There was a ball the over before, which did Jack leaning just outside the off stump as well, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And that's the one. 70 for 4, and Kent just aren't really advancing the total. Well, certainly not by legitimate means, I would have said, or by intention at the moment. That edge goes for 4. 70 for 4.
Yeah, it's just straightening a fraction. You see, as a batter here, as a right-hander, of course, you know, the slope is right to left on you, and you're conscious about just outside off stump. You're conscious about playing balls that perhaps on some other pitches you perhaps wouldn't play because the line of the ball is coming down the hill a bit at you. So anything that holds its line is quite a dangerous delivery. Barker bowls outside the off stump. Brown doesn't take it up cleanly, but no bias for him on this occasion. Thank you, Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, who says Jim Parks apparently was very square on. Former Sussex wicketkeeper. Was before my time, so that'll show you how long ago that was. But I don't think I ever saw Jim Parks bat, so I would never have known. But Dave obviously has, and thank you for that one, pointing that one out. Not many, is there, when you try and think off the top of your head how many actually batters addressed the ball square on? Over the years, still very few. Archer bowls, forward is leaning up towards mid-off.
Kim Barnett, John Duffield saying as well.
Yeah, do you know what, that was funny enough, that did enter my head a few minutes ago. Yeah, he was another one. He shuffled across the he actually, when you bowled to him, he showed all 3 stumps. So you're running into bowl and you could see 3 stumps, and probably if there'd been another couple of stumps on the leg side, you probably would have seen them as well. And then at the last minute, he'd shuffle right across in front of them. Yeah. 70 for 4, here's Barker. Down the leg side, and Brown can't take that cleanly. I think this is going to be byes. It's flicked off his gloves. That's the problem when you stand up. Very difficult to take balls down the leg side. 4 byes is signalled. 74 for 4.
Portents of heavy rain in Sevenoaks, says Clive. Great to hear from you, Clive. Thank you very much for getting in touch. KentCricket@gmail.com. Following the live stream, he says, and looking at the cloudless sky at Canterbury. It's teeming down here in Sevenoaks. Hard to believe it's the same county. Fear more rain coming your way, question mark, he says. Ooh. I think, actually, the forecast for us now looks pretty good here at Canterbury. I think, as our expert weather forecaster, Mash St Patrick Hewitt, was saying early, that that rain we had earlier was the rain we were going to have. And, yeah.
Here's Barker over the wicket for the first time in the game. That's angled across the right-hander. Jack leaning, leaves that one alone. So where, this is going to test your Kent geography. So where is Sevenoaks in relation to us looking out over towards Nackington Road?
Well, I've actually just gone from a compass. So Sevenoaks is west, most definitely, which is behind us and to our right.
Right. Whereas actually the weather has been coming, what, behind us to our left?
The weather has been coming more or less from east northeast.
Okay. Barker again. Oh my word, that's well wide. This there's just coming down the inside of the ball, and it's just taking it even wider.
Usually the weather comes more from the west to the hospital side of the ground in this ground, but it has been coming from the other side today.
Right.
So if it's Sevenoaks, which is west of us, we'll probably be okay today, I think. Yeah. For the rest of
so might they be getting what we had?
Yeah, quite possibly. I don't know how fast that's moving across there, but yeah.
Okay. 74 for 4. Barker's still going over the wicket here. That's a bit closer to the off stump. Leaning plays it, but plays inside the line. End of the over. 74 for 4. Leaning has 18. That's a maiden over from Barker. 9 overs, 2 maidens. 1 for 22.
Here's a little splodge of showers out towards Broadstairs on our rain radar, but we're hoping that was it rain reindeer? That was a rain radar. But hoping that'll look. Yeah, there is cloud to our left here now. Let's just hope that skirts us. It's beautiful out there at the moment. We should live in the moment, shouldn't we? We should seize the day a bit more. Kevin James. Looking out. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners in a moment's time. We're just going through the travel news. They were saying occasional showers for the county. Clive knows that only too well, as it's throwing it down in Sevenoaks right now. Is Fuller from the far end. Cox tries to drive that one, doesn't get all of it, up to mid-on along the ground. There's no run. 3 slips. Deep point now. Cover, mid-on, mid-off. 2 brown boundary fielders on the leg side as well. One, well, more or less cow corner, mid-wicket. Maybe a bit squarer than that, and one just behind square as well. That's Keith Barker. Here is Fuller then. 2 for 9 he has so far. Struck just before the rain break. That's a beauty. Cox has left it, and we'll have to call that a good leave. It looked mighty, mighty close to his timbers.
Yeah, I think he was surprised with the extra bit of pace there from Fuller. He seemed to put a bit of extra effort into that.
He's already been out twice this season, Jordan Cox, leaving ones which have come back and castled him. But leaving that one has survived it. 2 slips and a sort of 4th slip, if you like, as well. A bit of a gap between the third one. Gets on the front foot again, Cox, and just half drive, a check drive up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, super stuff from Fuller this morning. 2 LBWs, Mieye and Billings.
Obviously Mieye, when he was looking like he was purring along, and Billings before he got going. So updating BBC Radio Kent listeners now. Yeah, it's lovely here, Pat. Bright sunshine now. It's full of bowls to Jordan Cox through to the wicket-keeper. Kent 74 for 4. They were 56 for 4 when the rain came down just after 12 o'clock, with Compton and Crawley out for single figures. Mieye for 28. Billings went, the captain went just before the rain came down for 2. The pair out there, Jordan Cox on 12 and Jack Leaning on 18. They're digging in as much as they can, but this Hampshire bowling attack are testing them to their very limits. A couple of edges, one that went just dropped shy of the slips, and one went wide of them as well in the last couple of overs. So they are being tested here, but trying to back Kent back into this first day. Hampshire so far have bossed it, winning the toss, have Kent 74 for 4. Still about 33 overs of the day remaining. Should the weather stay fair, we very much hope it will, and commentary will continue via the BBC Sport website and app. Indeed so. Well, stumps or timbers, they're synonyms that we like to use on the cricket commentary. You'll hear us say all sorts, I'm sure, during the afternoon if you listen closely, or even if you're not listening closely, but we'll say all sorts. Fuller, oh, it sketches it! Oh, it's gone! As we do the update, Jordan Cox has pushed tentatively forward on a ball on James Fuller, and he's caught behind, and Kent in further trouble. 74 for 5. I'd love to say on BBC Radio Kent, I'm glad to bring you action as it happens, but that is another wicket for Kent. 74 for 5 now. Commentary continues. Well, there we go. Got to hold on with our presenter, Pat Marsh, talking about timbers and stumps. It didn't hit the timbers. It did hit the edge of the bat, though, and that is Jordan Cox gone. And his stay at the crease, his vigil's gone. He's gone for 12. And Fuller has again struck. First name on the team sheet, Kevin James said. James Fuller, you can understand why as well. Caught by Ben Brown. Gone for 12, 74 for 5.
Yeah, just that extra little bit of pace. There's just enough movement out there. It's very subtle movement. There's not a lot. It's not very obvious, but again, you know, the slope, a couple will just come down a fraction, and the odd one just holds its line. And if you keep the line right, just outside off stump, keep the batters just guessing whether to play, whether to leave, then you will get rewarded here. Always do. And that's exactly the right line. Fuller's bowling. Cut the balls before that one, just hold its line up the hill. It was a good, I mean, a good couple of leaves from Cox, no doubt about it. But again, he always in the back of your mind. Even if you're a home player here and you've played dozens and dozens of innings here, it's still the same questions that are being answered. Do you play or do you leave it? Because that ball can always come down the hill.
Kevin James off to do updates for BBC Solent right now. And Mash St Patrick Hewitt will take his place for a few moments. We're going to do the commentary box tango of the Okie Kokie, not quite sure which it is, but this is very much what it's all about. we have Kyle Abbott taking the ball at the pavilion end. Jack Leaning faces 18 from 74 balls. He's been watchful so far. He's joined by Joey Everson now. It's a defensive shot by Leaning, and there's no run up to mid-off. Everson, who scored 99 in a rearguard action, which only just failed at Warwickshire over the 4 days there, which was rain affected, but now he needs to dig in once again for Kent. They're in trouble, but lots to admire. I'll go back to one of our emailers earlier. I think it was Aidan saying, is it a case the next couple of games you're just going to have to admire the opposition a bit? I think that's probably about right. Oh, he's played around his front pad there. Has Leaning, just got the toe end of the bat to it, and scampers a single as it skews off to mid-wicket. And just a single run there. Mash St Patrick Hewitt joining us once again. Sorry, I caught you unawares there. I've just stuck you on air.
No, you're all good. I actually came in here and didn't even bring any headphones with me. So and then I realised that you had them.
Well, Kevin James knows I'm not only very controlling, I'm also very possessive over all the equipment. So yeah, that's probably why it is. Abbott bowling, and they bowled well again, Hampshire, haven't they? And against the Kent attack, lacking a bit of confidence, it feels to me. But bring Mash in on that a second. But Abbott bowling to Everson, leaves it outside the off stump. But no pun intended after the thunder we had earlier, but it almost feels like a perfect storm for Kent. Batter's a bit tentative, and this is an attack which is will test you to the limits.
Yeah, just before Fuller got the wicket of Jordan Cox, I mean, I was watching in the booth next to you, and it just felt like Hampshire were content to just probe on the line, keep probing. It was a test of wills, and unfortunately, Jordan Cox failed that particular test.
Yeah, Abbott now to Everson. Joey Everson leaves that one outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Brown, takes it low. There's I have a couple of tweets. Actually, it might have been a while ago now towards the rain. I think one said the rain's coming to save Kent. From Mike. That was about 3 hours ago. There we go. I don't think it will, Mike. No, that's not going to happen. Adrian earlier on, I'm not sure we got to this one, Adrian, a tweet as well on at BBC Kent Sport. This is another Hampshire cricket supporter listening while working from home. And he's had some, he's got some health and safety meetings this afternoon. Crikey, almost needed health and safety. Joey Everson there. Certainly for his wicket, as he's got very close to clipping that to the wicket keeper. That was another great delivery from Abbott.
Yeah, all of the slips and the keeper went up there. I think Joey Everson's lucky to not nick that one. Kent just have to try and battle through this, see if they can still have wickets intact by close of play.
Yeah, torrid times so far, and more or less a full session's worth left. 32.1 overs as Abbott comes in now to bowl to Everson, leaves it outside the off stump. There's a squeal from James Vince almost, as much as he does squeal at a first slip. There's an ooh, most definitely. But just trying to build the pressure on Joey Everson. Jack Leaning has stubbornly stuck there for 19, but kept making no progress. You do feel that there's a ball with a batter's name on it every couple of overs. So it's BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Solent, and of course on the Kent stream as well. Very warm welcome to you. You're welcome to get in touch as well at Mash St Paddy. That's STPADDY for Mash St Patrick. At BBC Kent Sport, at Solent Sport on Twitter as well, or Kent Cricket at Gmail, should you prefer to wax further lyrical. I think Leaning's withdrawn the bat this next one from Fuller. But definitely my eyes aren't quick enough to know whether that was a very deliberate leave or whether that was in haste after the ball had gone, but certainly he's not got anywhere near it. So
I think he'll just be happy that his wicket's still intact at this particular stage. But Kent, I mean, it's telling the truth. It's not telling the obvious, but they need a partnership of some sort.
Yeah. This might be the two as well, with the ball through to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. Keep him pointing out that Fuller just has that extra bit of deceptive pace, which cost Jordan Cox his wicket. Kent will have Stewart to come, and Kadri and Agar and Hogan. Certainly Grant Stewart can be combative. And they've shown that a number of times for Kent, but you think if they're going to dig in for a big partnership, it may have to be these two at this point. Feels a little bit clutching at straws at 75 for 5, but batting conditions better, obviously, much sunnier as Fuller bowls. That's clipped off his toes by Leaning. I think he's a bit unlucky there. He's picked out the fielder a treat on the leg side boundary, but it's great for Hampshire, just keeping the pressure on. Obviously, that's what fielder Ian Holland is there for, isn't he? That's for exactly that shot. But it was really well struck from Leaning. I don't think since the break we've seen a shot hit quite as cleanly as that. Ends up with just a single.
Yeah, great sound off the bat. I'd actually arched my neck. I assumed it was going over the boundary ropes, but no, well picked up on the boundary there for 1 run.
So I say he's unlucky, but Hampshire supporters will be saying, well, that's exactly why James Vince and James Fuller have him there. Oh, it's bowled him. Everson trying to leave it. It's clipped the off stump, I think. Yeah, it's just jarred back. And 76 for 6. And once again, Fuller has struck, and he's taken 4 wickets in a row. This one bowled, and Kent can't seem to play him. Joey Everson goes 76 for 6 now in the 31st over. And James Fuller, I'll go back to what Kevin James said. First name on the team sheet, James Fuller, and you can absolutely see why. Super stuff from him. 4 for 10 he has now from 4.4 overs, and Kent in all sorts of trouble.
I mean, I'm just looking back at the replay of that one. Joey Everson's tried to shoulder arm that one, and I mean it's nipped back, but it's not nipped back significantly. It's an error of judgment.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And given the precarious nature that Kent are in at this moment in time, it's one that Kent can ill afford.
Oh, I'd absolutely agree.
Yeah. I'm looking at it a second time. It's it's worse on second viewing, to be fair.
I agree. He's, error of judgment, as you say. 76 for 6, but this can happen, can't it? It's what happens between your ears as well in a side that's struggling to put runs on the board. 20 for Leaning. Grant Stewart comes out to join him, and I wonder if Stewart will try and counter-attack at this point. It's his natural game, and Kent are going nowhere fast at the moment. Now, as much as Cox and Leaning dug in, they scored 18 runs in the best part of 10 overs, and now it's 6 down. Oh, crikey, there we go.
So is that the Hampshire Massive?
I'm assuming that's the Hampshire fans, yeah. I'm not sure what Kent fans would be singing if they were singing, but it wouldn't be anything as cheerful as that.
Well, if it is the Hampshire fans, you cannot blame them for being full of voice.
No, absolutely not. No, 76 for 6 they have Kent winning the toss, and continuing after the break, I suppose, as they were going before. So Stewart then takes a while to settle, but why not? You might as well be settled as Fuller comes in now, bowls to him. Oh, it's an edge in the gap between second and third slips, and actually Weatherly's pushed out into a 4th or 5th slip position, exactly where he would be at catchable height had he been standing at a 3rd slip position. Kent have got a huge slice of luck. Fuller almost had 2 in 2. Stewart gets 4. It's 80 for 6.
Yeah, I was looking at that gap between second and, well, if it's not 4th, it's a wideish 3rd, and I mean they haven't closed it, so you have to assume that there is a ploy here. There's something that they're expecting Grant Stewart to do, because we still have a 1st, a 2nd, a non-existent 3rd, and then a 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. He's full of bowls to him now, and clipped off his toes, backward a square. He'll take a single. I'm wondering if the idea is that he's going to swing hard, especially Grant Stewart, and so maybe it'll go wider to 3rd. To 4th slip rather, and a 3rd slip orthodox position, but they really have got away with one there. 81 for 6, but again, more encouragement for the bowling team.
On the flip side, maybe to echo the point that you made before Grant Stewart came out, maybe ride that. I mean, yeah, okay, it's a fortuitous 4 through where 3rd slip would have been, but I mean, at 81 for 6, someone's got to play some attacking shots, whether they're inadvertent or not. I'm not saying that there's nothing to lose, but as you say, Kent aren't moving anywhere fast at this particular stage.
Stewart with a pugnacious 44 in the first innings against Middlesex. Only he and Compton really held their heads up in that innings. He's on strike now. Maybe it is time to swing the willow. Leaning at the other end. As Abbott bowls, Yorker length delivery. I thought that was up in the air for a moment, but actually lost the track of it. But Stewart's just, well, more or less ended up defending that one from a Yorker length delivery into the offside. And hard yards out there for Kent at the moment. 81 for 6. Hampshire have been in charge since almost the opening over here. Certainly the third over when they got Ben Compton. Thought a massive wicket at the time, but players have been following him fairly regularly since then. Here is Abbott then to bowl to Stewart. Gets again half a pace down the pitch, trying to drive up to mid-on. It's fielded by Holland and there's no run. Barker doing the ball tending duties.
I think Kent will be somewhat disappointed with how they've batted since we've returned to play here, only because it's not as difficult to bat at this juncture as it was this morning. And having lost 2 wickets and 2 players who can add significant totals.
Yeah, it's Abbott to Stewart, left outside the off stump as it goes away from him, and there's no run. I think that's the... Well, I'm loath to call it character, because that's not really what it's about, is it? It's about patience, composure, easy things to talk about from a commentary box, but as you say, I was about to go through the executing your skills mantra there, which is which is just need to bat better at this point, don't they? Which is kind of what you were saying, is that, yeah, it's been disappointing for Kent, albeit against a very good Hampshire attack. This one, Stewart has closed the face on that and has glanced it backward a square for a single. 82 for 6, looking to score his runs.
How does Jack Leanin pan it now? I know, and so on one hand, do you say, right, Grant Stewart, you play a counter-attacking innings, and Jack Leanin, you continue to just do what you're doing, but he will run the risk of running out of partners at some point? Or does he still just play his natural game at this stage?
Yeah, it's an interesting trade-off, isn't it? I mean, he can be a very attacking batsman. We've seen it in T20. He's capable. He defends that one to the offside, and there's no run. But there's a question Ben Compton has had to answer a number of times for Kent as well, batting deep. And at what point do you say, we just have to add to the total here?
Yeah, because if you look at Leanin's faced, what, 80 balls, I believe that is? Maybe 81 for his 20 runs. I mean, on one hand you say, well, he's digging in. But at 82 for 6, we might be past the digging in stage and have to look at the add-in score runs at the total stage. Yeah.
Hamid Kadri in next, who's a handy bat himself. Not necessarily attacking, but leaning. Defending that one again. Step down the pitch. End of the over. Just one off it. 82 for 6 then. Leaning has 20. Grant Stewart has 6. See 2 games for Kent before the T20 starts. Well, 2 rounds of the County Championship before that starts. And starting to talk about T20 previews now. Obviously, Kent have no Denley and no Bell Drummond, and they'll be hoping to star once again in the white ball stuff. But Kent have 2 very tough games, including this one before then. Hampshire looking to get back on track after that heavy defeat in their last game. Sunshine blesses us. That's James Fuller now, 4 for 15. Bowls to Stewart. Again, just hurries him a little bit. Exactly what Kevin James was saying. Just finding it difficult to time the ball to him.
I think Fuller's probably more deceptive with his pace than people would realise. He pushes it through just a bit quicker than you expect him to. But then he's also bowling that kind of wicket-to-wicket line, so he's not really offering any width for the batters to utilise.
Yeah, it's a point of difference, I suppose, in the Hampshire attack, which they've got through these 4 seamers, haven't they? With Fuller, does that wrap the pad? Must have been inside edge on the pad. There'd been an appeal there otherwise. Yeah, It is indeed inside edge onto pad, and it goes away for a single of the offside, but I don't think Grant Stewart knew entirely where that was going. He moves on to 7, 83 for 6. I'm thinking of the subtlety of a Bass, just moving the ball around, for instance, seeing the ball around. Barker, the left arm option as well. Abbott bowling a bit quicker. Those four do give you just a little bit of variety, don't they, as well? So hard to settle. But Fuller's been the pick so far, 4 for 16. He comes in now to bowl to Leaning. Reach down for that one again. It's going in towards his toes, but defends it into the offside.
So interestingly, because I wanted to see if it changed when Leaning was at the crease, like the floating, let's call it a floating fourth slip. Maybe it's a floating third.
Yeah.
But they haven't changed it for Jack Leaning neither. So this, I thought it was something specific for Grant Stewart, but I'd love to unpick what the tactical play is here.
I wonder if that's come from as Fuller close to the off stump. It comes back at Jack Leaning through to the wicket keeper. There's no run. Really good take from Ben Brown. I'm wondering if that comes specifically from stats analysis. There's so much done, isn't there, in terms of analysis of different teams, you know, ball areas, different bowlers as well. Maybe that's what the stats are telling them, that that's a more fertile area for catches. But they go in such depth these days, the analysts, don't they, that this may well be just statistically feeling that this is a better place, but at the offside, and there's no run. But yeah, as you say, they're sticking with it. They didn't close the ball. They closed the door after the ball had bolted. After the horse had bolted, with Grant Stewart edging perfectly through there. Would have hit Joe Weatherly round about the chest, I think. That wouldn't it? That the one a couple of overs ago. I mean, I'm assuming he would have got his hands to it, but so Fuller once more. Last ball of the 33rd over, bowling to Leaning. Oh, almost cuts him in half. It's a sort of half appeal from Fuller, just asking, does that hit anything? Well, I think it might have ruffled the shirt front of Jack Leaning as it went through to the wicket keeper. Just said, almost looked like he cut him in half. Beautiful delivery. Just didn't hit anything from a Hampshire point of view to get them a catch. 83 for 6, Kent.
We're going to get a change of bowling here? Oh, no.
I just wondered if Holland might be coming back. No, Abbott's going to continue. So, but this is, as I said, it's a proper test. But then, I know what the coaches would say, Matt Walker would say, this is first division cricket. It's not supposed to be easy, is it?
Yeah.
It's the,
can't ask for better ample preparation for Surrey next week either, to be fair.
Crikey, terrifying for some Kent supporters. Abbott bowls to Stewart. He's given that a good old thump. It's a good stop as well by Fuller. I don't think he's quite middled it. If he had, Grant Stewart, I think we know about it because he hits the ball very, very hard. I think he toe-ended that one to the leg side boundary at some pace, but just the single.
I actually lost it in flight, and
Me too.
I only picked it up once again when the fielder who's there.
It's Fuller out there, yeah.
Fuller made a kind of goalkeeper diving stop.
It seemed to get there very quickly, is all I can tell you. As you say, it disappeared off the bat. Wasn't quite where I was expecting it to go. Not sure about Grant Stewart. But oh, it's another great delivery to Leaning. It's racked him as it run up the arm there to the thigh pad. Again, he's looking in trouble there. He's Leaning. Again, it's not a catch. It's not an LBW. It's just beaten the batter once more for pace. 84 for 6.
Yeah, I think I feel like Jack Leaning is bogged down at this moment in time. I'd say he's relatively compact in defence, but he's finding his scoring options limited at this particular point in time, and has been probably for the last 5 or plus overs. Yeah,
this is a bit of an onslaught from the Hampshire bowlers. Again, I think that's bat on pad. He's coming well down the pitch to try and, again, to shake Abbott off his form. But that's not worked either. And no, you're right. He was looking to expand there as well, wasn't he? He's looking to drive that hard through the onside, coming a pace down the pitch. Again, Abbott's beaten him. That's really tough for Kent out there at the moment, but Hampshire must be scenting. We can have them bowled out for a small total here.
Yeah.
And might find himself batting again, sorry, for the first time today, as he tries to work their way on the onside again. But You described that perfectly, Mash. It's just, he just isn't finding a scoring area at all. Jack Leaning can't get it off the square at the moment.
Yeah, after that delivery, quite noticeably, James Vince, almost walked up as close as he could to the stumps, geeing up his players. But I think that's because they can sense it's at that pressure point. They can sense that something's going to have to happen here. Either Leaning's going to have to strike out, or a wicket's coming.
Yeah. It's not even that he's getting antsy. He's just being pinned down by Kyle Abbott in this over, and it's better contact, but not great force behind it. Up to mid-on to Keith Barker. And they really are. So just pinned down. Feels a bit like a cat toying with a mouse at the moment. I don't want to diminish the skills of Kent, but they're bowling so well here. Kent finding it so difficult. 84 for 6. Again, I would say it's a beautiful scene here, looking down towards the Nakita Road end, with the trees in full leaf at the moment. Lovely sunshine. Some Kent fans will be watching it between their fingers at the moment, though. Abbott to Leaning. That's a better shot, but again picks out the fielder. Just the body language of Jack Leaning, just a little bit of frustration there as well as he picks out Ian Holland. Did you pick up on that as well? It just looked like the shoulders dropped a bit, as if to say, what on earth do I have to do here? When I'm hitting the ball well, I'm getting nothing for it. End of the over. Really good work from Abbott.
But like you say, I mean, you use the kind of cat playing with almost like playing with a mouse type of analogy there. But it's again, it just harpers back to the fact that Hampshire aren't doing anything. It doesn't look strikingly brilliant. It's just that they're keeping it so tight. But then you could argue that is brilliant.
Yeah, the consistency is extraordinary, I would say, in that respect, as that one's just clipped off Stewart's pad down towards backward square, and he gets himself another single. Jack Leaning back on strike. Yeah, it is that repetition, isn't it? I was talking about to Kevin earlier, was what makes this attack so good, is there's just no let up whatsoever. It's consistent. Barker bowled one or two wide ones, didn't he, in his earlier spells, but this partnership at the moment, Fuller and Abbott, giving them absolutely nothing to play with, so they're going to have to take risks if they want to score runs, and that at the moment is ending up with wickets tumbling. As Fuller bowls to Leaning, let's get on top of that one, but again doesn't quite middle it up to mid-off. Off the back foot in the end. 85 for 6. This first day of Kent against Hampshire. I mentioned the sun. Kevin James treated us to ice creams at the in the interval. He's a very generous man.
Yeah. He, I think he made an error of judgment himself though, because we went for an array of 99s.
Yeah.
And he must have thought it cost 99p.
as Leedy dries up to mid-off. Yeah, he had to sit down very shortly afterwards. I'm not sure what that was. There's no run, 85 for 6. Perhaps I was talking to him about Graham Gooch. Perhaps that's what it was. His mind had gone back to those days, and he thought, "I've got 20 quid here. Get 17 spectators over. We can buy them all." No, it's not the way it works anymore. Cost of living going up. But Fuller, 4 for 17 bowls to Leaning. That's shaped away from him. Leaning withdraws the bat pretty late from that one. Just back of length, getting some bounce as well. Fuller through to the wicket keeper. Another dot ball. Things grinding along here at the moment. No, very generous. I think we might have woken the ice cream man up. Certainly the engine suddenly cranked into life, didn't it? But not doing a great trade. 1 or 2 over there. Actually, yeah, queue of 2 now. And it is lovely sunshine. He's having to be very patient as well today. Fuller to Leaning, and defended back at the bowler. There's no run. Fuller throws it back to his teammate to give it a shine there. I've not learnt the Hampshire numbers yet. My apologies. I'm going to have to reach from a scoreboard. There's Nick Gubbins at number 31. I can't get his number fixed in my head. I need a sort of Darren Brown mind map. Is that right? Something like that. With Fuller coming into the final ball of the 35th over now to Leaning. Clips that off his toes. That is a lovely shot from Jack Leaning. He finds the wide open spaces through mid-wicket, full on his toes from Fuller, and that, well, perhaps a little bit of pressure release from Jack Leaning. That's the best shot he's hit probably today. Get on to 89 for 6.
Yeah, he'll welcome that 4, and hopefully that takes just a little bit of pressure off his shoulders. I mean, Grant Stewart, relatively speaking, is scoring rather freely. I mean, faced 10 balls thus far, having come to the wicket, and has 9 runs. But I think Jack Leaning will want to kind of mirror that. They need to somehow put some pressure back on Hampshire.
Yeah, I agree. It's been all one-way traffic since Hampshire won the toss this morning, notwithstanding the rain. It took us off for about 3 hours. Abbott to Stewart. He doesn't know where that one's gone. I'm struggling to pick it up. It's gone backward a square on the offside, and that is 4 runs. If I was to guess, I would say Grant Stewart was playing that through mid-wicket, and it's ended up backward of point. Completely squared up. But that's 4 runs, 13. He goes on to 93 for 6.
Yeah, base.
Yeah, a full shot from Stewart. Again, I think it just got big on him, didn't it? Some movement as well. But he survived, 93 for 6 now. Update coming for BBC Radio and Kent listeners after the travel news on the drive show. He's hit that one more securely. I think that's where he was looking to hit the last one, out towards mid-wicket. Stopped by Fuller. Takes a single for 5 off 2 balls. It's a positive cavalcade of runs from Kent. 94 for 6 in the context of this match so far. Leaning gets back on strike. 35 overs in the ball as well.
If they can just get to 100 runs, then they can start to think about how to go about constructing a total of worth.
Yeah. That's a good point. At the moment, it's looking very thin, and the worry for Kent will be that they could almost be out of this game on the first day. Oh, it's an edge! Is it caught? It's a great grab. A great grab by Liam Dawson. And Jack Leaning finally goes for 24 off 95 balls. His vigil ended. He was truly tested by all of those Hampshire bowlers, but he has gone now. The long stay at the crease is ended by Kyle Abbott getting his first wicket. Caught Dawson, bowled Abbott for 24. That was a sharp catch as well by the Hampshire man.
Yeah, I'm just watching this back on. In fact, no, I'm a bit far behind on the replay, but I just want to double check if that was caught by the third, that floating slip.
Definitely Dawson with the grab. I think he was standing at second, but yeah, he's certainly gone. Update for BBC Radio Kent listeners now. Well, he very nearly caught us another wicket live there, Pat, which is bad news for Kent. They're 94 for 7 now. A long stay at the crease from Jack Leaning, who's just gone, the Kent batter, for 24 from, I think, 95 balls. A sharp edge to second slip, superbly taken by Liam Dawson off the bowling of Kyle Abbott. So Kent 94 for 7. Hampshire won the toss and haven't really looked back since, notwithstanding 3 hours off for the rain. Kent in all sorts of trouble here. Grant Stewart has 14 not out. A big pugnacious innings from him probably needed now to protect the tail and Kent take Kent to any sort of decent total. But it's been Hampshire's day so far. The visitors, very difficult indeed for bottom place Kent in County Championship Division 1. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And I'll make way for Kevin James to come in and join. Oh, there's three balls left of this one. Shall I carry on until the end of the over? I was just going to bail out. Hamid Kadri will face. Coming in afresh after Leaning went. Oh, LBW appeal. Sounded quite woody to me. Was it bat and pad? Kadri's not interested, just outside the off stump anyway, maybe. The umpires are judging that to be. So Kadri has that first ball already tested by Abbott. A word from Paul Powell, there was a bit of a nod as well. Still getting cue from BBC Radio Kent's radio frequencies. But after this over, I'll have a word with the operations room, and I'm sure that'll go. In the meantime, we're going to get a musical accompaniment to the rest of this Kyle Abbott over. I wonder what he'd choose for himself as walk-on music, Kyle Abbott. He bowls now to Kadri. Ooh, playing a miss from Kadri. Crikey. Well, that's an inauspicious start from the Kent number 9, and great news for Hampshire. Of course, Fuller almost followed up getting Everson, didn't he, with the wicket of Grant Stewart edging through that third slip position.
I suspect that at this particular juncture now, the Hampshire openers will be thinking about batting in the next
I'm sure they will.
30 minutes or so.
That'll be in the mind at this point. Abbott then bowls to Kadri, and those 3 slips in behind him. Oof. Not sure that's a play and a miss. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. So he's judged one outside the off stump. 94 for 7. Stewart has 14. Kadri, yes, to score, bringing Kevin James now. The tune we're hearing is Sisters Are Doing It For Themselves. I'm not sure that's what Kyle Abbott would have as his walk-on music, but it's certainly enjoying himself in the sunshine right now. I'll leave you with Mash St Patrick Hewitt, and be joined by Kevin James very shortly.
Indeed, if you're just joining us, the game restarted after what approximately was about a 2.5 hour delay. Kent were 56 for 4, however they are now 94 for 7. And James Fuller comes back into the attack, and he's squared up Grant Stewart there. It's not for the first time that Grant Stewart's been squared up, but he gets away with that one as well. Balloons up. But there is no catching opportunity there. So, yes, as we were saying, the 5th wicket that fell today was Jordan Cox, bowled Fuller, caught Brown. That was shortly followed by the dismissal of Joey Everson, bowled Fuller for a duck. And just a few moments ago, Jack Leaning departed for 24, bowled Abbott, caught Dawson. And Fuller again runs in, and Grant Stewart plays that up to the man at point. No run. Sorry, mid-wicket, I should say. And I'm just about to be joined by Kevin James, and our musical accompaniment has come to an end. But and as he's gone, and James Fuller he's probed outside the off stump, and Grant Stewart has swished wildly at that one, and Ben Brown has taken that on the 2nd attempt. He's juggled with it, but he has taken it. James Fuller didn't want to react immediately, thinking that Ben Brown may well have actually dropped that one, but he has not done so. It's 5 wickets for James Fuller. It's been a magnificent bowling display by the Hampshire man, and that is his 5th wicket. He's now taken 5 for 21. Grant Stewart goes for 14, and Kent are 94 for 8.
Yeah, apologies for that. There's so many wires lying around here. I just got a bit tangled up. Yes, he's having a good season. James Fuller with the ball. Already taken a 6 for this year. 6 for 37 in the first innings against Northampton a couple of weeks ago, which helped Hampshire to their biggest ever championship win in Northampton. And that was a beauty. I was just watching that on the replay, and that has just pitched, and it's just gone up the hill and shaped away. And that's something that Fuller's got going quite well today. It's an interesting one, isn't it? I'm trying to rack my brains here, and Michelle, and sort of working out, is it really a 94 for 8 pitch? Yes, there's a little bit there. It's sort of subtle movement, isn't it, at times? But it's not a lot. And I think it's the sort of pitch, and it's the sort of situation where, if you haven't got a lot of confidence as a team batting, then 94 for 8 is a total that you get when you're sort of at the bottom of the pile and things aren't going great. I don't think it's quite a 94 for 8 pitch.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. I mean, after this James Fuller ball, I've got a keen point on this. But James Fuller runs in, having bagged his 5 wickets. Again, he's probing outside the off stump, and Wes Agar shoulder arms that. He goes through to Ben Brown for no run. Yeah, listen, what Hampshire have done brilliantly is that they've kind of kept the ball on a string, and they've probed away bowler after bowler, whether it be Abbott, whether it be Fuller, whether it be Barker, whether it be Abbas, have just probed and tested the technique. But it's not been this. I don't think it's been wicket-taking deliveries per se. It's been technique-probing deliveries.
Mm-hmm.
And then that one, sorry, is tucked into the leg side by Wes Agar for no run. Keith Barker picks that one up.
Wes Agar's a new name for me. I don't know about you, Michelle. Aussie.
Yep. I mean, Matt Cole would probably be best to describe how he's gone so far, but he has, of course, taken 6 wickets since debuting for Kent at 23 apiece. But they'd rather, I suspect, want 100 from him at this stage. That one, there's a stifled appeal behind the stumps by Ben Brown as Wes Agar tries to tuck that one round. Doesn't get any bat on it. And that will be the end of the over. Kent are 94 for 8. It's a wicket maiden by James Fuller, who, like I say, has 5 for 21. And as much as you said, Kevin James, that it's not a 94 for 8 pitch, and as much as it's obvious to say that James Fuller has been the pick of the bowlers, he has bowled brilliantly today.
Bit of extra pace. Which helps. Yeah, and there's not a lot of pace in this pitch. There never has been a lot of pace in this pitch at Canterbury. But if you just keep it there or thereabouts against a team that's a little bit tentative, and they have been, maybe Jack Leaning and 1 or 2 others apart, but they generally, as a batting team, have looked tentative. As forward is Kadri and plays that out on the onside. So you can pick us up on the live picture feed via the Kent Cricket YouTube channel, also on the BBC Sport website. We're also with BBC 5 Sports Extra. And ever since Hampshire won the toss and elected to bowl first, they've been in control of this game. Ben Compton out in the 8th minute of the morning. That's a big wicket, isn't he? Always a batter that sticks around. Certainly has against Hampshire in the past, as he has many other counties. We're out for no score. Caught a 3rd slip. Joe Weatherly off a Bass. As Kadri hits it in the air, and it's caught Keith Barker. About neck height. I don't know if he was trying to hit that over the top or whether he was just trying to go for a drive and he got on it too early, but it was catchable height, and Barker at mid-on takes what in the end he made look quite a comfortable catch. Kadri goes for no score, and the Kent batting continues to disappoint.
How do you describe that one? Maybe
Giveaway.
yeah. I think that's the only that's the only way to describe it. I think maybe Kadri's eyes lit up there, and he thought, at one point I thought, oh, maybe this is coming towards us at the commentary box, only to see that it was actually going into the bucket hands of Keith Barker at mid-on, sorry, I should say.
2nd wicket for Kyle Abbott. Kadri goes for no score. They've lost 3 wickets on the score of 94 here at Kent. It is a pitch, just going back to the pitch, it is a pitch here, and always has been, that if you actually bowl a very tight line and length, it actually is quite difficult to get away because there's never any pace on the ball. But if you do bowl width, if you do over pitch and you do bowl too short, there's your scoring opportunities. But it's definitely a day where Hampshire have kept things very tight collectively, and against a side that's generally lacking in confidence with the bat. Then you get a situation as we have now. But I say, 1 or 2 have actually looked as though they more than mastered the conditions.
Yes.
I mean, Tawanda Mayeye, 300s in the second 11 this season to date, plus a 97 on top of that against Hampshire second 11. I have to say, came in and stroked a beautiful 28.
Yeah, and he would argue, and I think he'd be fair to do so, that the ball that got him out there, you could argue that was it was 50-50 whether you'd give that out. Some may say 30-70, I should say. But he had played fluently, and you could argue he's the only one who's played fluently today and made the pitch look like you can score on it. Yep. And maybe it more that, and the fact that no one else has looked that fluent possibly speaks to where Kent are at with their batting at this specific moment in time.
Yeah, agreed. So it's Michael Hogan, the last batter out there for Kent, as Abbott comes in and bowls Hogan. Lovely shot off the back foot, just opens the face and works it down to 3rd. Hogan off the mark. Hogan, who I think I read an article, said that he was retiring when he finished with Glamorgan, and then here he is now playing for Kent. And I suppose Kent just felt like, do you know what? We've had a 40-odd-year-old here for a few years. Darren Stevens is now gone. Let's get another 40-odd-year-old in. So Michael Hogan is that man, 41 years of age.
Well, all hope is not lost for me yet.
Still time for you, Michelle. Keep hitting those balls each day. Keep hitting those 1,000 balls. You never know. As Abbott comes in and bowls, oh, and he's edged behind, and that is the end of the Kent innings. Agar goes caught behind by Ben Brown. Abbott picks up his third wicket, 3 for 23 for him. And Kent are bowled out here for 95. And that is a very, very disappointing return. They're bottom of the table. Like Hampshire, they haven't been batting particularly well this season. This could be a battle of the two sides that don't bat particularly well. Hampshire were awful in their last game against Warwickshire. There is a little bit, as we say, a little bit of nibble here and there, but you've got to bowl accurately, and if you do, you get your rewards.
I mean, no scorecard looks pretty when there's 4 ducks on it. There's no real way to kind of wrap that one up any differently. We've just been speaking about how Tawanda Mayeye had looked fluent for Kent early on in the piece, but since he departed when the score was 52 for 3, really and truly there's been nothing else to really write home about. It's a very, very poor scorecard to look at, and really it started this morning when Kent premier run scorer Ben Compton fell for a duck himself, as when there was only 2 runs on the board, and that's kind of set the tone really for the rest of the day. But let us give credit to James Fuller, who gets hearty applause as he leaves the pitch for his 5 for 21, and obviously ably supported by Kyle Abbott, who's also picked up 3 wickets, and 1 for Mohammed Abbas. I'm trying to think who I'm missing someone out
Barker.
here.
1 for Barker.
1 for Barker.
His 500th first-class
yes,
wicket.
How could I forget? Yes.
Back in the side after missing a couple of games with a couple of fractures on each hand, or a fracture on each hand. 1 for 22 for Barker, 1 wicket for Abbas. The top partnership in the innings was for the 3rd wicket between Mayeye and Jack Leaning, which realised 40. All the others really nothing to speak about. And Hampshire, well, they're going to bat here for around about 21 overs, somewhere around there, give or take a few balls. But Fuller's 5 for 21, fantastic effort from him. Mayeye 28 off 42 deliveries, I have to say, looked class, as we were talking about. Good foot movement, as befits a man who's in good form. Doesn't matter if it's second team cricket, doesn't matter if it's club cricket. If you're spending time at the crease, your feet are moving well, you're confident in your technique, then the game just feels that little bit easier, doesn't matter who is bowling. So well done to him, but Hampshire all over Kent in this situation, and I don't think they'll find it particularly easy when they come out. As I say, line and length here, Michelle, will make it difficult, but it's just how you go about your innings, how you set yourself out, set your stall out, and there are runs to be had here with the right technique. But I think, you know, with the slope, with a bit of nibble, and there is a little bit of shape in the air every now and then, you're going to have to be on top of your game.
And welcome back, everyone. You are joining us just as the Kent players are making their way out, shortly to be followed by the Hampshire openers, which we expect to be Joe Weatherly and Fletcher Middleton. If you've just joined us, Kent were bowled out for 95. And we have 21 overs remaining in the day. Hampshire will be looking to make some inroads into that lead, certainly, before the close of play. I am, of course, Mashal St. Patrick Hewitt, and I'm here with Kevin James. Kevin, a happy man?
Yeah, of course I am. Yeah, I mean, I watched 2 batting collapses last week against Warwickshire, which was not easy. Hampshire bowled all right. It's just the worst of the bowling conditions. The wicket became inexplicably flat when Warwickshire were going through their first innings, which was more than enough for Hampshire over 2 innings. But yeah, I'm pleased for it. I don't ever think the bowling has ever been a problem really for Hampshire. It's just that the batting is a little bit up and down, and they're under pressure, the batters. There's no doubt about it in this game. There's a lot to prove. Felix Organ has had to make way, averaging only 8 at the top of the order, so he's gone. Fletcher Middleton, who at 20 years of age and still only played a handful of games, is averaging 36 over those 5 matches. He did play 1 last year.
Yeah, you and I were on comms together at Surrey, Hampshire, and I was very impressed with him. Yeah,
he's got a good technique, isn't he? And but I think it's quite sad that a 21-year-old, 21-year-old who's just played a handful of matches is now one of your main openers, and you're looking to him to actually sort of give you a rock-steady start. But the Hampshire opening partnerships, and I'll come to those in a moment. I've got some good stats. Melissa Story, who's a regular commentator on Hampshire matches, her dad sent me some great stats the other day, and I know Melissa's tweeted those as well, and we'll go through those because Hampshire's opening partnerships don't make great reading.
The Wes Agar will be taking the ball for Kent. As we said earlier on, if you were with us, he's taken 6 wickets thus far in his stint for Kent at 23 apiece, and he runs in for the first ball, and that's Fletcher Middleton defends that on the front foot, and there will be no run. Now, we saw what the Hampshire bowlers were able to do earlier on today, and it was very much kind of wicket-to-wicket bowling, testing the technique of the Kent batters, and it'll be very interesting to see now how the Kent bowlers go about constructing their bowling effort at Hampshire. I think it would be fair to say that Hampshire have struggled with the batters well this season at times. That one just rises a bit quickly there on Fletcher. He's able to kind of tuck that one away on the leg side for 1 run. Hobbles through a bit for 1 run there.
It's a bit of bounce there, wasn't it? Sort of hurried Weatherly a little bit. So yeah, these opening partnerships. Joe Weatherly, as we were talking just a little earlier, that was opening the batting with Ian Holland at the start of last season before he got injured. His opening partnership with Ian Holland in the very first game against Somerset last year, worth 180, was easily Hampshire's largest of the season. That's a big one.
And yes, of course, that was actually Weatherly who was taking strike. And again, Fletcher Middleton, similar to Joe Weatherly there, just tucks that one into the leg side. He runs through for 1 run as well. And the Hampshire innings is underway, 2 runs on the board. Of course, at this point of the Kent reply, when they had 2 runs, they had already lost a wicket. So Hampshire will be wanting to go at least 1 run better here.
Take anything we can. That's for sure. Yeah, it's a big game for Joe Weatherly, this one. He was very disappointed to be left out at the start of the season.
And Wes Agar runs in again. That one, good pace on that, good carry. It's outside the off stump though, and Joe Weatherly can leave that one well alone. No run.
He looks nippy, doesn't he? As Mr. Agar.
Most definitely. We're gonna just have a bit of a change before this next ball by Wes Agar, and we're going to have Matt Cole come on. Bear with me.
Okay, Michelle from the Nackington Road end runs in. Does Agar, 26 years old? Comes in right arm over and bowls. Just nips back on Weatherly, hits him high on the pad. Couple of one-day internationals. And 2 Aussie A games. That was back in April, actually. He played for Aussie A against New Zealand A in Lincoln back in April. Yeah, those opening partnerships, there was a couple of hundred opening partnerships between Organ and Holland against Yorkshire and Gloucester, both away from home last year, but there was an awful lot of single-figure partnerships, mainly Organ and Holland involved in those, an awful lot last season. Hampshire just never getting away to a decent start, apart from those main ones I've mentioned. Here's Agar, forward is Weatherly. Hits the bat hard, does Agar. So that ball goes out square on the offside. Hampshire 2 without loss, replying to that Kent all-out total of 95.
Apologies to Mashell there. That was a bit of a hook there, wasn't it, really? Crikey, it's like the ejector seat. And me barging in there and suddenly realised, is that the time? The alarm goes off, doesn't it? You've got to do your update. And here I am thinking they'd be wildly shouting down the line to me and nothing's happened at all. So there we go. But Mash is far too polite to say anything about it, but apologies. Brusquely elbowing my way into the commentary. So Hampshire 2 for none. 95 then for Kent, losing 5 for 1. Sorry, 4 for 1 at the end, wasn't it? As here comes Hogan then to bowl to Middleton. Settles on that. That's a nice little clip through mid-wicket. And Stewart runs after it, and they'll take 2 there. 3 slips and a gully in for Kent. And it's Jordan Cox with the gloves, as we were saying, taking over from Sam Billings. Billings might be at first slip, I think, actually, next to him. Crawley at 2, leaning at 3. Everson at gully, I think. This one, Middleton plays us out the offside now. There's no run. We immediately see from this is that ball is hitting bat rather than beating bat to start with Michael Hogan. And Hampshire beat the bat again and again, or forcing Kent to keep away from it and leave it through to the wicket keeper, testing them. Again, have to respond and try and whittle out Hampshire for a small total, but it's a great start to the day, and it's carried on for Hampshire so far. Hogan, straight drive, lovely shot from Middleton, goes back past the stumps, past the bowler. Stewart's after it. He's joined by Sam Billings, whipping that back into the wicketkeeper gloves, and there is 2 taken. I think Compton might have gone into first slip actually, and Sam Billings is out here at mid-off. You can chat to his bowlers. And update coming for BBC Radio, Kent. Yes, I'll be very careful about with Kent's sensibilities how I say this, but they are absolutely steamrollered by the Hampshire bowling. 95 all out. They went from 94 for 6 at one point to 95 all out, losing 4 wickets for a single run towards the end of their innings. No one really covered themselves in glory. Young Tawanda Mayeye top score with 28. Looked very good when he was in, but scored just the 28. 5 wickets for James Fuller. The Hampshire attack absolutely dominating from the time they won the toss. We've had a rain break in the day as well. Hampshire didn't really need the time, frankly, to get Kent out. Hampshire now batting rather 6 for none. Kent hoping to do the same to the visitors as they've had done to them, but they'll need to bowl very well in the remaining 20 or so overs to get themselves back anywhere near on parity for the first day. Belongs to Hampshire so far. 6 for none Hampshire in reply to Kent's 95, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Trying to be as chirpy as possible for Kent listeners there, but there we are. It's Hogan bowls, all wrapped on the pad. Appeal from wicketkeeper and slips, but not from the bowler, I notice. Inside edge, I'm presuming, onto the pads. End of the over. 6 for none Hampshire.
Just looking at the wickets that the Kent bowlers have taken so far, the ones on show anyway. Hogan, 5 wickets at 59 apiece. The start of his Kent stint. Wes Agar a bit better than that. 6 wickets he's taken at 22.
Yeah, and he's looked good as well, but Kent have been punished once again, and this is a facet of last season, and Kent supporters, you can mentally switch off now if you haven't already, just hearing my voice, but giving away big first innings leads as well.
Here's Agar down the leg side. It's good pace. Definitely hits the decks. Got good follow through as well. And he's to his second over, conceded just the one. So Joe Weatherly, who's taken the opening spot from Felix Organ, who was entrusted with that at the start. Just averaged just 8. Felix Organ in the matches to date had to really be given a bit of a break from that. It was just not working for him really. And Joe Weatherly got 100 in the second team last week. I think probably Toby Albert might consider himself a bit unlucky because he got a double 100 in the same game and 60 in the second innings. But it's Weatherly that's been given the nod. More of an opening batter than Toby Albert, I think. Outside the off stump, and that is left alone. I think this is very similar to sort of what we saw Fuller from the Nackinson Road end, just a little bit quicker, just hitting the deck and just making the batters have to think just that little bit quicker about whether they leave, whether they play the shot. And he looks a dangerous bowler, I have to say. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Oh, that's very kind of you. He's off to an update for BBC Solent now. It's Kevin James. No, he does have work to do, so he's not just taking a holiday. Hampshire 6 for none. Here's Agar then. Oh, a swing and a miss from Weatherly. Crikey. No ball as well from Agar, so wouldn't have counted anyway, but he definitely drove at that one. Did Weatherly well forward. So 2 to the total, 8 for none. A couple of emails have come in on kentcricket@gmail.com. I see a tweet from John as well. He says, give up on the championship and focus on T20. A Kent supporter, presumably. Well, he may have been, may not be. Maybe a Hampshire supporter, I don't know, with some advice. Billy, great to hear from you. Happy Hampshire fan, he says, listening from home. We needed a bounce back after a shocker last week. Certainly bowling Kent out for 95 can't hurt, can it? Here's Agar again to Weatherly. This one's just glanced to backward square, Hogan Fields, and they come through for a single. Ralph from France with the the Agar stat indeed. Yeah, we've mentioned this one before, but for Hampshire supporters have not heard this one. Ralph, exactly 10 years between the dismissal of Sir Alistair Cook by the older Agar, that's Ashton Agar, in an Ashes test, and his younger brother who got Alistair last championship round. Indeed so. A wonderful synchronicity between Ashton and Wes Agar, and they have Sir Alistair Cook's wicket in common, which ain't a bad one to take, however long you bowl. Get some good bounce, Agar. This next one outside the off stump of Middleton through to wicket keeper Jordan Cox, just clearing up the identity of the slips. It is Ben Compton at 1, it's Crawley at 2, leaning at 3, and then Everson is more or less a gully, I suppose. Kadri at point. There's mid-off, which is Sam Billings. Stewart is mid-on. Mayeye at mid-wicket. Left by Middleton outside the off stump. And Michael Hogan at deep backward square. It's a comfortable leave, I'd say, that one for Fletcher Middleton. He's getting good bounce, Wes Agar, but that line outside the off stump, you need to bring it back an awful long way for it to threaten the stumps. And Hampshire 9 for none at the moment in reply to Kent's 95. 1.94 for 6, 95 all out. There's a parade of batters as Agar bowls. Effort ball at one, glance down again to Hogan for a single. There's an outburst from certainly Agar, frustration I think there, as that one's clipped off the pads by Middleton. Seen the replay of that, they're excited about it. Yeah, just played it off his leg stump more or less. That's he's playing slightly around his pads, but it's an orthodox shot by Middleton. And 10 for none then. Hampshire in reply to Kent's 95. Kent looking for early wickets here to try and wrest something back from this day, which has been all Hampshire. Hogan to Middleton. Some decent movement. Excitement from the slips through to the wicket-keeper. No run. You may have heard the floodlight pylons go up a few minutes ago. The banshee cry, I think Mash St Patrick Hewitt said. One of our emailers saying it sounded rather more like bagpipes. But they do squeak on their way up. They are up there in case the light should fade. At 5:40 on this Thursday afternoon. 18.5 overs possible or available. Minimum remaining, they say on the scoreboard. Another dot ball as that one hits the middle of Fletcher Middleton's bat. And no run. So once again, BBC Local Radio bringing you every ball of every competitive match between the counties this summer. Great pleasure to do it as well. For Kent fans, maybe a mixed pleasure at the moment, hearing it, but we're doing the T20s as well. Of course, One Day Cup. Here's Hogan, rising delivery from Hogan to Middleton. Coped with it well, actually, up on his toes. Not the tallest man, but playing it more or less chest high into the offside, getting right over the top of the ball. And here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Solent, the score stays at 10-4-0. Listeners on BBC 5 Sports Extra have left us now. We bid them a fond farewell. Elsewhere around the country even, the counties, is a good full ball from Hogan, testing Middleton, defends it and there's no run. Chris Rushworth taken 3 quick wickets for Warwickshire. Essex 93 for 5 now at Edgbaston on the first day. Somerset 109 for 4 against Lancashire. Middlesex, who are 110, I think, odd for 1, are now 199 for 7 as Surrey fight back. Hampshire, sorry, Northants rather, 86 for 2. Hampshire here batting on 10 for none as Hogan bowls, left outside the off stump, through to the wicket-keeper. Middleton leaves, and there is no run. Northants 86 for 2 against Nottinghamshire at Wantage Road. Yorkshire have made their way to 247 for 9 against Durham. Derbyshire and Gloucestershire no play there today. That one's been written off for the day. Glamorgan have had a fabulous day so far against Worcestershire at Cardiff. Bowling Worcestershire out for 109. As this one's defended again by Middleton on the back foot, end of the over. It's a maiden over for Michael Hogan, 10 for none, Hampshire. Glamorgan, by the way, in reply to that 109 from Worcestershire, 118 for 5. So not having it all their own way. And Leicestershire against Sussex in a soggy West Midlands. No play available in that one either. Thunder playing the Sunrisers today. No result in that match. Where was that one? At Sale today. There we go. Thunder making it to 60 for 2 before they came off a rain, and they have not returned on that one. Kevin James back with us.
It's Agar, files to Weatherly, not quite out the middle of the bat as he prods it out on the offside. I think they had a few problems at Sale a couple of days ago for a women's game there as well. I know we're using the kentcricket@gmail.com email, but Matt's the only one that can get hold of that.
Yeah, but I'm very carefully filtering them.
Yeah, that wasn't a plug for you, by the way. Silentcricket@gmail.com when I'm on and Matt's not on and we can't see them. Tim Street has emailed actually about, at the risk of repeating myself, says Tim, who's in Portsmouth. Never mind. Why isn't Anarian Donald getting a look in, he says. I would have him opening in preference to both Organ and Weatherly. As Agar comes in and off the back foot, thick outside edge into the ground, fielded at gully though. Neither of which have proved themselves at this level, says Tim. The only thing is nobody was really scoring in the second team initially until Toby Albert got a double 100 and a 60 last week. Weatherly got 100. But Donald, I'm afraid, hasn't really been scoring runs in the second team. So it's a little bit difficult to put together an argument to say, why isn't Anarian Donald back in the side when others have scored runs before them, a bit like Mieye in the Kent side. You know, 300s and a 90 has to be playing. Or Weatherly gets a bottom edge there past a diving Jordan Cox behind the stumps, and I think that's gone down to fine leg, has it? I can't quite see. Yes, it has. It's signalled by the umpire at the far end. Hampshire 18 without loss. So that's basically the reason why they want to play Donald. They'd love to play Donald. They'd love to play one or two others. But at the end of the day, you have to do something which gives, which persuades people with an argument that you're the person that should be playing. Brian Barish also emailed as well. I'm going to get a couple of emails in.
Yeah.
I'm not having you hogging.
Good plan. Well,
no, you can't have them all.
Right.
Brian says, actually, it was a point short and off the back foot. Lovely shot, Joe Weatherly. Keeps that along the ground. It's to backward a point. Cudry's after it. It will be pulled up just inside the rope. They think about 2. Fletcher Middleton comes back for the 3. That's good running from Fletcher. A lovely shot, Joe Weatherly, right on his toes to keep that ball down. Hampshire move on to 17 without loss. Yeah, we were talking about the Sheffield Shield point system, which is probably apt with Agar bowling at the far end. And I think under the Sheffield Shield point scoring system, the table looked a little different. And we argued the other week, I know Kent people weren't involved in that, but it doesn't matter. Because the table actually would have been roughly the same. Somebody had worked it out. It's a very complicated Sheffield Shield system. I don't know if you know it. That's pushed up to mid-on. There's all sorts of 0.01 bonus points for this and that. Anyway, but Brian actually now says, well, what a difference a week makes. Because last week, yes, you were right. The teams would have been roughly the same. But now, Warwickshire would be top of the table over Surrey, with Hampshire third ahead of Essex, if the Sheffield Shield scoring system would be employed in the county system. So there you go. That's just a nice little point to be made on that one. I know a lot of people are not happy with the points for a draw being reduced. Here's Agar bowling to Middleton. Middleton on the back foot, steers that up to mid-on. End of the over, 17 without loss Hampshire. Weatherly has 8 and Middleton has 6.
Yeah, I started to read it as you mentioned it. Obviously, I've looked it up on the old search engine, Cricket Australia, and read the first couple of sentences. I've got a slight nosebleed, so I'm not sure I can go on with that.
It's bizarre, isn't it? How on earth do you work that out? I mean, it's a simple, whatever you agree without, whether you agree with it or not with our system, it's simple. That looks ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, all it is that teams get 6 points for an outright win, 1 point for a draw, plus 0.01 of a bonus point for every run over 200 they score during the first 100 overs of their innings, i.e. 350 after 100 overs receives 1.5 bonus points, and 0.1 of a bonus point, that's 10 times as many, for every wicket a team takes during the first 100 overs of their... Yeah, that's all very plain. Thank you very much. 17 for none. Does it work out, though? Hogan bowls. We'll get some lift outside the off stump, but Weatherly can leave that because it's getting so much lift. 8 for him, 6 for Middleton, 17 for none. So you've had conversations about this. So you've done it in depth, have you, or certainly your listeners have?
It came up in a previous Hampshire game a couple of weeks ago or last week and what have you, and it was just that I think it was they were talking about if last year different point systems would Hampshire, you can imagine now Hampshire fans somehow want Hampshire to win the championship, and if it was under this point system they would have done it, sort of thing.
Is Hogan? Oh, is he trapped him there? Big old shout. Got forward, the ball skewed out into the offside to around about point.
Good delivery.
Yeah, it's beaten the batter, certainly, but
you know how these conversations go. They then sort of spew off into other areas, and we didn't like the draw. It's this and that. And if the draw point system would have been, the way it is this year, last year, would that have made a difference? And no, they couldn't work Hampshire out winning that. So then they went on to something else. So eventually you try and find something. But this Sheffield Shield point scoring system came up, and I have to say I did not know that.
Me neither. And there are supplementary questions here. Hogan to Weatherly, defends it into the offside. Do we know what it rewards in those terms? I mean, sorry, that's a bit of a hospital pass, but feel free to say no because it looks very complicated. No. But that's fine. But I'm just thinking in the way that the point scoring this year in the county championship has been weighted to reward the win over the draw some more, and to reward quicker scoring. As Hogan bowls outside the off stump, and there's no run as it's left, 17 for none. I guess all the cricket authorities in their domestic competitions are looking for the perfect balance, aren't they, between attack and defence?
Yeah, and I suppose it's too early to really say is the new. I say it's not new. All it is just that it's 4 points for a draw instead of 6. You know, is that really making a difference? I think it's too early to say, isn't it? Really, at the moment.
I'm not sure. My gut feeling about the bonus points as Hogan bowls. It's tucked into the onside. Weatherly just not being able to free his hands for that one, but it's fielded by Mayeye at mid-wicket. My feeling with the bonus point is teams don't care enough about them for this to make an enormous amount of difference, in that they're more focused on the match result, and that teams tend not to rush, for instance, to throw the bat madly if they're...
Yeah, that's right.
If you know what I'm saying, if they need 6 and over to get 30 or something like that. Hogan to Weatherly, and this one's deflected out towards point, and there's no run. End of the over. It's a maiden from Michael Hogan. I think it's his second in the row as well. 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4. I mean, maybe wrong in that, but I think county captains aren't focused on that at all. They're thinking about match results.
I've not, in the games that I've seen, I've not immediately thought, oh, this team is now playing baseball, or this person is now playing baseball. I mean, I hasn't even entered my head so far in the games I've watched. I don't know about you guys, but
yeah, I don't feel like that has made any difference. But obviously the wait for a win against a draw definitely does.
Here's Agar then from the Nackington Road end. Forward is Middleton, and plays that late into the ground. It's gone down towards third, and Cudry's after it again. We'll pick that up just short of the practice wickets to our right. Hampshire move on to 19 with that loss, and Middleton on to 8. Yeah, maybe again it's all too early. You know, maybe when Stokes and McCullum say, it'd be nice to, we're looking for positive players, to make our England side. We don't want people at block. We want this, we want that, and what have you. I'm not sure it's going to come overnight. I just think it might take 2 or 3 years, maybe. Who knows? But certainly nobody I've seen is playing baseball yet outside the off stump. It's a good carry from Agar.
In Australia as well, you get 6 times as many points for a win as for a draw, I've just seen. So a win is 6 points, a draw is 1. So equate that, yeah. And what is it here this season?
4 a draw, isn't it? And it's 16 for a win.
Yeah.
Which is what it's been for a little while, isn't it?
16 for a win certainly, but they've reduced the draw, haven't they? Because it was
6 to 4, was it? Or was it 8 to 6?
It was 8 last season. So
edged. Oh, it's in the gap. Now I'm not sure whether that's really carried, but there is a gap between second and fourth slip, and Middleton driving at that one definitely got an edge, but it may not have carried. But even so, it's in as we saw with Grant Stewart's first delivery of Fuller. If there's a gap, the batters will find it, and Middleton did there. Not a great amount of foot movement there, just pushed at the ball a little bit too hard, but Middleton moves on to 12.
16 and 5 is the answer to that, so there we go.
Was it 5 for a draw?
Yeah, it was 8 last year, 5 this year.
Oh, right, okay. Got that wrong.
So it would be, if it was 6 to, 6 times
whatever the ratio
so
is,
it would be like 2 or 3 points, 2.5 points or whatever, if it was the Sheffield Shield for a draw compared to 16 for a win. So if that makes any sense at all.
Probably not a lot of difference, is there, really, in the ratio. Outside the off stump, again, that's a good carry from Agar off a length. It'd be interesting to see this guy bowl on a wicket that's a little quicker.
Yeah.
It's not particularly quick, but he's getting the ball through off a decent length at times.
He's a big lad, isn't he? He's
Yeah,
proper fast bowler. 6 foot odd and broad shoulders.
Yeah, certainly not dying on Cox when the ball gets through to him. Beautiful sunshine, isn't it? There's hardly a cloud around. You have to really look for a cloud. Beautiful evening. Coming up to 6 o'clock as Agar comes in again. Length ball, and Middleton's in behind that. I think it's been good opening spells from both these two, actually. A little bit unlucky, perhaps not to have picked up one by now. 23 without loss.
Got an email on my phone here. Not that we're competing, I'm just saying. I've just got one.
Ooh, look at you.
Luke is a Hampshire fan, but is there a reason for Daniel Bill Drummond not playing in this one? Yeah, he's out of the side on form, effectively. I mean, he's just not there at the moment, I guess. There you go, Bowles. And it's a no ball, this Yorker length delivery. A good one as well. But yeah, Luke, he's been dropped out of the 13. Hasn't made the start that he or the side wanted, and he and Joe Denley both find themselves in, I was going to say in the second 11 now, but they are going towards T20 now, so I wouldn't be at all surprised if neither of them play against Surrey either, and they will just refocus on the start of the blast.
Just looking at Bill Drummond's figures, 131 runs this year, averaging 18. So he comes in, and that's flicked away by Middleton. That's going for 4. It's gone very fine down towards where the players change to the corner here at Canterbury, St Lawrence Ground, and it's 29 without loss at Hampshire. And Denley was even worse, 4 innings, averaging under 5. Wow. Yeah,
I mean, he was. What I would say for Danny Bell Drummond is characteristic of him. When he's been hitting the ball, it's been disappearing to the boundary. You know, he's such a clean striker of the ball, and he's got great hand-to-eye coordination, isn't he? But just feeling for deliveries, as my colleague Ben Watt said, and I said this earlier on, just finding ways to get out almost, if that makes sense. As Hogan continues, number 4 of his 3 so far, trying to build pressure at this end.
Yeah, I'm just looking at their career stats. Bill Drummond averages 32 in his career, which I think actually is a little disappointing.
I think overall it is for the.
Yeah, for somebody
it
like
feels
him,
like he's better than that. Yeah.
You know, you need to be an all-rounder really if you're averaging 32. You need to be contributing with the ball as well, which obviously he doesn't really. Joe Denley's career average 40, which is more like it.
Here's Hogan then to Weatherly. Looks like he made a little movement towards it. That's what excited the slips, but hasn't played it through to the wicketkeeper. And there's no run. Of course, both Denley and Bell Drummond have been absolutely prolific in white ball cricket for Kent over the years, and T20 particularly. Kane Richardson is coming for that for the first time for the Spitfires, the Aussie. Like the look of him, I have to say. Fantastic fielder as well as bowler. He's got all sorts of variety in his deliveries as well. This is just pushing the offside gently. There's no run. 29 for none. Hampshire's T20 signing.
Same as last year.
Same as last year. Remind me.
You should know we won it.
I blanked it out. You're always at T20 finals day.
Ben McDermott.
Right.
And Nathan Ellis.
Thank you very much. Oh, I remember Ellis taking.
Love watching Nathan Ellis bowl. Love watching him bowl. Well, I love watching McDermott bat, to be fair.
Hogan then bowling to Weatherly. This one skews into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, I remember. I think it's the first round of the first couple of games of the 100. There was this enormous excitement about this unknown Nathan Ellis taking wickets.
Fantastic.
And thinking, I seem to remember I've seen him somewhere before. That was in the T20 blast.
Wasn't he the chap that bowled the no ball in the T20 final, which almost handed the game to Lancashire? Yes, it was.
He's been about a bit, even in this country, but, you know, some people don't watch those things. So here's Hogan to Weatherly outside the off stump, and it's through to no run. It's almost like a tree falling in a forest. If if the 100 audience on there to see it, it's not happened.
That's true. Yeah. 100. We love the 100. I love the 100.
29 for none.
Did he? You know, we 2 years on the trot, we've been absolutely hopeless at the start. Was Kent another?
Crikey, yeah.
2 years ago, we were hopeless against you guys, where we lost first 5, and I think he was as bad as any of the.
But the second half has been absolutely astonishing
for 2 years running.
Yeah.
I don't know if were you one of the 4 that we lost initially last year. I can't remember.
I can't remember either, to be honest. I don't really mark it down unless Kent win the tournament. So the ball's clipped line square, single taken, 30 for none. I'd have to cast my mind back, but yeah. I mean, joking apart, Hampshire have had an incredible history in T20, haven't they?
Very, yeah. I mean, it's been
so
great.
Successful.
Yeah, very lucky, really. I mean, I've often said it that I got fed up of going to finals day in the end, and I used to will them not to go. I just got so fed up with it. And then for about 3 years when they didn't go, I wasn't really missing it. But yeah, very lucky. And Ellis and McDermott last year was just absolutely superb, as were the rest of the team, of course.
Yeah.
But for the first 4 games, it looked like it was going to be horrendous. When we lost, I think the 4th of those was Surrey at the Oval, where we looked absolutely awful. But actually, Ellis came out of that, and it was the first time I'd really noticed Nathan Ellis. Even the previous 3 games, you didn't really notice him, and then he just really came into his own. Here's Joey Everson then with his right arm medium paces, and immediately Weatherly has slapped him down the hill for 4 runs. Can't really afford too many looseners when you've been bowled out for 95.
Indeed not, no. I'm just going back to the T20 last year.
Yeah,
I mean, Kent only won 3 games, so I doubt that they lost to Hampshire. But
it would have been the first 3 or 4 games, because that's where we were.
Of course, yeah.
I think after that we won just about everything. I think.
Giving everyone a head start.
Yeah. Here's Everson again from that Nackington Road end, length ball, Weatherly in behind that. Pushes it out on the offside just while you're looking up those stats. Wes Agar has completed his first spell. His spell was 4 overs, none for 24. He bowled better than that. You look at that, just in black and white, you think 4 overs for 24, that looked pretty average. I thought he looked better than that. So anyway, new year, new competition. Everybody starts with the same hopes and dreams as everybody else. And then it all unravels as the games go through. That's pushed out square on the offside. It's true. It's just all about momentum. That's all it is, really. Isn't
But you're
it?
right. At this time of the year, anything's possible in the T20. It hasn't happened yet. So
that's what I love about pre-season. Everybody in their media day, we're going to do this, and we look like we could do this, and there's not a lot, especially in T20, and especially in the South Group. I think there's not a lot between a lot of the sides. It's just on the day momentum. Everson comes in. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad there. Weatherly, it's a no ball. As the ball goes down the leg side, that would suggest that it's a bit too leg stumpish, but as they were appealing, the umpire's hand, Paul Pollard, was standing out at horizontal position, signalling a no ball, and there was leg byes as well. He signalled just about everything there. In fact, he looked like he was getting a bit confused with the amount of signals he had to do.
Yeah, that whole of the scoreboard is now taken up with the analysis from that one delivery.
No balls.
To go round
that's right. 2 NB plus 1 LB. That's almost taken up the whole line. I hope this is not a 10 ball over, otherwise he's struggling.
Room for the rest of the over. What will they do if that happens again?
It's running out of space. Here's Everson. Bowls slightly shorter this time. Middleton plays that into the ground on the offside.
So yeah, thanks for reminding us about the T20 Blast last year. For Kent supporters already feeling a bit down today about being bowled out for 95. We're bottom of the South Group, of course, and lost by a crushing 54 runs at the Ageas Bowl against Hampshire. So thanks for cheering everyone in Kent up there.
If honest, I can't remember the game. Just remind me. I mean,
100,
I know you
100 for James Vince. Tom Prescott 50.
Oh right, okay, it was that game.
Yeah. Alex Blake and Jack Leaney got runs for Kent.
Everson again, he's slightly short, and Middleton on his toes there on the back foot, pushes out the covers, picks up a single. 17. He's on 38 without loss.
Nathan Ellis took 2 for 26.
Okay.
Good combination. Yeah, that was a bit of a thumping.
Yes, apologies. I generally couldn't remember the game, so I didn't sort of ask you to bring it up just because I wanted to gloat, but I couldn't generally remember it.
There's a lot of games and a lot of competitions.
There he is. Here's Everson again. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad again here, Weatherly. Bigger shout. No ball this time, so Pollard, the umpire Paul Pollard, said no, not out. 30. Oh, it's Pollard this end, actually. It's Martin Saggers of Forens. Apologies. 38 without loss.
I don't know if we mentioned it at all since it happened, actually, but Ken won the One Day Cup last year. There we go. If that's going to cheer Kent fans up, just remember that one.
Did you remember the semi-final?
Remember the semi-final?
Yeah. You don't receive this is where you get your own back here, isn't it?
It's just all about the glory, really. You dispatch a whole lot of mediocre teams on the way to a win like that. 38 for none.
You don't remember the game these years?
Tremendously exciting. As Home comes back, you're going to give me chapter and verse now. 38 for none. I'm prepared to hear about it, though. It's shortish ball, and it's whipped away. I thought actually he was going to get more runs than that, but I think it goes to Everson at backward square, and there is sorry, there's a single run. 39 for none. Hampshire making a really good reply to Kent's.
I can't believe you
Kent's
can't remember
95.
that.
So I'm just.
I can remember it for one reason.
So, sorry. Supposed to have an update here, but it doesn't seem to have appeared. There we go. Sorry, do go on. Hogan now bowling to Weatherly outside the off stump through the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. 39 for none.
I don't want to remember it because we actually lost. It was the only game I think we lost in that competition to you guys at the Aegeus. But it was memorable because a certain person turned the game around. I don't think you guys were losing it, but this certain person came in and hit a few runs and really made the game safe for you guys. Yeah. Just a little bit older than the guy bowling.
Could you give us a clue? Defended up to Hogan. That's what you're talking about, of course, yes. Past Hogan, and there is no run. 39 for none. Well, I guess they're not coming to us for an update for 6. There we go.
They've got fed up with you.
Yeah, got on balance. 13 for Weatherly, 18 for Middleton. Just almost afraid to say his name because people still miss him a great deal.
Yeah.
And, but he's playing in the Kent Premier this summer, and doing a bit of coaching as well. As Hogan bowls, just that's a neat deflection away by Joe Weatherly. Actually gets low to do that. Cadbury scampers after it, and they get a single. So they move on to 40 for none. Hampshire making a good fist of this, and Kent really haven't put the pressure on anywhere near as the Hampshire bowlers did on the Kent batters.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's not a cloud in the sky, and this often happens, doesn't it? You know, again, when you're finding yourself down near the bottom, you seem to bat when the conditions favour the bowlers, and you bowl when the conditions favour the batters a little bit. Seemingly, the wicket looks a little bit easier out there.
And here is Hogan bowling once more, driving through the offside. Good stop by Kadri, and they'll send back the non-striker. But yeah, absolutely, as you heard Kevin James say, that shot and stop, really good from Middleton.
Great cricket there.
Just cracking it, attempting to through the offside, and a great diving stop by Kadri. Actually, that's a dot ball in the end of that. So ball to come. And still 12 overs to come after this if the light stays, and it's pretty good so far. Playing a miss that time from Middleton outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper, but still no breakthroughs for Kent. And Hampshire just 55 behind now on this first day of this county championship match between Kent and Hampshire here at Canterbury.
Yeah, and even though we've lost 34 overs, we've still got quite a long way through the game, haven't we? Now, Brian Barish is back on the emails. It's not kentcricket@gmail.com. It's my email.
You're more than welcome,
and
Brian.
my own email only.
All right, okay.
sonatcricket@gmail.com. But we are using the Kent one. I think Brian must have shares in this Sheffield Shield.
I'm interested in the Sheffield system. I did ask many questions about it.
Yeah,
so,
you did.
You know,
you were interested. You're one of the few commentators where I bring up a point that will actually ask me a question about it.
Really?
Everybody else just looks as though they can look for another subject and get off the point I'm making as quick as possible. So thank you very much. That's why I love working with you.
I'll indulge you, Kevin, of course.
We'll indulge Brian as well because he's come back with more on this Sheffield Shield system. As Joey Everson to start his second over. First over went for 7. Comes in again, and Weatherly works it away on the onside. The AA dives at mid-wicket to keep it down to a single. I think it would have been a single anyway because I think it was Hogan or somebody was backing up behind him. 41 without loss. Now, Brian says, just following up the point as to why the Sheffield's decimal system makes a difference. In the county system, you only get credit for every 50 runs or 3 wickets you get, and there's a limit to both. So 250 runs is the same amount of bonus points as 299.
Okay.
So,
I see what you're saying.
This is making a little bit more sense,
Yeah.
I guess. Here's Everson. And Middleton pushes that to me, AA. Whereas in the Sheffield Shield, you get credit for every single run and wicket, and there's no cap for batting points. The threshold system does give batting teams a target for declaration if time is getting tight. So there's that. I also think that the Sheffield Shield draw points valuation makes sense because their matches aren't as weather affected as in England.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes.
Well made.
And Here's Everson again, and Middleton's in behind that. It's a good length ball. And one or two others are joining in now. Ralph Brooker, our Hampshire fan in France. He may be the only one. The outcome I'd want to avoid in the championship is whether robbing one side of a victory whilst rewarding their opponents with a draw. So the idea of a winning draw, for example, 1 wicket needed in 30 overs to win by an innings plus, rained off, and a losing draw for the opponents in that example. But that can become difficult. My example being an extreme one as Middleton pushes that up on the onside. Have I explained that very well? Probably not. And very quickly, Bill Seeger says, is this the record opening stand for the first wicket in the championship this season? We finally cracked it. That's a Hampshire in-joke. But 41, I think, is up there.
In the context of this match, it's getting near halfway to the Kent total, so that's got to be good, whether it's a lot of runs or not.
Although there were only 2 down at this stage, Kent, would you believe? Middleton on the back foot doesn't really time it as the ball works up to mid-on. It was just what came later, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was an absolute capitulation later.
Yeah, it was. Have you not got any emails?
I got that same one from Ralph, but I was too gentlemanly. He sent it to both of us, which is very nice of him. But I was too gentlemanly to steal your thunder there.
Oh, you should have done.
It's because I'm a very nice person.
Everson again in the sunshine here at Canterbury. Middleton on the back foot. Turns that to Mieye at mid-on, or mid-wicket he is. End of the over, just the 1 run off it. And we still have 11 overs to do in the day. Hampshire 41 without loss.
Yeah, tough day for Kent once again. Bottom in the county championship, skittled out for 95. 5 wickets for James Fuller, 3 for Kyle Abbott in that. And 1 for Barker, 1 for Abbas, who definitely made their contributions by getting rid of Compton and Crawley at the top of the innings. Grant Stewart just warming up his shoulders, looking forward to getting on, I'd imagine. Hogan's been economical so far. Oh, Kent Crave, here's a wicket here. Still 3 slips in the sunshine as he bowls now, and it's Weatherly just turning it into the onside. Mieye fields, and there's no run.
Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, also getting in on the act of the points system at Salmon Sport. He says, after 133 years of trying to get things right, the only certainty is that there will never be a perfect point system in the championship.
Well, I think that's fair to say. It's hard to, because you give too much for a win against too few for a draw, and I think there was, as Hogan bowls to Weatherly, and it's turned into the onside. They get a run this time. It's Kadri Fields. Sorry, Mieye Fields at mid-wicket. 42 for none. Because I think, listeners will correct me quickly if I'm wrong, I think there was a point at which it was just 3 points for a draw plus bonus points and 16 for a win, which skewed it so, and particularly, sorry, even if that's not the case, teams were rewarded so much for a victory that a 2-day victory, for teams that were struggling towards the bottom of tables, for instance, they prepare a green seamer and almost take it by chance.
Yeah.
That we'll get a result, and that, if we get to bowl first, sorry, that one's defended. We've certainly all seen pitches prepared for that eventuality, aren't we? For a 2-day win. Hope to win the toss, hope to bowl better than the other side, and obviously with controls by the match referee, you can look at pitches and say, this isn't suitable and dot points, etc. But you want to stop that.
Agreed.
At source, don't you? You want it to stop it before any of that's happening. So Hogan to Middleton, defended into the offside, and there's no run. 42 for none.
Yeah, I mean, there's a definite there's a difference, isn't there, between a wicket which looks as though it's going to all be over in 2 days, and one where you think, we're going to get a result here. And that's the key, isn't it? And that's the challenge, isn't it, really? County cricket should be exciting. It shouldn't be played on flat surfaces where 600 plays 500 plays 400 for 1 declared and all that rubbish. Nobody wants to see that. It's boring.
As Hogan bowls to Middleton on his toes and driven into the offside. There's no run. There's Billingsfields there. 42 for none. But yeah, equally, you don't want just the green seamer and the batters to have no chance. And it's
that's right.
It's
a lottery. Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
I still remember James Treble, and perhaps I shouldn't mention the ground that they were coming to. But when we took a picture of it in the morning, you couldn't tell which was the strip basically. And Hogan bowls to Middleton, flick of the wrists. Played it late perhaps, but a nice glance down for a single. 43 for none, end of the over. And at the end of the day, I just saw James Treadwell. I said, "You all right, Tready?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "What do you make of the pitch?" He said, "Yeah, I didn't bother unpacking." Obviously, being a spinner and knowing the wicket was so green, it's like, I've got my gear out of the bag.
You know, pitches will change in nature, don't they, as you go through the 4 days, and depending on the overhead conditions, of course, that dictates a little bit. But it's fair enough that a pitch would be different on day 2 or 3 than what it is on day 1. I think everybody would accept that. Here's Everson. Oh, that's a drive and an edge, and that's going to be 4. That's Fletcher Middleton trying to drive Everson through sort of the mid-off area and just pushed at that one a little bit. Ball flying off the outside edge. It didn't really go in the air too high. It was well wide of the 2 slips. 4 runs takes him on to 23, 47 without loss. But I think generally over the 4 days, if you say, well, look, because some pitches do flatten out and get very easy, especially when you've got the heavy rollers. See, I always remember about the heavy rollers. They change the nature of pitches as well. They do deaden pitches out at times. So there's lots of different factors there as Everson comes in, and Middleton works that away handsomely on the leg side, and that's 4 runs. That's a sweet piece of timing through mid-wicket. Ball just sort of angled into him and reaches him on the leg side. That's the 50 up for Hampshire. Now, I have been looking on social media in the last sort of few overs, and I know 1 or 2 Hampshire fans have just been saying this must be Hampshire's best opening partnership of the season. Well, I'm just looking. I mean, if you take the fact that Felix Organ has struggled a bit, I mean, 1-0 in the first game against Notts, so I think you can fairly safely say there was certainly not a 50-run opening partnership there. 8 and 11 at the Oval. He's always playing a missing outside the off-stump. That's a good delivery. Where Middleton made 32 in the first innings and Felix Organ made 8. I mean, I would suggest that they didn't reach 50 there. That certainly didn't happen at Northants because Middleton got 0 and 1-0 for Organ in the game against Warwickshire. So I think we can just about safely say, and I will look it up just to double check in that game against Surrey, but 50 is the first time this season that Hampshire's opening batters have reached that unscathed. There's Everson, right arm medium pace again. That's a little wider. Middleton doesn't play at that one, but I will look at that Surrey game just to double check. So there we are, yes. Hampshire fans, Hampshire supporters. There's a half-century stand on the board in Hampshire, yet to lose a wicket. It's very rare. Probably should take a picture. Oh, I shouldn't go too overboard. Here's Everson again then, and Middleton on the back foot. Pushes that back to the bowler. I think it's safe to say there isn't quite as much happening for Kent. I think people might be thinking, well, hang on a minute. 95 all out, that ball must be going all over the place. It didn't go all over the place. There was a little subtle movement. There was just enough. Yeah. But a lot of balls in the right areas, and it just played on a lot of the Kent batters' minds, who were perhaps not totally sure in their techniques at the moment. 1 or 2 with Miaye and leaning. They didn't seem to have too much problem out there. Middleton on the back foot. That's a good diving stop in the covers. And there is no run. We've still got, 9 overs to do tonight. 51 with that loss.
We've been mashed back into it at this point. I've realised that because there was no 6 o'clock update, that's normally our key to move, isn't it? So do you want to make way until, say, past? I'll do my update. You come back in for the home stretch with Mash, but he'll come back in now. And 51 for none. That's Kevin James. I'm Matt Cole. Michelle and Patrick Hewitt with us as well today. And it's a beautiful day out there, it really is now. Grant Stewart brought on for his first bowl for Kent with Hampshire 51 for none. He's taking the ball from Michael Hogan. Exchange words. Not terse ones, I think, just a bit of advice, a bit of friendly encouragement from Michael Hogan. And Stewart goes back to his mark, already pre-arranged during his warm up. He bowls now down the leg side, well taken by Jordan Cox actually, and Weatherly trying to get something on it. He's on 16, 27 for Fletcher Middleton, 51 for none. And he's just joining us. It's a Hampshire making a good fist of this. We said doesn't seem to be doing as much for the bowlers this one, but these two, Weatherly and Middleton, seem to have weathered this pretty well. It's a heavy ball from Stewart, full length, going in at Weatherly's toes. He defends it, and there's no run. But Hampshire just emphasising how much ahead they are today between these two sides.
Yeah, most definitely. And whilst there's been a lot of oohs and ahs for some balls from Hogan or Stewart or Agar, you just sense that a different type of bowler is needed on this track.
Not quite the pressure. Can Stewart make the breakthrough, I wonder? Turned off his pads by Weatherly, goes away for a single. 17 he has, Middleton 27. A couple of the Hampshire staff are taking a gentle lap around the ground. See that?
Yes, I mean, just elaborating on that point. So the Hampshire bowlers, and in fact I'll come back after this Stewart delivery.
Yeah, Stewart then turns in towards Middleton. Middleton, that's a lovely drive through the onside, and that's 4 runs. And those two members of the Hampshire staff, one of them stops to pick the ball up. I don't know myself. I'm sure Kevin James will know who they are, but that is a 4 straight off the bat. Lovely timing from Middleton. I think it's as good a shot as we've seen from either of them so far.
Yeah, I'd certainly think that. I think that's a shot of the Hampshire innings so far. But yeah, the Hampshire bowlers answer a different kind of question. So Abbas kind of nibbles one a bit off the seam. Fuller pushed it through a bit quicker, as did Abbott, and then Barker obviously. Well, Keith Barker almost needs no introduction, but the Kent bowlers have bowled a heavy ball a lot, if that makes sense.
Stewart bowls, and this is jabbed into the offside by Middleton. There's no run.
There's been kind of less nibble with the Kent bowlers, less slight movement that might just question a bit, question the Hampshire batters' techniques that bit more. And obviously that could change tomorrow, and they could come back and make inroads, but it just has something slightly missing today.
Yeah, I agree. That subtlety maybe not quite there in the Kent bowling. End of the over. 5 off it from Stewart, his first over. Hampshire 56 for none. Elsewhere, talking about quality Division 1 attacks, Essex bowled out for 126 by Warwickshire. 4 wickets there for Oliver Hannon Dalby. Chris Rushworth, I think, took 3 in, maybe in 6 balls, but 8 balls in the middle of that innings as well, when Essex looked like they were doing okay. And so that's a great effort from them. Somerset 109 for 4 against Lancashire at stumps there. Middlesex eventually bowled out for 209. Good comeback from the Surrey attack there, who are 6 for none. And Northants 86 for 2 at stumps against Nottinghamshire.
Most definitely. And Joe Everson back into the attack, and Joe Weatherly just partially stopped that shot. I better consult my numbers here. Sometimes with these Kent fielders, sometimes you have to look at your numbers just to remind yourself.
Yeah, well, and also they've got the cable knits on, which you know, they're nice traditional jumpers, but they don't have numbers on them. So that, yeah, that's Kadri is number 75, just a backward point there. But yeah, unfortunately for commentators who don't know immediately know the body shape of you get of the Kent fielders, you kind of get used to them, don't you, when you're following a side long enough. But yeah, I appreciate this is not an easy task, so they've just basically covered their numbers up.
Yeah, quickly glance down and pretend you knew all along. And Joe Everson back in again, and that's driven down the ground beautifully. I think that's going to make it all the way down to the boundary. And it does indeed. Wes Agar can't haul that one in, and that's 4 runs for Fletcher Middleton, who's looked in really good touch since coming to the crease. He moves on to 35. He's faced 49 balls, and Hampshire are 61 without loss. We have just under 8 overs remaining today. I'm just trying to work out if it's. I think it's feasible that Hampshire take the lead before the close of play.
Yeah, quite possible.
Davison back in again. That one's outside the off stump. That's left alone by Fletcher Middleton.
But yeah, might need to go a bit. Well, I suppose 3.5, 4 and over. Yeah, could happen. By the end of the day, that really will be tough for Kent. Been on the end of a bad day, certainly.
Yeah, and we've got to set the context as well. Hampshire haven't come into this game with form behind them, so to speak. Joe Everson back in again, and that's tucked into. Oh, what? It's not just tucked. That's going to square the wicket for 4 runs. And yes, that's another 4 for Fletcher Middleton. He moves on to 39, the second 4 of the over. 9 runs off this over so far, 2 more balls to go, and Hampshire moving serenely along.
I was just looking at that Middlesex innings against Sussex. That was a heck of a comeback by the against Surrey. Heck of a comeback by the Surrey bowlers. Because Sam Robson and Piers Manan put on 150. They were bowled out for 209 in total.
That one's defended back down the track. No run.
5 wickets there for Dan Worrell, 5 for 48. 3 for Gus Atkinson as well, 2 for Kemal Roach.
Do we have any fantasy cricket players? I play
don't
it.
actually.
Do you play it?
No, I don't. No.
So James Fuller is in my fantasy cricket
Is
team.
he?
So
Alright.
as he was taking his fifer, although my heart was sinking somewhat, my points were adding up. So Joe Everson back in. And that's also defended back down the track. And that's the end of the over. 9 runs off that over. Hampshire at 65 without loss. Fletcher Middleton is on 39, not out. And Joe Weatherly is 18, not out.
I thought I saw the 2 of you chatting before the day's play as well. A hint of corruption here. Well, you can't say that even in jest around cricket grounds, can you? But yeah, it's interesting. The only fantasy sport I do is fantasy Premier League.
Yeah, I would assume so, but there is
because I don't actually support a team in the Premier League, and it kind of keeps me in touch with what's going on. So, yeah,
I do recommend the fantasy cricket one for the county championship. It allows you to pay attention to what's going on elsewhere quite keenly.
Yeah, that's true. True enough. It's Stewart to Weatherly. You're amazed how much you get into it when you've got a team. He leaves that one through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Yeah, we have an in-house at Radio Kent, a fantasy Premier League, but neither Ben or I want to talk about it this year, so I think it's fair to say. We were top 2 last year, but something's gone badly wrong for both of us. And yeah, amazing how obsessed you get, and totally for me with the Football Premier League as well. As Stewart reached, that's wide outside the off stump. Weatherly has treated it as well. A swirl of the bat and has cracked it through the offside for 4 runs, and that's the last thing Kent want. Can't bowl in those areas, I think it's fair to say, and Hampshire just didn't. I think that's the other thing to say, isn't it? Perhaps I would say in that whole Kent innings, maybe 2 loose deliveries, but Kent just can't afford this at all. 69 for none, Hampshire.
Yeah, when Kevin James comes back on, I'd like to know how similar this is to Hampshire's last performance against Warwickshire, but obviously Kent playing the role of Hampshire here.
Is Stewart bowls to Weatherly, defended into the offside, and there's no run. The only thing with fantasy sport, I find, and that, again, I don't have a problem with it with the Premier League because I don't support a team there, but is you watch matches. Well, I watch matches in a completely different way.
100%.
It's very weird watching a match where you want neither side to score any more goals. It's not the usual way of enjoying football, is it, for instance? Here's Stewart anyway to Weatherly. Enough of that cogitation. The ball's cut away, and that's 4 runs. And Hampshire, well, as Mash said, could well be in credit at the end of this first day, having bowled Kent out for 95. It's a lovely shot by Weatherly. He cruises on to 26. Middleton has 39. There's 73 for none. They are 22 behind Kent on first innings now.
Yes, it's not even just that Hampshire is 73 without loss. I mean, they're going at 4.7 and over right now. They're really almost grinding Kent into the ground here. But it's an ominous position for Kent to be in.
Yeah,
suffice to say.
Demoralising for Kent, who came in on after a week off, but after a big defeat against Middlesex. They themselves haven't been in great form. That one's just defended the offside by Weatherly, and there's no run. 73 for none. This is tough, and that, the post-day meeting, there's not going to be much positive to take from this. Maybe it is just a question the coach is saying,
chalk it off.
You have to forget about it. Bad day at the office, come back and do what you do tomorrow. 73 for none. Hampshire. Weatherly facing, again it's wide from Stewart. It's a bit of a gimme, that one. Had to go low, Weatherly there, but he's done well. Has cut it out towards the point boundary. Single taken. 74 for none then. 27 Weatherly, 39 Middleton.
Yeah, so if you kind of, so Everson and Stewart bowled 6 overs between them, and just doing the maths here, 39 runs have come off them. And again, it's drawing that parallel to what Hampshire did when Abbott and Barker finished their spell with the new ball. You had Abbott, you had Fuller coming in to keep up the pressure. Unfortunately, Stewart and Everson haven't been able to kind of maintain any pressure with the ball, and this is possibly why we're seeing a bowling change, where Agar is back into the attack.
And edge, it's
a drop.
Just spilled, is it?
It's a drop. And
yeah.
Not only is it a drop, they're going to run through for 2.
It's a hard flash of the ball by Weatherly there, isn't it? And Cox has dived in front of first slip Ben Compton. I think it's Cox who's got the gloves to it, but it has gone to ground. Really difficult catch for the wicket keeper, but maybe he could have just left it the first slip there. No, actually, it is his ball to go for.
Yeah, I think it's his, yeah.
Yeah, but he has, just looking on the replay, but he has spilled it, and they desperately needed that to get a hand.
Taken it. If we're going to be critical, he should have taken it. Agar back in, and this time Weatherly defends on the front foot. There's no run there.
I think the way this day's been, you can't afford to drop any chance, can you? And Jordan Cox, having taken the gloves for this match as well, would have loved to have snaffled that one to give Kent something before the end of the day, but it hasn't done.
It's one of those ones where it's almost caught him on the fingertips. It's not gone into his palms, so to speak. He's parried it round the post.
Yeah, it was a tough one, wasn't it? But again, you need to be taking those.
He got back in again. And again, this one, no run there. It's parried by the man at Gully.
Yeah, I think that's Everson at Gully with just 2 slips in now. Sorry, it's leaning. It's just going to Gully. It's Compton and Crawley beside Jordan Cox. 76 for none. There's a shout from Sam Billings. Always eager, always enthusiastic, but I have to say, it's tough for even the enthusiasm of Sam Billings to lift them today, you'd think.
He got back in once again. And this one is cut through. The quadri on the boundary runs round, and that's only going to be... Well, no, they came back for 2 runs, I believe. Did I say 2? They came back for 2.
Well run as well, but I thought it was going for a 4 for a second.
Yeah, that's
out my side, but yeah. 78 for none. Oh, got a very vague cue for an update, I think. Oh, there we go. Sorry, it seemed to be way in a distance there. Felt like our very own Jamie Stevens on Travel on BBC Radio Kent was in the next room, but no, he's with us. I'll just take over, Mash, if that's all right, for the update, and then I'll leave you and Kevin to take us through the rest of the remains of the session. Agar bowls to Weatherly, leaves that one. He's on 31, 39 for Middleton, 78 for none. It was almost otherworldly, that, wasn't it? Am I hearing this? The ghostly voice of our travel reader.
I was looking at you because I thought it was someone behind you talking to me.
It's like that scene in The Muppets where the voiceover comes and they all look to the ceiling. So there we go. 78 for none. Sorry, showing my age again there. So final ball is over from Wes Agar, number 28 so far. Bowls to Weatherly. He defends that into the offside, and there's no run. Crikey, it's absolute marathon travel bullets in this one. Will we ever get home, we ask ourselves. Leave plenty of time. So that update coming now. Hampshire 78 for none. BBC Radio Kent listeners joining us right now. With oh, it's been an ugly one, Casey, as well for Kent. Hampshire a 78 for none. They've already bowled out Kent today, and that with 3 hours lost to the rain as well. Kent skittled out for 95. James Fuller with 5 for 21 for the visitors who put Kent into bat this morning. Only Tawanda Mayeye and Jack Leaning really held their heads up at all in the Kent innings. 28 for Mayeye, who's been promoted from the second 11, at 24 for Leaning, but it was a parade at the end with 4 wickets falling for just a single run. And now Hampshire coming out to bat in the sunshine in the evening here and making it look a lot easier out there. 31 for Weatherly, 39 for Middleton. Just about 5 overs left of the day here with Hampshire 78 for none. A day to forget at the office for Kent. Commentary continuing for the moment via the BBC Sport website and app. And turned into the onside, and there is no run. And I'll make way for Kevin James. And thank you for your company, everyone. I'll make way for the night.
Yes, and as we welcome Kevin James back to proceedings, Grant Stewart will continue with his spell. 2 balls into his 3rd over, 2 dots thus far. As Matt Cole said, Hampshire 78 without loss. We have 4.4 overs remaining of the day. Fletcher Middleton 11 runs away from a half century. And he defends that one out to the man at backward point for no run. So the delicate nature of the game at this point in time is, if you're a Kent player, you probably want the day to just end right now, take stock, reassess, come back tomorrow with a different game plan. Grant Stewart comes back in the game, and that one's punched to the man at cover for no run. Tidy over this from Grant Stewart. Went for quite a few in the previous over, but he's come back well in this over. Fletcher Middleton unable to make any inroads thus far. It will be interesting to see if he can get to a half century before the close of play today, but I'm sure he'd be more than comfortable with how he is doing thus far. And again, Grant Stewart in. Oh no, that's no ball. I'll add another one to the total. And I welcome Kevin James back to the comms booth. Kevin, we have 4.2 overs remaining after that no ball.
Well, it'd be a shame for Hampshire to ruin things from here. It's been a great day. Good toss to win, I think. Very good toss to win.
Yeah, but it still wasn't a 95 wicket.
No. Oh, no.
And that one is tucked to the man at square leg for no run. And, despite other than the no ball that Stewart bowled a couple of balls ago, he's much tighter over this time around, although he's currently in conversation with the umpire. I'm not sure about what.
I don't say they want the ball changed.
Oh, it looks like he might be maybe seems like the umpire is taking something off his wrist, brace.
Okay.
Halt in proceedings here.
Yes, it's been, considering we've lost, 36 overs in the day? 34 overs in the day. It's a position you'd kind of want to be at the end of the day, wouldn't you? I mean, it could almost be parity come the end of the day.
Yeah.
Maybe Hampshire in front, replying to a first innings total. You'd settle for that after day one.
Most definitely. And that's the final ball of the over. And it's defended again by Fletcher Middleton. End of the over. No runs off that other than the no ball, I should say. And Hampshire are 80 without loss with 4 overs remaining of the day. I wonder if Sam Billings will ask Quadri to just bowl a speculative over before the close of play. If he does, it won't be now because Wezagar will be bowling the next over.
Yeah, it's pacey, isn't he, on a pitch which isn't particularly pacey. Looks like he could be a bit of a handful on a pitch with a bit more Pacing it. Here he comes in from the Nackington Road end and bowls to Weatherly. Weatherly drives, and that's a half stop in the covers. Kadri's been throwing himself around a little bit in that sort of area, both sides of the wicket, and stopped a few runs. Peter Chapman has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. I can't be bothered to use the Kent one because Matt's not here. He says, Peter, I watched the live stream today from the Aegeus, but the BBC website insists that Hampshire are playing in Canterbury. I'm confused. Is there an explanation? Well, I believe we're in Canterbury. I hope we are. Says Peter in Penzance. We are most certainly in Canterbury. Be a bit of a worry if we aren't. And this one from Michael in Rowledge says, I listened with interest earlier when you were discussing the weaknesses of Hampshire's batting. Note, he says, 2 of the top 10 in the batting averages are Vincent Gubbins. That's right, but that's not the openers. We're talking about the openers as Agar comes in, pulled away. He's into it too early. Middleton's come off the toe end of the bat and it just works its way out on the onside. But the yin to that, the yang, is that note 2, Jack Leach is also in the top 10. Well, yeah, I don't think we count that really. Are the averages worth looking at, says Michael? Well, I suppose if they're included with everybody else, it's not right, is it really? Normally you'd have a minimum of 5 innings, wouldn't you, or something like that. Or maybe Jack Leach has had 5 innings, I don't know.
How many not outs has Jack Leach had?
And that's right, yeah. And I haven't followed Somerset that closely. Short ball. I think that's the first one. There's another no ball from Agar. Yes, a bit too much effort in that one. But yeah, just going back to the opening partnerships, and I mentioned earlier that I got this email a couple of weeks ago from John Paul Story about the opening batting partnerships. If you actually take today as an example, so last season and this season combined, and I can't find it, it's here somewhere, I'll come back to that in a moment. Did the ball disappear somewhere? Thrown back to Agar, and I think he had to go looking for it somewhere at the top end of the ground. Here he is though. Still got the sunshine here, which is lovely. That's a short delivery, and Middleton plays that well, just dropping his hands as the ball goes past the offside. I'm trying to find it, Machel. I'll come to it in a minute. Where is it? But this, I think, is something like, if you take the whole of last year in the Championship and this season to date, I'm going to guess off the top of my head until I find it exactly. It's about the 5th highest opening partnership.
For Hampshire.
For Hampshire. Amazing, isn't it? And we're talking of, well, it's 83 now, but I think when it was even less than that, it was. Where is it? It's gone. It's disappeared off my screen. Middleton works that to wide mid-on, and there is no run. Oh, here we are. Found it. So, I mentioned earlier when Weatherly was out there, the top opening partnership last year was the first game of the season, Somerset 180. So there were 300 opening partnerships, 2 of them between Organ and Holland. There was a 97, so that's the 4th. So this is the 5th highest opening partnership. If you take the whole of last season and the games played so far in this.
Well, I have, off the back of that, I have an interesting question to ask you about Fletcher Middleton, which I shall come to shortly.
Yep. Here he is, facing Agar again. Bowls, and that's short. Middleton just crouches down as it goes past.
So, was Middleton blooded this season because he was ready, or because it was a gamble on his potential?
That's a good one. I think there was also, there was several options, I think, for the situation this year, and I must admit that he was away in the winter. Fletcher, I can't remember exactly. I think it might have been Australia. Short again. Middleton ducks underneath that one. There is the leg slip there, but that's a little too high. 83 without loss, and there are 3 overs to do. I only sort of realised sort of pre-season that Fletcher Middleton was going to be given the job of opening. Now apparently he did open in the second team last year. I must admit I don't watch a lot of second team cricket. I don't sort of really follow what goes on too much. But the word was that he looked a very good player in the second team, and being an opening batter, he would get the first option to open the batting. I saw him bat in the 50 over competition last year, but he didn't open the batting in that. But he did, on a couple of occasions, look a very good player.
Interesting. Grant Stewart comes in for his 4th over outside the off stump, left alone, no run.
But because of that, Joe Weatherly was a little, as I understand it, was a little bit miffed that he wasn't given the first choice. Ian Holland dropped down the order, of course.
And then it gets further to that kind of question is, whatever the reasoning, they appear to have found a player. it's a little short of it.
I agree. There was a lot of excitement after the very first game against Notts.
Grant's drew it back in, and that's tucked into the onside to the man at square leg for no run, mid-wicket, sorry, for no run.
He made 59 and 65, and you know, and the manner that he scored it, I mean, very similar to what you're seeing out here. You know, just looks the part.
Yeah, just doesn't look flustered.
No.
And that doesn't always mean he's going to get runs, but he looks like he knows his own game, if that makes sense.
Agreed. And I think that's what got everybody excited. And you know, almost within one game, it was like, oh, we found an opener for the next decade.
Stewart back in, tucked to the man to mid-on, no run there.
And that's quite interesting because, you know, Joe Weatherly has done it on and off for several years now, and has got close to that sort of accolade. But just when you think that you've found an opener, you know, it doesn't quite work. With Fletcher Middleton, you feel that, you know, he is the real deal.
Straight back in for the fourth ball of the over, and that one's cut and not able to be. Man runs around on the boundary though. Kadri on the boundary, sorry, runs around. Cuts it off. One run there for Joe Weatherly to bring Fletcher Middleton on strike. Yeah, now I'll add to that with. So again, it's only one game. You can't read too much into it. Let's see how they go in the second innings and future games. But how much do you buy into the idea that you can... So Joe Weatherly may well turn out to eventually be an opener of worth. Is it about your partner or is it about you? Stewart back in again, outside the off stump, no run, left alone.
That's an interesting one, isn't it? Because if you're comfortable with somebody at the other end on a regular basis, and opening, I suppose, is a pretty obvious example, isn't it? You're both walking out at the same time. If you feel comfortable with somebody at the other end, that would help your own game to a point.
Yeah. Final ball of the, well, about to say the third over. 3 overs remaining. That final ball is defended out into the covers. There's no run, and we have 2 overs remaining of the match of the day. Hampshire are 84 without loss. Joe Weatherly is on 33 not out, and Fletcher Middleton is 39.
You know, when you think, Marshall, over the last however many years you want to put it on it, 2-3 years or so, maybe a fraction more, you're talking about 4 names. You're talking about Felix Organ, you're talking about Fletcher Middleton now, has come into that, Joe Weatherly, and also Ian Holland. Now that's 4 names over a 3-year period, 4-year period maybe at most, and you can't really say that any of them have nailed down the opening positions. And yet here's a young man here who's sort of come in and is probably top of that list at the moment. But it's Weatherly to face. And that's a length ball on the line of middle and leg, and that's turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. There's no doubt that Joe Weatherly has the talent. I mean, you know, seeing here, you know, he looks very good, and he does, and he's got a very good technique. But you know, just seems to find a way to get out at times. You know, having played very well for an hour, very well for an hour and a half, and then just sort of gets out. Now, you know, there are a lot of players around the country that do that, so there's nothing unusual. But I think the problem for Hampshire has been over that period that I've been talking about is that they've had a regular opening partnership, whether it's any of those 3 names, not so much Middleton because he's only come in this year, pushed out on the offside, that generally you've got players opening the batting that average in the 20s, and they are time and time again coming up against, you know, if you're doing matchups against opposition, regularly the openers that they're coming up against are in the 30s, several in the 40s. You know, you've got Ben Compton today in his 50s. You know, so you've got a pair of openers in the 20s, and you know, so it just doesn't, over a season, it just doesn't work. You know, it might be okay, and it's, you know, it's not been rubbish. He's trying to pull that away on the leg side, doesn't really get hold of that one. It goes out to Cudry on the sort of leg gully, leg slip area. So you're not talking over 1 or 2 games because that doesn't really work. But when you're talking over a season, that the stats don't really lie. And for the opening partnerships I've just mentioned, and, they've been horrendous really. The guys that average 20 are generally not really going to give you much. Not over a long term. Whereas your Ben Compton's only got 0 today, but that's a serious average 50. That's hit him on the pad quite high for me.
Yeah, optimistic shout.
Yeah, just a little bit excited as we get towards the end of day 1, trying to get something out of this. The Kent bowlers. Do you see what I'm saying? Does that make a lot of sense?
Yeah, most definitely. And I think in the context of this match, Hampshire can't ask for anything better in so much as they know that their middle order can produce, generally speaking. If your openers give you what could turn out to be a 100+ partnership, you really should make hay from there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's right. And that's what's really been happening. It's the middle lower order that have really got Hampshire to a point. But if your openers are from time to time, or even a bit more than that, getting you off to a good start, what you can achieve then? That's played out on the offside. Sorry, I forgot it was me. That's a beautiful shot, Joe Weatherly off the back foot. That's gone through just in front of point on the offside. Slightly short there from Agar. And Weatherly has cracked that away up the hill. Moves on to 37. When he plays shots like that, you just think, wow, this guy should be playing regularly. I know he's had a couple of injuries in the last 2 or 3 years or so, which hasn't helped, and it's sort of broken his season up a little bit. But even so, when you say, Masho probably might be the first time you've seen him, I don't know. But on this evidence, the guy is a very, very good player. I think we all know that in Hampshire. But at the end of the day, you have to turn that into proper stats. Here's Agar again and bowls, length ball, and that's turned into the gap on the leg side, and Weatherly will keep the strike for the last over. He's on to 38, and Hampshire 89 without loss. I haven't said that for a while.
And they could well end the day on parity. A reminder that Kent were bowled out for 95. Hampshire are 6 runs away from ending the day on parity, or more runs away from ending the day in the lead. But either way, it's an exceptionally healthy position for Hampshire to be in, with 1 over of the day remaining, and it will be Grant Stewart will get the final over of the day. And this is a day in which we had a rain break for 2.5 hours, but we've still got plenty of action that has gone on today. Grant Stewart runs in for the first ball of the final over of the day, and that's defended back down the track for no run by Joe Weatherly.
Interesting tweet here from Jason at Sun Sports. Says, from what I've seen, I can't see Middleton being available for Hampshire in the future. He looks like a test opener to me. It's early days.
I mean, yeah.
It's early days.
I thought he was going to say like the Lions or something, but yeah.
Well, I think if he keeps progressing the way he has, and he is building a reputation.
Stewart again. Again, defended back down the track by Joe Weatherly. This could be the pattern for the final 4 balls, as Hampshire should, of course, be looking to ensure that they end the day with all wickets still intact.
Yeah. Yeah, I think now, and there's nothing in the pitch really, is there? There's nothing there that you think, well, there might be a wicket-taking ball here. Basically, if you bowl accurately now, the batters just feel on top of things, don't they?
Yeah. Stewart once more. And that's left alone outside the off stump by Joe Weatherly. I think the worry here for Kent is they come back tomorrow and the pitch flattens out. And yes, there was a bit in it. There was a bit in it certainly in the first session. I think there were too many wickets that were given away after we returned after the rain break or rain delay. But you kind of sense that Hampshire are going to get a good batting track tomorrow. That's driven to the man in the covers for no run.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to, I think it was a very good toss to win. It didn't do loads, but it definitely did a little bit more than it's doing.
Yeah. The conditions suited. I will maintain that the conditions suited the style of attack that Hampshire have got. I mean, Wes Agar's run in earlier with bowling a lot of speed, but that's defended down the track, and we'll have one more ball to go from Grant Stewart. But yeah, just to finish that earlier point, Wes Agar this evening has bowled with a lot of pace. He's got some zipping through.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, at this point in time, look like a track that's going to reap rewards with that kind of bowling. And yes, someone might say, well, Fuller bowled with some pace, but Fuller was also bowling on a nagging line and length. So, yeah, Grant Stewart anyways for the final ball of today, and that is defended again by Joe Weatherly out into the covers. And the umpires will take the bells off, and that will bring a close to the end of today's play. I say that, but I'm yet to see players walk off here. Let me not be presumptuous. Yes, it is the end. It is the end.
Surely Ken don't want to stay out there.
It is the end of today's play. Hampshire close play on 89 without loss in reply. Joe Weatherly is 38 without loss. Fletcher Middleton is 39 without loss in reply to Kent's 95. And I mean, it goes without saying whether you were with us all day or not. I think that scorecard tells the story. It's been Hampshire's day. And Kevin James, what do you say about that one?
Well, it's a good comeback, and it is only day one of 4. So you know, there's a lot to do yet. But you know, Hampshire can only do, I think, what they've done today. It was a desperately disappointing game against Warwickshire last week. But you know, most prominently the batters. And you know, Joe Weatherly has an awful lot to prove. You know, maybe Fletcher Middleton less so, but still a lot to prove in his early career. But they've done a really good job here. You know, got through to the close with few alarms, and yeah, it looks as though it's the best of the batting conditions out there. But you know, they can only do what they can do. But you know, it's a good day. It's been a good comeback. The bowlers we know are tipped, you know, top notch anyway, and they've just proved that today. But I think tomorrow, weather permitting, it's a very big day for Joe Weatherly.